You... Nah, no. It's completely different subject matter. We don't need to get into it. I haven't talked with you people in a very long time, and there's so many things I want to talk about.
All the time in the world.
Except for Zan. I see Zan every week, usually.
Yeah, not Connor, though.
All right.
Not recently.
We're ready?
Actually, I've never... Yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah. And we're live.
Howdy.
Hello, everybody.
Wait, are we we're online?
We're online.
Oh my god. Hello.
On twitch.tv/The Unexpectables.
Twitch.television? Wow.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to
the only Twitch channel.
The only Twitch channel. Welcome to the only Twitch channel.
Hey, you guys watching? It's like when you want to watch Twitch, you're gonna watch the channel? Sweet.
Oh, you guys watching the channel tonight?
Yeah, you guys watching the channel? Let's go.
You guys watching .tv?
You guys watching Blue? I was thinking about watching Red.
Oh, I don't know. I'm more of a classic. I'm more of a Blue guy.
Gotta be.
Anyway.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Gamers Outreach Spooktacular Streamathon for 2022 with the Unexpectables.
Oh my god.
How's it going, everybody?
In my head, I'm just like, this is gonna be scary. This is gonna be so spooky and Halloweeny, and already it's just like I may have made a fucking mistake.
Yeah. We're having a good time. We're having a good time.
Spoops is best with humor.
Sorry, should I make it scary?
Can you do really scary fart noise?
Boo!
Oh, Jesus. Oh my god.
Eh,
Chad, are you okay? That was very scary.
5 out of 10.
You scared me.
Look what you've done. You scared them.
I asked for fucking permission and everything.
Popped out depression, screaming.
Excuse me, I'm about to scare you.
And yet, I was scared regardless.
Somebody was startled quite thoroughly.
A Canadian haunted mansion.
What? We talking
Oh,
about?
I'm gonna scare you. Is that okay?
That's the thing I love. It's just like I was explaining something the other day to a friend. It might have even been Arkolf, and I'm like, I want it to be like creepy. It's like creepy, but in a way where it's like slightly off. Like you're watching a movie, and then halfway through you realize it's a Canadian film because it's like slightly weird.
Oh, that's why it was off.
Yeah.
Which is true. I heard someone say that once, and I'm like, that's a very real thing, actually. Even as a Canadian watching a movie and you don't know it's Canadian, then you're like, some of this movie is weird, and you're like, oh, it's filmed in like Toronto. Okay, that's fine.
I just
vibe's
had that
off.
experience. We just had that experience with a scary game I just played.
Was it Soma?
No, I love Soma though. No, me and Rabbit played this game called Tormented Souls, and I'd legit never heard of this game. It's like somebody really, really loved Silent Hill and Resident Evil and like Fatal Frame. Like they walked into the Spencer Mansion in the first game and were like, "Oh my beer, I can make this better." And it's really good. I actually really recommend it. But as soon as that woman opened her mouth and she's just like, "I don't know what this is about." Boot, and I was just like, "Hello."
Canadian.
She is
identified.
super Canadian.
Canadian
Listen.
jump scare.
No one speaks English properly. Not a single soul. You can't judge me.
You're
I
right.
don't want to bring up the old one. Sorry. I just thought of something from Prince Division.
Oh god.
Prince Division. Memories.
We're gonna wait for people. We're gonna wait for people to file in here.
Let's wait for people to file in.
Get on in here.
I suppose we should go ahead and discuss what this is all about.
Well, I would wait until people show up, but if everyone wants to introduce themselves, that'd be fantastic. Well,
Sure, yeah. Let's go down the line and have everybody introduce themselves. We'll start with we'll just go from left to right. Koo. Who are you? Where can they find you? And what are you up to?
Hi, I'm Koo. I've been on this show kind of before. I was one of the mercs. I played fucking Cliff, and boy, it was a joy. I'm a streamer. I make videos. I make music. And
You
I
make
just
merchandise?
Fun. I do make merchandise. Yeah, but
It's really sick
That's just
fucking
'cause I-
jackets.
That's just because I like making cool clothes. But yeah, I'm glad to be here, and I'm very excited to play this horror-themed one-shot.
Right on. Octopimp.
No.
Who are
Wait,
you and where
it's-
can they find you?
Hi, what's up? I'm Octo. You can find me everywhere, probably at Octopim. I'm around. You can read my Cars 3 fanfiction at livejournal.com/Octopimp. I write a lot of that. I'm a big fan of doing that, so you can check that out. That's where most of my creative energy is going lately. Specifically Cars 3. I don't want to hear
Why
anything. I
Cars-
don't want to talk. Because I feel like that was really the one that made Lightning McQueen question his mortality, and I think that was really like a big character growth arc for him, and I think that there's a lot
Yeah,
there
but-
that wasn't fully explored in the movie.
but
You
also
asked me the
Cars-
question, I'm giving you the answer.
But Cars 2 is better fanfiction source
I don't want
material.
to. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
You listen.
Doesn't
You
wanna
asked
hear
me. You asked, and I answered. The end.
Ka-chow indeed.
Ka-chow.
Sarah Ann Williams. Where can they find you and what are you up to?
Ciao. I'm on Twitter at Sarah with an H and with an E, Willia. I do voice acting. Everything's under NDA right now, so I have nothing new to shill. Me and Rabbit, on the other hand, every Thursday lately have been streaming spoopy games, and we're joined by Groove as well, and it's been great. We played Tormented Souls last week and finished it. It was great. I think we're gonna do... No, I don't want to spoil it. It's been great, though. It's been super fun that he has me doing the sim. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. And Zan, where can they find you and what are you up to?
Hi, I'm Xanilus Grim, or just Zan. You can find me on Twitter at Zenny_Grim. You can also find me on Thursdays on Monty's stream, Monty Glue. Get the Twitch name, but yeah, you can find her. If you're here, you probably know. And aside from that, I've got some things in the works that I can't quite talk about yet, but you'll see me around.
Cars 2 fanfiction? I hope it is.
It's not, but I might be inspired.
There you go.
I didn't say where people can find me at all. I just realized. You can find me on Twitter at KuEater, KUU Eater, or twitch.tv/Shinigami Eater. See you there. Bye.
Also, yes, Dan,
Can't
it is.
stay- Bye. Sits down, doesn't leave.
Also, Zed, you are correct. It's Monty Glue. That is my Twitch. It's
Okay.
everything is Monty Glue. So.
Well,
Right on.
God,
Well,
this
what-
is gonna be the night
what
of
else?
awkward pauses where we're all like sitting in like
Spooky
chairs
scary!
with
Oh,
I love it.
spooky.
I am in my mind palace, ready for fear.
This
Well,
scary. Sometimes the scariest thing is other people.
what else
So-
are you doing, Monty?
What? Oh God, why are you asking me this question?
Because
'Cause it's your turn.
you're also
Oh, it's my
here,
turn.
and
When I'm not sick, usually I'm streaming. I'm very sorry. I've been streaming one day a week mostly because I've been on vacation. I've been doing a lot of things. I'm actually working on this as well. But you can find me at twitch.tv/MontyGlue and at MontyGlue on Twitter. We are doing Dungeons of Mad Mage. We're not going to have it this week because Zan hates us and abandoned us. And
Wow.
I'm just joking. So something else will probably take its place. Probably Mario Kart, because I can go into that feeling like I'm dying and then come out of it like I went 5 matches in a boxing ring. Sunday streams might change up. I was playing Majora's Mask. Might switch that up. I feel like there was something else I should announce as well, but I can't remember what it was off the top of my head because I've got a lot of papers in front of me. But thanks for your support, guys, and donate to the children.
think of the children. Why don't
think
you?
of the children.
Those
Yes,
children need to play video games. Nah.
they really do. And Gamers Outreach can help out with that. Gamers Outreach is a charity that empowers hospitalized families through play. Their goal is to build a world where activity is easily prioritized as part of their care. And video games are their tool of choice. what they're doing right now specifically is Project Go-Kart.
You're gonna say Project Goku.
Project Goku, where all the kids become Super Saiyans. No.
Nick, I love that. Where can I
Hey, it's
sign
me.
up? Hey, it's me, Goku.
Maybe
me,
next
Goku.
year. Hey, it's me, Goku. Right now, Project Go-Kart, basically, what they're doing is they're trying to provide... let me see here. I'm just looking at their talking points. Some portable gaming kiosks that they will, like, wheel to sick kids' rooms so they can play pretty much any game they want. It costs around $3,500 to build a single one of these little go-karts that they've got. So far, I believe during the stream they've already made around 100 of these.
Whoa.
Nice.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's 100 gamers right there.
100
Let's give them
gamers.
1,000 more, chat.
Heck yeah.
Hashtag rise up, gamers.
Rise up and roll out. Absolutely.
Shout out to the slime.
Shout out to the slime on stream right here.
Yeah,
He's
the big slime blob that's just been
Big-
going this whole time.
I love it. I mentioned this when we saw this for the first time, but like the contrast of this and the game I intend to run is very
oh, it's just gonna be a
We're
little
gonna-
haha
we're gonna-
spooky.
We're gonna turn that smile upside down.
I don't know, if I saw that slime in real life, I would be absolutely mortified. Well, I suppose it depends on the size.
It depends if it's the type that has acid inside of him too.
He's taking up the whole stage already.
Certainly has. He's just vibing there. I should also say tonight we're not going to be reading off any bits and subs just because we want the focus to mainly be on the charity aspect of this. So if you've donated, I see a couple of people have already donated some bits and subs. Thank you. We appreciate it, but we're going to try to keep things focused tonight on the donations towards the charity, which we have a link to. We will be activating that as soon as we start the game here, just to keep people from donating too much at the start here.
Don't even think about it.
Don't think about it.
I would like to explain how this is going to work before people donate, because we had to. I'm just going to go and say we had to kind of probate proof this one after the last one.
Yeah, thanks a
lucky,
lot,
probate.
probate.
Thanks, probate. You're very, very generous, and you've made my life a lot harder, but you've made the lives of children a lot easier. And for that, we thank you. And for that, I also shake my fist angrily as I write.
Balance.
Balance as all things should be. My suffering equals, children getting video games. I think that's a fair trade. So we have changed up the formula a little bit, with probate as well removed. The last time we ran a charity stream, y'all were very generous. It was definitely a group effort for sure. So I decided to, essentially, use our first stream as a basis to gauge the rest of the stream. So there are two things to keep in mind as we go through this one shot. Chat, you are going to be essentially in charge, in a way. Your donations are going to affect what occurs in this one
Infect.
shot.
I
And
liked
also
infect.
infect.
It sounds creepy.
Both is good.
Boys and ghouls, your donations will infect the game.
So the two ways
Woo!
the donations will affect what occurs is as follows. There will be it will be based on the overall amount donated at times. So meaning the current what we've earned thus far, to the point where I talked to Connor, who is not playing but is going to be my lovely referral. He's going to
I'm
be
the cameraman.
keeping an eye on you. He's the cameraman and also keeping track of the donations. So as like last time, certain things will occur based off of the total amount of donations earned. Everyone's telling me I've made a mistake. I understand that. I know. But the other way as well that random things will occur is based on the overall amount of donations we receive. So the amount of individual donations we receive as well. So that is another thing as well. So you could either donate a lot of money, which will go towards random encounters, or you can donate, multiple times as we go through this, which will also affect things as well. Or if you're a real gamer, you can do both, which would be very cool.
Oh,
Are you
calling
a
out
real
the
gamer?
Are you a real gamer? This is a gamer challenge.
Shout out to real gamers.
In reality,
Psychology.
please don't donate more than you feel comfortable with, of course. But anything does help. This is a great cause, and this charity is wonderful. We've worked with them before. I'm surprised they asked us to come back, but here we are. So,
What did you do last time?
I brought a gazebo to life and gave a cloud a gun. That's all you need to know.
Huh.
The dreaded dire gazebo.
The dreaded dire gazebo. They also got a sword that did a random 1d100 point of damage because it was a sword that belonged to a magical gazebo that sounded like shit. What's his name? The
Christopher
actor?
Walken.
Christopher Walken. Yep, that all happened immediately because probate was everyone was wild that night. We also exploded my donation goal, which, by the way, that is one of the goals. If we beat our donation goal from the previous charity one shot, that can affect things. So keep
The
that
whole
in mind.
place
yeah.
will explode.
The number we're looking for on that, by the way, is $15,595.69.
Nice. That was a fight. I remember that. That was like people were fighting
A
for
fight
the
to get the 69.
Yeah.
We got it though.
Oh, we got a raid and a bunch of people giving us lovely, lovely subs as well. But yes, very excited for this. I hope you guys enjoy. I will say a warning here as well in terms of subject matter. This is a horror themed thing. It won't be anything too gratuitous. We do have to kind of meet a what was the rules that they had for us?
Nothing too gratuitous, but our guidelines were pretty lax for this.
Yes. So just for those who might not be super into it, there may be some, and this is the thing, it might not happen because you guys are deciding what happens. There might be some body horror element. There's of course going to be horror elements. So things might get spooky. I don't know how spooky they're gonna get because this group is making me realize a mistake I might have made. But
I did my best.
I'm gonna cause some shit.
there might be some horror. There might be some atmosphere. There might be some death. There might be a lot of things. There could be some stressful moments. So just keep that in mind as we go in. But just remember, it's for the kids. This
Chillin'.
For the kids.
it's for the kids.
It's for.
Thankfully, they aren't watching, so.
Alrighty.
The
So,
ones that are not watching.
is our donation link up, Connor?
Our donation link is up.
All right, donation link is up. How do people access that donation link?
I believe the command for it is !charity, and Miss Tweetums
Nice.
there has just posted it in the chat there. Yeah, you can donate to our Tiltify, and then I can get some alerts live via that.
Nice. Alrighty. Well, with that now set in stone, players, are you ready?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ready to get spooked.
All right.
All
Let
right.
us enter behind the sealed doors of Pandora Hold to a place where when things enter, they never leave. Goodbye, Industrious Ferret.
I forgot that's what the name of the song was.
Sequestered away in a forbidden place lies a facility. Unknown to those but those who reside within, Pandora holds that. Things that should not ever be let out. Things beyond human comprehension. And it is in this facility that 4 unique individuals find themselves residing. Some would say prisoners. Others would say subjects. Whatever word fits them best. The four of you have resided in Pandora Hold for varied amounts of time. Some longer than others, and some newer additions. Perhaps some of you willing, and perhaps some of you less so. We're going to do this in order. Ku.
Yeah. My
Could you-
character.
Yeah, if you could. Sorry, I interrupted you. I'm so sorry. If you could
That's
introduce
okay.
your character and describe your character for me, please.
My character is named Rick. Rick Plutarch, but people call him Ricky. He's a very strange-looking man. You could almost say he's uncanny-looking. Something about him just doesn't quite seem right. His silhouette is a bit asymmetrical. He has scars lining his body. His eyes don't really seem like they match up. One seems a bit larger than the other. His arms don't seem like they go together, etc. He's not exactly old, but you can tell that he's been through a lot. Should I go into more detail about what he?
I think
can
we'll
do?
save that for a little bit in a little bit here. I think that would
Awesome.
be fun.
That's my guy then, Ricky.
Okay, Ricky. As you are lying on the standard issue Pandora Hold titanium bed with questionably comforter, the camera and intercom that is hard set into the wall begins to kind of hiss and buzz for a brief moment. You hear a familiar voice on the other side. Your doctor, Dr. Ainsworth. And he taps multiple times. 1 second. Important for the ambiance.
Ricky, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, Doc?
Nothing much. It sounds like you're able to speak again. That's good.
Yeah. I've always been able to do that.
Still, upgrading the microphone in your room has been with the amount of times.
You begin to hear him babble, which is pretty common for the doctor.
Apologies. We're going to be having a team building exercise in T-minus 10 minutes. We're going to be opening your cell. If you could proceed to Area B, please. We will conduct a fun game, we'll call it.
Yeah, fun. Okay.
All right, opening the door in 5, 4, 3, 2.
And your very large, you're not sure if it's cement or steel or both, slides open, revealing the hallway, which you are familiar with. You do travel through the hallway, to go eat at the sort of shared cafeteria. But it does slide open, revealing the gray, sterile hallway. Meanwhile, Octo, could you introduce your character who is in their cell?
Hi. My character is Ray Romano, and he looks like a completely. If you loaded up Unity and access the default assets, and there was a guy in there, he's like default Unity asset one, like the most normal looking regular guy you've ever seen in your life. He's like average height, average build, nothing particularly unique about him. And nobody calls him Ray. Everybody calls him by his full name. You have to say his full name every time.
Thank you, Octo, for joining us for this game. I'm glad
You have to.
Yep. Oh yeah.
You know, when I ran this by my friend, he's like, why did you put any silly stuff? I'm like, I don't need to. Like I got dang Octo Pimp in my game. I don't need to write shit. Ray Romano.
Mm-hmm.
As you are in your room, amongst your things, not that you asked for them, but they are given to you, are stacks of books, like ridiculously tall stacks of books, as part of your homework, more or less. The intercom buzzes open, and you hear the familiar voice of Dr. Ainsworth.
Mr. Ray Romano, are you awake?
Yes. Hello.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I mean, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. Sorry,
No, you
sorry.
can swear. I
So,
feel like
am
we
I
have to.
allowed?
Yeah, you are.
No, okay. I don't want to. For the children, not for the children.
Listen, we may be raising money for the children, but hopefully none of the children are watching.
Don't swear, kids.
Yeah,
That's our kids. It'll get you into fucking trouble.
Good, excellent, Mr. Romano. We're going to be doing a team building exercise in Area B. I'd ask you kindly, if you have no current things you're doing, which I assume you don't, to come join us for that, if you would be willing.
Sure. Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Thank
You're
you.
always so easy to work with, Mr. Romano.
You know,
I'm opening your door now.
being cooperative, so, okay, sure.
The door.
Ray will get up and kind of peek out and, I guess, walk outside.
Okay. Sarah,
You.
could you introduce your character, please?
I am Kylie Velt. Velt. Yeah, I think that's pronounced. Short brown hair, brown eyes. Rather, very, very average. Sort of Eeyore-ish kind of a look to her. Like she's constantly anxious and worried. She's sort of huddled up on her little pathetic mattress, just sort of sleeping, but not. Oh, and she's got this mask, this hoodie on with sleeves that are longer than her arms are, and her arms are tucked very deeply into this hoodie's sleeves.
You also hear the intercom buzz above you.
Yes. Miss Velt, are you present?
Good morning.
Actually, it is 3:15 in the afternoon, but I understand the confusion.
Sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry, my dear. Is you and your companion, are you, would you be willing to join in a team-building exercise?
She sort of hugs her right arm a little bit. He's asleep right now, but, I can wake him up if you want.
Wake him
Do you
up
need
before
him
the
for this?
exercise. I
No.
think that we're going to have him whether we want to or not.
Okay.
We've, settled the test with them in mind. Of course, I would make it.
He begins to ramble again. He goes,
Oh, sorry, of course. I am opening your door now. Make your way to Area B.
Okay. Sort of steps up and gets to her feet and gives her right arm a little pat through the sleeve. Mr. Dorsey, can you wake up? Oh, give me 5 more minutes if you would, dear. Okay. And she walks out.
okay. And last but certainly not least, Zan, could you describe your character to the audience, please?
Sure. James O'Neill's this very strikingly tall but very lanky and skinny, kind of younger man. He's kind of very pale skin, as though he doesn't get out very much. He's got short, kind of cropped brown hair that's been kind of poorly scissored and cut, mostly clean shaven. He's got brown eyes that are kind of small proportionally for his head, but a mouth that's a little larger proportionally for his head. Just a little unsettling, and he's kind of just sitting in a corner, kind of just resting himself in a chair as he puts on a sage green blazer over his patient's gown.
Your intercom does not go off. Instead, the door slowly rises and opens, and you see I don't want to say short because then people will ask me the height, and I'll say a height, and then people get angry at me. But he's on the shorter side. A man in a sort of like tan, like buttoned up shirt with a long lab coat, kind of dirty blonde hair, kind of tousled in 5 different directions, a set of square glasses set to the rim of his nose, black standard issue shoes and white pants. You know this to be Dr. Ainsworth, and he is flanked by 2 Pandora guards. You can't see their faces as they're hidden behind what appears to be equal parts, goggles and gas mask, helmets that are very tightly strapped to their heads, and they are just geared to the nines in terms of like body armor and weaponry as well. And the doctor goes, there you are, Mr. O'Neill. I would have called you on the intercom, but after the incident, I thought it best that we don't do that again.
James sort of covers his mouth. I understand the precaution.
It's fine. We will figure out if we can solve the feedback loop. It would help with communications, but you gain the benefit of getting to see my beautiful face.
Did you need me for something, Doctor?
Yes! We are going to be doing a team-building exercise in Area B, and you are the last person since I had to make my way there, you're the last person I figured I'd swing by and come and collect you.
Oh, thank you. It's been some time since I've stretched my legs.
Indeed. We have quite the assignment today. Mostly just basic exercises, but perhaps we could go into more. He begins to ramble as he begins to walk, and he pulls out a clipboard, and as is his nature, he just begins to just jot things down.
James will lower his head a little bit as he kind of leaves the door and follows.
Mm-hmm. The guards, and all of you would have experienced this, the guards, you've never seen them talk, you've never seen them really do anything. They just kind of hang out with the doctors and have never really done anything. They never look to acknowledge you. If you speak to them, they don't respond. And they just frame this tiny, rambling little doctor as each of you, in your own pace, make your way to Area B. Inside of Area B is a massive, almost gymnasium-sized concrete block of space, where you see various, fence posts? You're not sure. It's like it looks like a dog agility course is the best way to put it. Is laid out kind of in the centermost point. There's also some weightlifting machines, as well as some other things that you can't quite identify as you make your way inside. And as you kind of make your way, you stand in the appropriate positions. And Dr. Ainsworth kind of steps up and goes, "All right, everyone is here. I believe that, based on my notes, this is the first time that the 4 of you have met with each other, given the moving around of things and the facility changes, yes?"
I believe so, Doctor.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well. You have all been deemed non-threat, which is good job, excellent work. That makes you a minority in the holding, but it is still positive nonetheless. We are happy to have you. We figured it might be fascinating to see if we could allow some mingling a little bit between the 4 of you, given that you are all on the highest of our appropriate behavior list.
Question.
What is your question, Rick?
Can I go back to my cell?
No, this was non-negotiable, but I figured I'd ask for the illusion of choice.
Pretty please.
Ooh, tempting. You're very
He
good.
said pretty please, come on. Be nice.
Good. You can go back to your cell after the exercise is done.
Oh, come now, everyone. This looks like a smashing good time. If you look at Kylie, she just sort of looks back and she looks down at her sleeve. Mr. Dorsey, you have to introduce yourself before talking. It freaks people out.
What the hell was that?
Oh, sorry. She pulls down the sleeve of her hoodie on the right side and reveals a hand puppet.
Oh, great.
May I describe Mr. Dorsey, please? I worked very hard on just making him.
Oh, go for it. Go ahead and describe Mr. Dorsey.
You see on her hand what looks like a very simple looking hand puppet. It looks like it has a black top hat that sort of has been pulled all the way past its chin, wherever its chin is. And it's got a little green sort of little woolen coat with a yellow and red striped tie and a white little undershirt. And that's all he had. He doesn't have any pants or anything. Like the coat is just what covers her hand up to that point. And on the very like in the center of the top part of the hat, there is affixed or sewn or drawn on an eye. It's just a black circle. It's just a circle. It's the white circle with a black outline and one little black dot in the middle.
Cute kid.
Of course, Mr. Darcy, pleasure to see you again. I hope you're ready for...
Dorsey. Yes, Mr. Dorsey! He does a little bow, because he does a little bow. Nice to meet you all.
I'll be working with 5 today. He kind of, Dr. Ainsworth gives a bit of a smile as he jots down some notes.
Ray Romano will wave.
Mr. Dorsey will wave back with his little hand.
Pleasure.
That's cute.
I feel as though Ricky and Kylie, you might have things to talk about between the two of you.
Oh yeah, plenty.
Oh, she shrinks back, and Mr. Dorsey's like, "Oh, come now, I'll facilitate conversation. You know I'm quite good at it, my dear." Okay.
Well, I would like to do a series of tests today to do with your physical health, as well as inquiries about your conditions, for lack of a better term. Let us begin with the obstacle course, as you watch as Dr. Ainsworth brings you over to the essentially dog obstacle course.
Is it like a human-sized dog obstacle course?
It's like a human-sized dog obstacle course. There's some monkey bars added in, thrown in just to spice it up. But there's hurdles.
Right.
There are like tunnels, and then there's some monkey bars, and then those triangular walls you have to kind of climb over as well.
Sure, yeah.
Yep. I don't know about you, but I dreaded a gym class. But I feel like for you being boxed up for so long, perhaps it would be a good stimuli.
Sir, awfully thoughtful of you. Thank you.
Of course. And what better way to make a sport of it than, 4 individuals racing?
James is going to kind of stand somewhat close to the doctor and look down towards him. The rest of the patients might see a hand over James's mouth. As when he talks, it sounds like a voice is not coming from him, but slightly to the right or left of him. He covers his mouth with his hands. If this is a race, Doctor, I don't see how that could potentially be a team-building exercise.
Well, competition breeds companionship, and you're going to be split into 2 teams.
I'm not very athletic. Mr. Dorsey kind of pats her cheek. Come now, girl, let's give it a good college try, eh, what?
Perfect.
Guess it's a good excuse to try these out.
Ray Romano looks down and says,
It's my wife, Deborah.
Wait a minute, your name's Ray Romano. I feel like I know someone named that.
It's kind of weird. I mean, kind of ended up that I married someone named Deborah. Everybody makes fun of it, but, story happens sometimes.
It's on the tip of my tongue. TV show.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. So, let's split into 2 teams. You decide amongst yourselves who's going to be in each team.
Ray Romano
on,
snaps his fingers and says,
Big Bang Theory, that's the one you were thinking of.
No, it's not that one. Definitely
You
not.
sure? I think it was that one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
How I Met Your Mother.
No.
Seinfeld.
Close.
Friends?
Dr. Ainsworth,
No.
I don't think that we can split up the teams evenly if there are 5 of us.
Ainsworth kind of looks side to side and leans into you, James, and goes, "All right, James, let's be real here. Come on."
He will look blankly towards him. I don't believe. Did you say your name was Mr. Dorsey?
Oh, yes, Mr. Dorsey.
I suppose I will team up with you.
Fantastic! Kylie's hand moves forward, and his little felt hand reaches out.
A large, lanky hand will kind of use the index finger and thumb to shake his little felt hand.
The hand will curl around as best it can your finger, and you will notice that it's actually a substantial grip. That little sleeve hand has.
Interesting.
May the best man win, or team. Hopefully that'll be us. Ha ha! Tally ho! Mr. Dorsey is happy to meet you.
Would you be racing alongside us?
Well, glances at Mr. Dorsey and shrugs. I'm the one with the legs, so...
Oh, good. Hopefully we win.
Ah, good, excellent. That means that Ricky and Ray Romano, you are Team R. You are going to be the other side of the team, all right?
Fraser.
Delightful.
Was it Fraser?
It's not Frasier.
Hill Street Blues.
I've never even heard of that one.
It's all one. It's about cops. I guess it wouldn't really make sense.
You know how to run, right?
Yeah. I mean, everybody kind of does.
All right,
good.
everyone to the
Try
starting
keep up.
positions. On your marks, get set, go! And I need everyone to make an initiative roll for me.
Fun.
Boom.
Oh, right. I just hit initiative. It's been a while.
2 rolling twice, like a Chad.
Oh, shit. I clicked
Whoa! Look at all those 9s!
Wow, what the whoa? Okay.
We got 8, 9, 9, 9, which is
Obvious.
a good game.
Obvious
Serious
Hitler
about it.
joke here. 9, 9, 9, 9. Okay, done.
I was thinking of 9 people, 9 hours, 9 doors, that game.
Ah, yeah, that too.
Actually kind of weirdly not appropriate, but also kind of interesting because you're in a big giant room and, you know, whatever. Anyway. All right.
999. It's just the beast is upside down.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you all take off running, Ricky, you are the only one kind of lagging behind. As immediately you guys rush forward, Mr. Dorsey's felt face flapping in the breeze, and the rest of you kind of keeping stride. And as
like
you all
Kermit flailing like ah! He's very
As you
excited though.
As you guys are running forward, you hit the first hurdle, and I would like anyone to make acrobatics or athletics checks of your choice.
I'd like to point out that when Ray Romano runs, he runs like Yuna from Final Fantasy X with his arms like out to the side and like really like kind of pigeon-toed. He does not have a very graceful run.
Yeah, and yet you're keeping
21.
pace.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're doing acrobatics or athletics? Okay.
Either
Okay,
one, whichever one
13.
you want to do. Oh, okay. Kylie and James, you guys launch ahead as you briskly leap over the hurdle unimpeded. Ricky and Ray Romano, I have to say that every time, and I
have to say it every time.
I have to say it every time.
Mhm.
As you two reach your hurdles, you manage to jump, but you kind of snag a little bit, and you're a little bit behind now. As you continue,
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say if it's okay, Monty.
Mm-hmm.
Since James is pace with Kylie, if he would like, he can roll a perception check on her real quick.
Would you like to do that,
Sure.
James?
Yeah. James will use his small little eyes to try and see. That's a 12.
Okay, I'd say you're probably focused on the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would say you're mostly just surprised, like, wow, she's actually keeping up really well. But that's all you got.
Yeah, she's keeping pace pretty strong. As you guys continue running, apparently Wallfly is not showing the rolls, Connor.
shit.
There we go. Thank you. I've been informed by Shahalam, who immediately notified me. Also, your mouse is over the number, so you might want to move that away. Perfect. There we go. Don't do the substitute teacher thing. As you guys continue running, you eventually hit the tunnel, and for this one, I'm going to need a stealth check for crouching.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh!
Ooh, okay.
Oh, right, I can just hit these.
Hit
I'm
a
stupid.
22.
7.
7.
And then where's Ray Romano? What's Ray Romano gonna do?
Oh, sorry, this was for what?
Stealth.
Oh, this for
Because
stealth.
you're going in the tunnel, so you're crouching essentially. Okay. Kylie and James, as you hit the tunnel, you kind of get a little tangled in it, but Ricky, this is like, you know, you've been used to hiding under small places and things like that.
Yeah, the way that Ricky moves while he does this does not look right. By the
Yeah,
way.
it looks
Something
like-
about it looks very off.
Yeah, it looks very weird and sluggy in a way. And Ray Romano, you know, you're brought back to memories of gym class, and you apply those memories. How does we know how Ray Romano runs? How does Ray Romano crawl?
He he kind of crawls like a caterpillar.
Nice,
Kind of like scrunches his body up.
nice.
Yeah.
And with the scrunch technique, you two are now neck and neck as you are both 1-to-1, leading to the monkey bars. And as you lead to those monkey bars, this is going to be just a straight athletics for everybody.
Okay.
Let's go.
8.
8.
4.
Oh my! Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no, Ray Romano!
Romano falls and eats shit.
They may have set up the training
I hope my
arena.
dad, Peter Boyle, is doing better than I am.
James, as you hit the monkey bars, you don't really have to do much because you're tall. You just kind of like touch the bars as you walk by. And poor Ray Romano, as you begin to swing, you lose your footing and immediately bash your face on the concrete because they didn't add padding underneath this obstacle course.
Ow!
And James and Kylie, you kind of get, like, your upper body strength has been compromised due to your long-lasting lack of access to a pull-up bar, and unfortunately...
It's like when Kylie's using the arm that Mr. Dorsey is on, she's doing fine, but when she uses her own arm, she's not. So it's
she's
very uneven.
struggling.
Mr. Dorsey's like holding the bar with his 2 little hands up, like, come on, scouts, try.
And Ricky, how are you hindered at the monkey bars?
See, he seems a little hesitant. You get the vibe that he's never done this before.
And is that hesitation that compromises your victory? As James, you run through the finished place, and Dr. Ainsworth claps enthusiastically with the completely deadpan guards just not emoting at all, as it's just the one guy clapping. Excellent, excellent, fantastic work! How do you feel? Do you all feel like you're bonding? Do you all feel like you're making friends?
I want my old legs back.
Ray is
Get them
holding
back
his
when
face.
you earn them. Ray, are you okay? Do you need medical attention?
Is he like bleeding, or is it just like a bloody nose or something?
It just hurts real bad.
It just hurts. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. I just have like an ice pack or something for my face.
I will see if I can get done. You watch as Dr. Ainsworth kind of snaps his fingers, and one of the guards immediately does a 180 and walks out of the room. Good,
James
good,
will like
good.
James will like cite a sort of slob squat in front of Kylie and Mr. Dorsey and offer one hand to high five to both Mr. Dorsey and Kylie.
Kylie looks at Mr. Dorsey and then does her high five, and then he does his, and he just does a little Superman pose with his arms, his hands on his waist, like, capital race, well done, sir.
With the high five and potentially some of the running, all the sounds that seem to resonate from James seem to be slightly away from James and not directly at him. James will sort of stand back and look towards the doctor.
He is like scribbling fervently at the moment. Excellent,
Sorry,
excellent,
I
excellent.
fell behind.
James will cover his mouth. It's all right. We won in the end, anyways, right?
Well, you won. But I guess it counts. Oh, absolutely! Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, my girl! I won't, Mr. Dorsey. Sorry.
All right,
At least
excellent.
did better than I did.
Good. I'd say that was a good, worth lugging in all this equipment, I would say. I would like to go over some personal overviews real fast before I let you back to your cells. So if you wouldn't mind lining up real quick, please.
Ray will line up, still
Yeah,
kind of rubbing his
Ricky-
face.
Mr.
Ricky,
Romano,
trudges over.
the
It's not my
material
name.
Ray Romano, apologies.
Thank you.
Of course. The material we provided, the one that was in the language you did not understand. Did you understand it?
Well, I can't really understand the language, but I could read it, if that makes sense.
Good to know. You may have a position in the archivist's sector of the building if this works out.
Cool.
Let's see here. Ricky, we've been
Yeah.
obvious. Yes, of course. Now, I want you to play nice with the other kids and not see them as resources, please.
Would never do such a thing.
Are you lying?
No.
He's gonna incite you. Let me grab my dice real fast. My diehard dice.
Suddenly just really missed Rabbit for a second.
I know. He kind of narrows his eyes and goes, I will believe you. You've been behaving.
For the record, Ricky only said that to like fuck with him.
Yeah. He seems like he's kind of doubting you a little bit as he did not roll super great.
Mr. Dorsey says under his breath to Kylie, bit shady that one, eh, what? Maybe.
You know my ears work just fine.
Mr. Dorsey just looks away like he's whistling if he had the lips for it.
Miss Kylie and Mr. Dorsey, Kylie, can I have a word in private with just you?
Oh, she looks at Mr. Dorsey. I don't know if I can put Mr. Dorsey anywhere.
We've made a box for him, and you watch as he kind of goes to another table and pulls what looks to be like a plexiglass box that has kind of like a rubber hole on it. You just put your hand in here. It's completely sound canceling. We've been working on some sound canceling technology for myriad of reasons.
Kylie looks suddenly very uncomfortable, and her eyes shoot to Mr. Dorsey and back to the doctor. I don't know if he'll like that.
Then we will not.
Mr. Dorsey? And this weird quiver goes through Mr. Dorsey for a second, but then he does a little salute and he's like, oh, of course, my dear girl, you should have your conversations without me hanging about. Oh, by all means. Kylie looks so relieved. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Well, if we have the consent of both of you, into the box you go. And you watch as they just basically place your hand, Dorsey, into this, like... It basically makes it look like you have, like, a giant, like, boxing mitt on, but it's a square. It's like a Minecraft fist, more or less. And you can see Mr. Dorsey inside with whatever he's doing.
He just waves.
Dr. Ainsworth turns and goes, I just wanted to inquire, ever since your previous severance, I'd say, I'd use that terminology, the rejoining has been easy for you?
Oh, she looks at Mr. Dorsey. Yeah, he seems fine.
Good to know. Good to know. We will not attempt that again, then. We thank you for your patience and your willingness to do that.
She nods very sagely.
You may take him.
You really shouldn't.
Yes, you may take him out of the box now. I just wish not to stoke his ire, as it were.
He's him out. Pulls him out. He's like, oh my god, I couldn't breathe. Just kidding. Little joke there, eh? What? You're funny, Mr. Dorsey. I know I am.
James,
He covers his mouth. Yes, Doctor.
I have something for you. The men in R&D have been working on this, and he hands you what looks to be like one of those like reporter recorders.
Oh, he takes it.
We just want to see if perhaps this would work, given the intercom's unfortunate demise, as well as every other attempt we've made to record you being not great. As much as I love to write things down, there are just some things that expedite the process. So give it a try when you have your leisure. Just be careful, as always. Excellent.
James looks kind of embarrassed for a moment as he kind of looks towards the doctor with the hand still in front of his mouth. Try this right now.
In your room, I would say, when there's less bodies present.
He seems to feel much more relieved. Understood, Doctor.
All right, with that, testing has concluded. You may return to your rooms. Thank you so much for your compliance and your team efforts. We will extend this if it is deemed fruitful. But until then, have a good night.
Doctor,
Or
one
evening.
last thing.
Yes.
Does Ray Romano and Ricky not get anything?
No. Ray Romano is been astutely provided at the regular with items privy to his talents, and I would rather not give Ricky too many things.
I don't get special privileges, kid.
That hardly seems fair, but I will trust you.
We adjust the parameters to what the subjects require and what our research demands.
Right, that's all the questions I had, Doctor. Thank you.
Excellent. He kind of gestures towards the door that then slides open. And as it slides open, you see the stoic guard, like, just wearing his entire, like, outfit, holding, like, an ice pack, like one of those blue ice packs. And as you kind of all walk by the guard, not nicely, but not in, like, how do I describe it? Like a border security guard. Just kind of doing their job. Ray Romano, as you walk by, the guard kind of just like pushes the ice pack into your chest, like in a shoving kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
But not in like a bullying kind of way, if that
Sure.
makes sense.
Ray Romano will take the ice pack and put it on his face. It's like,
Thank you. My face is... doesn't look nothing to write home about by itself. Swollen, it can't look that much better.
It's killing me.
Oh, jeez. That's pretty funny. You should be a stand-up comedian.
Thanks.
All right. So as you guys make your way back to your rooms, the doors shutter close, and night comes.
As the doors close, Mr. Dorsey says, My girl, I don't mean to be a busybody, but what exactly did he say to you while I was in my little box of sorts? Oh, well, you wanted to know how you were doing after you came off last time. I see. I don't think they're gonna try it again. Oh, I should hope not. Bit of a mess that was. Oh, don't worry, dear girl. They won't get the best over you and me. Okay, Mr. Dorsey.
So, Connor.
Uh-huh.
How many total number of donations have we gotten so far?
The amount of donations?
The amount, not the amount of money.
Not
earned,
the
but
total?
amount of, yeah.
Okay, give me a second.
Our experts are working on it now.
Pause for math.
20.
20. Okay. That means option number 2. as all of you go to sleep at night, for those who have a better sort of cicada rhythm than others,
Circadian?
you feel like, huh? Circadian. I don't know how to say words.
Canadian?
Canadian.
Your
You have a
Canadian
Canadian-
rhythm.
It's basically your inner
Canadian
sleep
rhythm?
schedule, right?
Yeah, basically how well you react to
Yeah.
sunlight and whatnot. Like
Circadian, yeah.
circadian rhythm. Sorry,
Yeah,
what did I
no.
kick?
You said cicada like the bug.
Oh no, it's like barbarian
Canadian
meatloaf all over
Canadian
again
rhythm.
and skin milk. Damn it.
Skin milk.
I'm stealing that one.
That's what I called it when I was a kid. I called it skin milk. Anyway.
I couldn't say lightning when I was a kid, so the closest approximation I could say was white meat, so I would say thunder and white meat.
That's cute.
Anyway,
That's my nickname. I call it.
for those who have a better, whatever the term was, I'm not gonna try and say it again.
Sleep rhythm.
The sleep rhythm, yeah. You feel like, man, you've been sleeping for a while. But then as you awaken, you realize that the lights that usually should be on at this point are replaced with a sort of ambient blinking orange light coming from the intercom. And as you all kind of rouse, you all notice this, that the intercom on the wall is just kind of blinking.
Ricky's a very light sleeper and notices it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
You said just inside the cell a light is blinking?
Yeah, it's the intercom inside, which is the way that Dr. Ainsworth, like, communicates with you, and also how you can communicate with whoever's on watch at the time.
Is there any sort of window on the door I can look out of?
Oh god, no. It is a completely sealed room.
It's like
Okay.
padded cells.
Not padded, they're like varying states because they are your cells. Some of them have TVs in them, some of them have a lot of books.
Is the intercom low enough to touch?
Yes, it is.
Kyla will go up to it and give it a ginger tap.
Okay.
Hello?
Do the rest of you do this?
Ricky quickly presses his ear up against the door.
Okay.
James will press the button on the intercom as well.
Okay. Ray Romano?
Yeah, he'll press the button on the intercom.
Listen, I was told to say the name. I'm gonna say the name.
You have to say the whole thing. This is for the intercom in our room, you said?
Yeah, for the intercom in your room.
Yeah.
You press it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll press it.
Ray Romano, James, and Kylie, as you press the intercom, it kind of hisses back with more static than usual. And on the other side, you hear kind of like a kind of pained moaning, like a on the other side, kind of hissing through the static.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Kylie!
You hear the indistinguishable voice of Dr. Ainsworth.
Doctor? Are you okay?
No, my dear, I don't think I am. I need you to get out now. I'm going to release the buttons. You need to... You hear a thudding noise, and the door next to you opens up to just, like, slightly illuminated, like, airplane turned off, like, row illumination styled lighting in the hallway, which you are not used to.
Kylie pulls her sleeve off of her arm and pokes at Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey, wake up! Mr. Dorsey! And
All of you, by the way, who had
sorry,
pressed
go
the intercom button, heard this interaction, by the way.
Oh, okay. From both
Are
sides.
doors open too, or just Kylie's?
You heard Dr. Ainsworth. You didn't hear Kylie's, but you do hear Dr. Ainsworth.
Sorry, are our doors open too, or are they still closed?
Oh yeah, everyone's door is open. And for you, Ricky, as you're like listening to the door, it like almost like sandpapers your ear off as it just suddenly like launches up into its hold and opens
Ow.
for you.
Ugh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. Ricky immediately steps outside into the hallway.
Okay.
Almost with a sense of purpose.
It is eerily quiet.
James will
Uh,
slink out cautiously and kind of see that Ricky is out there as well.
Oi.
Uh,
Funny we're in the same hallway. What are the odds?
Ray will Ray's door open too, right?
Yeah, everyone's doors are open.
Ray will stick his arm out the window or out the door and like wave.
Is anybody out there? Hello?
He's like looking out the door, right? Like it's not just his arm.
Yeah, no, it's just his arm.
Great, another hand's become sentient.
Ray Romano will hear a voice as though someone is speaking almost directly to the side of him. It is all right. I think that we were moved for some reason.
Who's there?
There's nobody next to me, right?
There's no one. No.
Who is in my room? Hello?
Ricky, you'll see James kind of look confused and shocked for a moment, almost a little embarrassed before he covers his mouth. It looked like his mouth was moving, but there wasn't any sound coming out of it. As he kind of covers his mouth. My apologies. We're out here.
Okay. What's going on? Where is everyone? What's happening?
That's a neat little trick.
Ricky, do you see anything?
Not really. Eyes don't work so well lately.
From one of the doors, you'll suddenly see Mr. Dorsey's top hat head pop out. He looks one way, and then he turns and looks down the other way. And when his eye is facing you guys, he's like, "Oh, I see." Pops back in the door, and you hear him going, "It's all right, my dear. It's our colleagues from yesterday." Oh, okay. Is it just them? Oh, yes. Come now, my dear. Stiff upper lip, eh? And she will emerge.
Okay. The four of you stand in the hallway. The only light, the sickly blue floor lights that slightly illuminate from the bottom up, which kind of makes your faces look a little ghastly. And you just stand there, and it is dead silent.
Something must be going on. They don't usually let me out without an escort.
The doctor said that we needed to get out. He sounded hurt. I think something's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to just get out of here? I miss my wife. Deborah.
James is gonna put a hand in front of his mouth and look towards Kylie. Kylie, Mr. Dorsey, either of you, did you hear the doctor say where he was or what he needed?
No. Sounded like he was in a bit of distress. Very, very concerning.
Should we go save him?
While they're talking, Ricky steps forward and starts walking down the hall, scanning the floor for something.
Okay. Are you looking for anything in particular, or are you just kind of observing?
Just trying to see what's around, because it's very dark, but it's not clear to the others what he's doing.
You see a lot of hallway.
It's just a big, long hallway.
It's a really long hallway, yeah.
I keep walking.
All right. You guys follow Ricky?
Sure. Ray will
Right.
sort of briskly jog.
I
to
mean,
catch up.
is he going the way that looks like the ways to go?
Yeah, it's like one way is the cafeteria, which is its own section, and then the other way is you have no idea where, so.
Mr. Ricky seems to have the scent of it. Come, girl, let's follow him.
My thinking is that Ricky probably has a very defined mental map of the parts of the
Yeah.
station that he's seen before.
I'd say you do.
Yeah, he just keeps going.
As the four of you continue down the hallway, in this it's very dark, and what's ahead of you is like it's the light is just not strong enough that the hallway ahead is just blackened out. So like every step you take reveals just a little bit more every time. And as you proceed forward, Ricky, you do see something to the left and right of you. You see more rooms.
I peer into the rooms.
Okay. As you walk forward and you peer into the rooms, they're empty. Oh, wait, they're empty.
What does that mean? I'm confused.
They're empty.
They're empty.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah, there's usually quite a few more people in here than just us.
Yeah, I don't know if I've really met that many other people.
I've been here a while. A little too long.
If they're trying to socialize us, at least the doctor was, then there's a good chance that at least some of us might be ready for release or close to it. But if the doctor was in danger, I don't know why they would release all of us.
Oh, they definitely didn't want to let me out.
I think they wanted to let me out. I think they said everybody loved me for some reason.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, you seem like kind of a normal guy.
I don't know why I'm here.
He unlocked all the doors, so he must have wanted all of us to go somewhere.
He didn't tell you where.
He just said he was opening the doors and I should get out.
I mean, out of the cell or out of the facility?
Well, we're already out of the cell. I guess we just keep going till someone stops us.
Seems like a good idea.
All right, you guys keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, as you guys continue forward, the ceiling ahead of you kind of slopes down, making the room a bit shorter. Nice thing about this facility, tall ceilings, nice and roomy. But as you proceed forward, the kind of large sort of bay-like doors, which by the way are all open, every single last one of them. As you kind of proceed forward, the room kind of changes slightly, and you begin to see essentially what would be more of a, I don't know how to describe it. The doors have like panels in front of them, essentially. Like these sort of lone standing panels with screens on top of them that are kind of glowing a sort of ambient amber color, kind of mixing with the blues of the floor.
The door is closed?
The door is closed,
in
yeah.
front of us?
Yep.
Well, the buck stops here, folks. Guess we may as well go back to our cells. I don't really toy with these things.
Oh, the hallway is still free and open, but there's doors flanking that are closed.
And
Okay.
so there's video screens on the doors, you said?
There are like sort of stands next to them that like have keypads next to them. It looks like some sort of access directory of some kind to the doors and what's beyond them.
Well, assuming nobody else does anything with these doors, Ricky just keeps walking.
Okay.
Kind of paying no heed to the rest of the group.
Ricky, as you kind of conclude and decide, I'm going to keep going, does anybody else want to do anything before that happens?
No.
Have any of the five of us, I suppose, been on this part of the facility?
You don't recognize it, no.
Okay.
None of
Then
us?
No, none of you recognize this part.
Okay.
James will continue to follow Ricky.
Okay. Ray Romano? Good.
Just keep going.
Okay. As you guys begin to walk, the light behind you that was once amber begins to change to a red. Like it flashes to a red suddenly.
Mr. Dorsey?
And you hear a voice. You hear a voice ring out, a very kind of robotic, garbled voice.
Remote access activated. Security override approved.
And the door begins to slide open, and because of the donations, rats begin to pour out. Lab rats, hundreds upon thousands of them that have been loosened from their cages, pour out, and immediately, like a tidal wave, come running out and scatter in various different directions, climbing up on your clothes and leaping off. And as they all begin to run, you see that they're not running to escape. they're running from something as 3 larger rat-like creatures also emerge from the door. 2 rats that look massive and seem to be looking erratic and like kind of gnashing their teeth together, and 1 rat where its head should be instead is a tentacle that is just lashing out and like grabbing and strangling and like sucking the life out of the other rats around it, who are all scrambling wildly to get away. And I need all you guys to roll initiative for me, please.
Oh no.
Reminds me of my mother-in-law.
That's new.
4.
Damn.
Nat 20s.
Oh my god.
Damn.
James and Ricky are ready for fucking war. Let me grab my fucked up rat stats. So 3 of these creatures stand before you. The 2 ones that don't have a tentacle for a face just look like they look like they've been through hell, more or less.
Are they
Like,
like
something
scared,
about their-
or are they like hostile still?
They look weirdly hostile and violent. Alrighty. You guys are faced with these 3 giant rats. And James and Ricky, who would like to go first? Because you guys both rolled natural 20s, which is amazing.
Ricky sounds way more badass than James, so I think.
Ricky, are you okay with that assessment?
Yeah, Ricky's eyes immediately dart to the one that has the tentacle for a head.
Octo, do I have to write Ray Romano when I put it down on the initiative tracker? Okay, yeah.
It's the full
It's
name.
his legal name.
That's
Yeah,
legal name.
name.
And then we have...
It's on his birth certificate.
Yep. Ray Romano.
Is it okay if Mr. Dorsey shares a turn initiative with Kyrie?
Yes, for particular reasons.
Alright, good. That makes life easier for me. Okay, rats rolled pretty decently. As the fucked up rats kind of emerge, chasing away all the regular rats, which, by the way, you see rats that have like weird kind of bulbous appendages on them. Some of them are like have like 2 tails coming out. It's awful. Ricky, you are up first as these 3 giant, really fucked up looking rats immediately like kind of are looking towards the rats and then see you and immediately kind of make a pose to suggest they're going to attack you.
How big are these rats again?
I would say they're probably like a foot long from like head to butt, and then the tail maybe adds an extra half a foot on them.
Ricky, feverishly, almost as if he's excited, grabs the tentacle of the tentacle-headed one and attempts to tear off the tentacle.
I would like for you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please, as you grab onto that tentacle.
17.
Okay. You feel, as you grab onto it, like your skin begins to decay and flake off as you grab onto the tentacle. It almost begins to, not so much dissolve your flesh, but disintegrate it. But you managed to grab onto it.
Ricky is going to make an attempt to like try and tear the tentacle off of this thing.
Okay, I would say for this, go ahead and roll an unarmed attack for me.
How am I going to do that?
You roll a, you are not proficient in unarmed strikes, so you want to roll a d20 and add your strength modifier, or I'll allow the dex in this case, because that's more fun. And I know that's not the rules, but I'm going to roll that anyway. Oh yeah, also, Wallfly, Connor. Your mouse is over. There you go.
You said a d20?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus your
13.
strength.
So 1. So 14.
Okay. 14. That hits. Go ahead and roll a d4 and add your strength bonus to it. So add a 1 to it. So roll a d4 plus 1.
2.
2 points of damage. You know, it's not bad.
It's not bad.
You grab onto this thing's tentacle and you begin to retch it, and you do hear a tearing noise, and it lets out this horrible, like, sort of, like, it looks like it's trying to scream, but there's no mouth for it to get out, so there's a bubble forms on the side, almost.
Oh, come on.
But it seems to be undeterred as it's kind of lashing out towards you. James.
All right. James is going to quickly look around to see if there's any chairs or loose objects to throw.
Nope. It is a clean hallway.
Okay. James is going to run up to the rat that Ricky's already attacking. He's just going to try to kick the thing as hard as he can.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an unarmed strike.
All right. It's going to be plus... Sweep plus 0... Or no, it's plus proficiency. Yeah, that's right. So this plus 2... 17.
That hits. Are you aiming for the tentacle one, or are you aiming for one of the other big ones?
Ricky was taking the tentacle one, right?
Okay, yeah, go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ricky's currently trying to rip off its head.
Trying to
tentacle face.
wrestle the tentacle part off of the rat.
And James is just kind of like aiming center mass with a big like punt kick as best he can.
You got it. So
What
go
the
ahead,
damage on that would be?
roll a d4 plus your strength mod.
Plus 0. 4 damage.
4 damage. That's still a solid kick to the side of this thing. You football kick this thing in the side, and almost like those balls on a pole that you would smack back and forth. I forgot what they're called.
Right.
It's like that, except for it's a tentacle. So Ricky, as you're trying to wrestle the tentacle over this, you watch as James comes in and just absolutely football kicks this thing, and you kind of keep hold of it, but it kind of you're kind of pulled with it, and it is dented inside. That little bubble from where it was making noise just kind of pops and hisses like a weird cyst that bursts. And it is looking rough. It's looking like it's still got some fight in it, but it is looking rough.
This makes Ricky smile. The kick.
Alrighty.
It's like a fucked up smile too.
James, does that end your turn?
Yes, that's it for James.
Okay. It is now the rat's turn. The tentacle rat, seeing your enthusiasm, is going to attempt to reach out towards you, Ricky, and is going to try and go for your throat with its tentacle.
Oh, no.
A 9. Oh no, that's not even a 9. A 6, I believe, misses, correct?
Yes.
I would hope so.
As it reaches out for your neck, you manage to kind of snatch it away and continue wrestling with it. The other two rats kind of look towards Ray Romano and you, Kylie, and immediately charge the two of you. And the first one's going to go for Ray Romano. Terrible. Roll the 3. Ray Romano.
Yes.
You do anything to dodge this as they charge towards you and unfortunately do not find purchase in your flesh?
Ray Romano will pick up his feet, high step,
Screws.
Kylie, the other rat goes for you. That is going to be a 12 to hit.
Looks like that hits.
Okay. As these rats run up, one of them bites into the body of Mr. Dorsey and kind of like a dog with a toy, shakes rigorously. And Kylie and Mr. Dorsey take 2 points of piercing damage.
Kylie's just panicking, let go of him, and Mr. Dorsey's just no, I'm just fine, my dear, don't worry, step up a little, goodness gracious.
All right, Ray Romano, it is now your turn.
Just to double check, is it still holding on to me, or does it do it and then
No,
go?
it's just flavor. It bit you for 2 damage.
So, gee whiz. Okay, so there's just a bunch of rats around me, right?
Yes, there is a bunch of rats around you. There's one with a tentacle currently wrestling Ricky and James, and then the other one is attacking Kylie, and another one has attempted to snap at your ankles, but you've managed to aptly dodge it.
Can I kick it away? Try to kick it away?
Go for it. Roll a d20 and add either your strength or your dexterity modifier.
Okay, let's go with the +1, 13.
That hits. Go ahead and roll
Wow.
a d4 plus your strength or dex mod of your choice.
It's gonna be dex, so it's gonna be 4 damage.
4 damage, not bad. You swiftly kick this thing in the side, and like you expected blood to come out of it, but instead what comes out is like almost
Candy!
like a
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
It's
Like
a
a piñata.
piñata.
Yeah.
Imagine a piñata filled with what is essentially like amber colored jelly mixed with like a green jello almost.
Ew.
And almost like a balloon filled with that, it kind of bursts out of it a little bit. And it kind of like weirdly puppeteered struggles back to its feet. It looks really rough, but it still has some fight in it, unfortunately.
Okay, that's my turn. I don't think I can do anything else.
All right, Kylie, it is now your turn.
I'm gonna roll to hit before I flavor this.
All right. Are you gonna roll? Are you gonna make Mr. Darcy hit?
Let me just put it this
Dorsey
way:
then?
Dorsey is her who is the attacker in this situation.
Okay. You gain a benefit with your power.
Ooh, okay.
Mr. Dorsey has a natural weapon similar to that of a lizard folk, where they have a bite attack.
Oh, then yeah, actually, I'm gonna. You were reading my mind. Then heck
Yep.
with this. I'm gonna go. Mr. Dorsey is a little roughed up, but he sort of squares his little felt shoulders, and he's just like, formidable opponent are you. Suddenly, his eye narrows. The rim of his hat, the seam of his hat, suddenly curves up into what looks like a grin, and then it opens into a gaping jawed maw. And his voice suddenly goes, "Allow me to return the favor!" And I will roll to hit.
You will. It'll be your strength base for this. So.
This is why my strength is good, because Mr. Dorsey is the attacker, not Kylie. See, that's +2. 8.
Ooh.
Oh,
Unfortunately, as you go to bite, the rat scrambles away from the sudden form of Mr. Dorsey. Unfortunately, only able to find, like, snap at some hairs and nothing else, unfortunately. Just as a point of order, you deal 1d6 with Mr. Dorsey when you hit. Yeah.
1d6? Oh, should I
Plus
roll?
you-
Should I? Okay, that's if I hit. Sorry, never mind.
If you hit, yes.
It's like when this happens, it's like Kylie's being dragged forward by someone on her arm as opposed to her moving. So she's kind of going around like a rag doll. It's a little
Yeah.
tough for her.
Like a dog on a leash. All right, that ends your turn, Kylie.
I'll back up a little. It seems like I scared it off a tiny bit, so that's good.
You did, yeah. You kind of make space between you and it. All right, Ricky, it is now your turn. You are still struggling with this tentacle that is trying to, like, it seems like it's trying to find, like, a vein of some kind, like trying to go for the weak point.
Yeah, I'm desperately trying to get this thing off of the rat.
Okay. You want to try again?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and roll a 20 plus your strength mod. Ooh.
19.
That hits.
What was the damage again? It was
It's 1d4 plus your strength modifier.
2.
No, 2. Hell yeah. There's like a seam. You can now see it kind of slightly tearing. Like, you know, when you like kind of like, if you were to rip apart like a steak where like the fat line would kind of make an easier cutting point.
Ooh, yeah.
You kind of are reaching that point where like the meat is separating from the weird tentacle fat. And it's like starting to tear a bit, and you can hear like a muffled retching scream from inside of this creature, probably where the head once was. But it does not find exit.
Pop already.
It is still alive. Alrighty, James, it is now your turn.
James is now going to try and, like, with the same similar motion of the upward kick, he's going to try and bring the foot down to stomp on the rat with the tentacle.
Okay.
Kicking the shit out of this rat.
This is
All right.
fun.
2. Oh no, it's only 5.
No, you do not. You hit its tail and you're like, I got it. And you hear it tearing, and you're like, I got it. And then the tail is just what was ripped off.
Okay. Concerned for Ricky, James will stay where he is. He's not going to run away.
All right,
That's his
you
turn.
got it. That brings us to the rat's turn again. Tentacle rat is going to reach out towards you, Ricky. 7 is not going to hit.
Hell no.
Again, it's like flapping about, trying to find some sort of nerve where it can really give you that like your hands now are like kind of like, you know when you get sunburnt and like your skin gets flaky afterwards? Your skin is like that minus the burning part.
I see.
It's a little scaly.
Ricky is unconcerned with this. He barely even notices it happening, and he doesn't even notice that James is like there trying to help him either. He's so singularly focused on getting this tentacle off.
Ray Romano,
Yes.
does a 13 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. You take 2 points of piercing damage, similar to Kylie, as the rat you kind of kicked immediately kind of shakes itself and immediately charges you and bites your hand. Also, I love it, Octo, because I don't know if you know, but your microphone keeps cutting out.
Oh, really?
Right as you do the like Ray screeches. It's
Yeah,
really
it's like.
Wait, really?
All right. It does, yeah.
Oh man. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's the noise control on your Discord thing.
Get ready to hear everything that I say.
Awesome.
Let's go.
In the meantime, Kylie, does an 8 hit you?
No, actually.
Okay. The rat brings up fisticuffs and kind of is duking it out with Mr. Dorsey, mouth to mouth, but in like a not kissing way.
In a kissing
In the
way.
midst of this horrible visage
Combat
of his hat maw opening, he's fisticuffing this thing with his tiny little felt fists in the meantime too.
Oh yeah. Doing no damage, but it's sending a message. Alrighty, that ends the rat's turn. Ray Romano, it is now your turn as your hand is now bleeding.
Ah, my hand, I need that. To hold the microphone when I'm on stage doing my stand-up.
He'll I guess kick the rat again. The one that bit
Okay.
him.
You got it. Riveting battle, I know. But
No, it's fine.
this is what
I'm
the chat
fighting for my life over here.
This is what chat unleashed on you.
I rolled
Oh no.
How does Ray keep rolling ones?
Because he's just Ray Romano.
one. He's Ray Romano.
Ray Romano.
Dude.
You slip on some of the goo that was released from the rat, and you are now prone.
Not the good.
Shows up, falls down.
Alrighty. Kylie, it is now your turn.
Kylie will see Ray fall and gesture to Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey! And Mr. Dorsey will, in the midst of his fisticuffs, the eye will sort of peer over and sort of be like, a spot of trouble, eh, what? And he will go for a bite on the one that Mr. Ray Romano was fighting.
You got it.
That's right, I'm gonna roll. Let's see if I actually get something this time.
Ooh.
I'm
A 4.
just
As
not getting anything.
No, as you launch out with Mr. Dorsey, the rat skitters away. It was about to bite into the clavicle of the neck of your good friend Ray Romano, but you do distract it from that. Unfortunately, though, not finding purchase. Top of the turn order. Ricky, it is now your turn.
I'm gonna keep ripping.
Go for it.
Is that Ricky's catchphrase?
18.
Oh my lord. Yeah, that hits. Go and roll damage.
3.
You successfully, as you kind of have that fat tear, you just kind of lean into it and you wrench the head off, and like a geyser of blood, just like this black and red Icarus, like kind of thickened, like when milk curdles a bit, kind of begins to like geyser out from what looks to be like the skull of the rat that's kind of been like tucked in a cocoon where the tentacle took its place, and you have in your hand a necrotic tentacle.
Oh, well, Ricky is very excited about this.
Yep, I figured you would be.
Ricky embraces the tentacle, and it seems to sort of, it lashes around at first as he's holding it, and as he presses it up against his body, it starts to stop moving, and then it starts moving again.
You
And,
have
It's attached to my shoulder.
All right, I'm going to give you the attack for the tentacle that you can add to your arsenal.
Beautiful!
It does poison damage. Sorry, I write in my book, so.
Awesome.
It'll use your pluses to hit. DC 11 con save. It'll be poisons. The end. So that's the ability there.
All right.
All right, Ricky, that ends your turn as you have this tentacle now incorporated. For context, if you hit with it, it does 1d4 points of poison damage, and the target has to make a Constitution saving throw, or they will have the poison conditioned until the end of your next turn.
Despite the blood flying all over the room, Ricky looks ecstatic, like he just took a really nice shower.
All right, James, it is now your turn. There are 2 rats remaining.
James doesn't have time to question what the hell he just saw on Ricky, so he's gonna try and run towards Ray Romano, who seems to be struggling, and he's gonna try and just give a big karate chop towards the rat in front of him.
You got it. Karate chop away.
With an 11.
11 just misses. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
As you go in karate chop, you have to angle it so you don't hit your good friend Ray Romano.
We're good friends.
You are very good friends.
All right, that's the James.
Sure, they're my only friends.
Alrighty.
Except
It is
my
now
wife, Deborah.
It is now the rat's turn. There is one less rat as the tentacle writhes in the body of Ricky. But the rat above you, Ray Romano, being deterred by Kylie, is going to attack Kylie. Terrible. That is going to be a 3.
Yep, that's... Mr. Dorsey sort of like flings himself up into the air and like does a thing where it drags her arm back and she sort of stumbles back onto her butt.
Oh,
Mr. Dorsey. Sorry, dear girl, it needs must.
James, does a 10 hit you as the other rat turns his attention towards you? James?
Yes.
Does a 10 hit?
A 10 does not hit.
Okay, it misses as it again bites up towards you and you kind of kick it backwards. All right, that ends the rat's turn. Ray Romano, you are prone and on the ground, but your friends are defending you.
But standing up, can I stand up and do something?
Half your movement, essentially, so you can do that on your turn, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, did you say it was my turn now?
Yep, it is
Oh, yeah,
your turn.
I'll do that. I'll stand up.
Okay, you kind of get back to your feet.
Do something about these rodents. I had a dream once where I was a woolly mammoth and I was friends with a rodent. Kept wanting to get this nut. I don't know what that was about.
He'll kick another rat, I guess.
I guess.
I'll kick a rat, I guess.
Here you
Go for it.
Nah.
Oh, no kicking has occurred this day. I'm very sorry.
Oh my god, Ray.
He's covered in goo and he's having a bad day. Leave him alone. He misses his wife.
Ray Romano's
What's my
no
wife?
good, very bad fucking
Day.
All right, Kylie, it's your turn.
Halloween's supposed to be fun.
What is the condition of these 2 rats?
They look the one that was attacking you before is like seems like it's got a lot of pep in it. The other one is looking a little rough. It's been kicked a couple times.
I'll go for the eyes of the one that looks rough.
You got it. Oh my
come
god, you
on.
guys.
5.
That misses.
Wow.
All right, Ricky, it's now your turn. You have a tentacle arm.
do everything myself around here. Ricky stepped towards. There's 2 rats, right? Are they
Yes.
both around Ray? You said.
They are. One is kind of targeting James. The other one is targeting Ray at the moment.
Ricky is gonna go towards the one that is targeting Ray Romano.
Okay. Yeah, fuck James. All my homies hate James. That's true.
Well, Ray seems like he really needs some help, and Ricky notices that. He's on the floor right now, right?
Oh no, he's back up, but he's
okay.
definitely had a rough time.
Well, either way, Ricky's gonna go for that rat, and can we say he tries to grab it with his new tentacle?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. What would I roll for that?
That would be same roll, so d20 plus your strength or your with you. You'd actually be proficient with this because that is your power. You can add things to your arsenal. So your proficiency is
18.
+2, and your strength is plus. What's your strength
1.
bonus? 1. So that's +3. So that's 20. That absolutely hits.
Damn. Okay.
So go ahead and roll the poison damage, and I'll roll the con save. Yep. Nope. They're poisoned.
Awesome.
So they take 2 points of poison damage, and they are poisoned for this turn, meaning all attacks against them have advantage. As the tentacle lashes, when you first try to control the tentacle, it resists. All things resist at first, but
Yeah,
you
gotta break it in.
You gotta kind of break it in, and as you do, the tentacle kind of like tenses and like kind of like twitches around, and then eventually lashes out and grabs this rat by the throat and kind of like grips it. And you watch as more of the Icarus kind of green amber goo comes out of it, and it kind of struggles and squeaks against the hold of the tentacle, and it looks sickly with the poison seeping in, but it is
Awesome.
just barely alive. James, it is now your turn.
All right. James is going to, similar to Ray, try to kick that same rat.
All right, you have advantage because they're poisoned.
Hey. All right. Twice. 15
15 hits. Go and roll damage.
for 2 damage.
2 damage at 1 HP. You bring down your foot and you just pop its head like the most terrible water balloon in history. It's like someone filled a water balloon with beans and then someone stomped on it. It's
No, why
terrible.
beans?
God, the beans.
That's worse. Can it just be blood and gore instead?
What kind of beans?
Like canned beans, but like the
Ew.
liquid, instead of being like the brown liquid, is like green jello.
Bean juice.
All right, that ends your turn, James.
Yep, that's it.
1 rat remains, and its fervor will not be deterred. It's gonna go for you, Ricky. It's a 15 to hit.
Well, that hits.
You take 2 points of piercing damage. Damage is
Okay.
consistent today. As it kind of caught between all 4 of these people, immediately turns towards you as the most immediate threat, and then bites into the side of your leg.
Oh.
Alrighty. Ray Romano, it is now your turn.
So how many rats are left?
There is
There we
1
go.
rat remaining.
It's payback time.
Ray's revenge.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna.
Revengeance.
Metal Gear Raising. 12? Does 12 hit?
12 meets, so that just
Okay.
hits.
Okay, so it's D4.
Well, we all have advantage anyway, so.
Oh, okay. 2.
Not for that one. The other one was poison. This one's not
Oh,
poison.
okay, never mind.
2 damage.
2 damage. Still, that's damage. You kind of run over and you like full on like soccer kick this thing in the head. And its head like bursts out from the body, like the spinal column kind of comes out with it. And it's still moving.
Ugh.
That's all I can really do.
Alright, that brings us to Kylie. It is now your turn.
Alright, let's see if I can actually hit something.
Oh!
21! Alright,
That
Flavor. Seeing that the head is missing, Mr. Dorsey will go and try and rip its tail out from its roots.
You got it. Go ahead and roll 1d6 plus your strength bonus.
1d6 plus... 5.
How do you kill this thing? It has exactly 5 HP left.
Oh, nice.
I would like to... Mr. Dorsey's teeth get purchased into his tail, and it doesn't let... the tail doesn't detach at first, so Mr. Dorsey in an insane amount of strength that Kylie should not have, actually manages to pull this thing off the ground in a sort of goodbye Bowser Mario style thing and slam it. And as the tail finally rips off from the body, it slams the rest of the body into the wall.
Nice. It just splats on the wall and then onto the ground.
Gay Bowser.
There's a moment of calm as the remaining rats just completely scatter away from the scene.
What's up with the rats?
Clarify, we've also never seen rats in this facility, I assume.
You have not. You do know that they do tests here. I feel like all of you would be privy to that knowledge. But you were not aware of the presence of these rats now.
James, kind of huffing and puffing from the adrenaline, is kind of look towards the group. When he speaks again, it sounds like the voice is kind of not really syncing up with his mouth and the way he's talking.
Octo's power
Octo!
went out, apparently.
Well, we can roleplay a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, we can keep going. Don't worry. We're close to getting to a break point anyway.
Raymond's on
That's
standby.
okay, I can take over for him.
Is there legally distinct Raymond?
Here comes the backup plan.
Does the tail Mr. Dorsey has in his mouth have anything leaking from it?
This creature is like the insides are like kind of congealed, like red, crimson.
A little grody little tongue will sort of snake out from Mr. Dorsey's mouth and sort of taste the inside. Does the inside taste good to Mr. Dorsey?
Oh, absolutely. It's horrible and delicious to Mr. Dorsey.
Mr. Dorsey will spit the tail out, and start dragging Kylie towards the body, going, "To the victor go the spoils." And he is going to go to town on that rat corpse that he just killed.
Go ahead and regain 1 HP for that.
Woohoo!
I had heard stories and overheard people saying that they had lab rats in the facility, but I didn't think it was anything like this.
Ricky says, "Ugh, gross," and then like pets his tentacle like a cat.
Oh, there he goes. There goes Octo.
Kylie just has her face turned away as Mr. Dorsey is like making these disgusting noises, and she sort of looks to the others apologetically like, "Sorry, he hasn't really eaten since we got here. He thought it was better that the doctors didn't know."
That he eats?
He's hungry a lot, though he can keep it under check for a while if he needs to. It's better if he doesn't get too hungry.
I see. Well, I am thankful that we were able to survive that encounter, of course, but I wonder if this is what got the doctor.
Maybe.
I feel great, in case anyone's wondering.
Yeah, I was about to say, James kind of looks up towards you and then your tentacle appendage. Are you injured?
Never felt better.
I think I understand. Well, do we know if there's any way to move on? Do we hear anything else? Can you hear anything else?
Is he asking
Kylie's-
Ricky this?
Yeah, kind of just towards the
sorry,
group.
yeah, go ahead.
Ricky just kind of looks both ways down the hallway from like the way they came and the rest of the hallway, and just like shrugs and then starts walking.
Okay. You guys follow Ricky?
Mr. Dorsey, are you about done? I think we gotta go. Mr. Dorsey's she's suddenly pulled up by Mr. Dorsey, and he looks perfectly normal, and there's not even any blood or viscera on him. He's just like, capital. Haven't had a good meal in ages. Onward! Ha ha!
Spotless.
All right.
James will
Ricky
help guide Ray Romano with
Yes. Good old Ray Romano.
Ray
Octopus on his way
Romano.
back. As you guys proceed forward in the hallway, Ricky and all of you see this. Almost emerging as you move ahead in the darkened slightly illuminated hallway, you see large gash marks in the walls.
That can't be good.
And as you guys proceed forward, you see slumped on the ground one of the Pandora hold guards in a pool of their own blood, dead. And we're going to take a break here and get your donations in, because this will affect things. The next thing I'm going to need is the total donation amount for the next incentive. So,
oh boy.
Oh.
Damn!
Woo!
all right. Well, get your donations in. Because that's not the only thing. We have a lot more things that are going to occur. The rats took a while. Uh-oh. But yeah, thanks for the rats chat. That was your doing.
Yeah, thanks.
Our rolls aren't to blame for the rolls. The rats were just clever. I'm gonna
The
get some
rats were
water.
All right. Yeah, I'll change the music to something more pleasant while Octo loads back in. He's gonna be so confused when he gets back.
Hey, look at the potato!
Well, potato.
We love Mr. Potato.
Holy shit!
Holy cannoli.
Wow. Holy.
Okay.
Hi, Octo. Welcome back. Perfect timing,
Hi.
honestly, because we were about to
Oh.
go into break anyway. So,
Yeah, that was weird. My power in my building just went out for a second, but I'm back.
welcome back.
Thank you. Hell yeah.
Apparently, people can't hear you if you're speaking.
Me?
No, they were talking about me.
Connor.
Oh.
Darn. I forgot to unmute myself. I'll start over.
Damn! Read all that
Gammaleo.
shit again.
I will. Gammaleo, thank you for the $20. Therapod Art, thank you for the $50. Scalfar, thank you for the $20. Thy Goddess, thank you for the $20. Shadow Flare, thank you for the $50. Tweets, thank you for the $20. A of Shovels, thank you for the $20. Zenlita, thank you for the $30. Small Bun, thank you for the $2.69. Drifter of Time and Space, thank you for the $50 donation. Defective Sheep, thank you for the $20. Anonymous, thank you for the $5. Deku Lily, thank you for the $20. Miles Sater, thank you for the $1,000.69.
God, so generous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lasame01, thank you for the $5. Miss Tweets, thank you for the $20. Vonavon, thank you for the $50. Have fun, guys. Like Tabuya123, thank you for the $10. Anonymous, thank you for the $12.31.
Anonymous?
Anonymous. Mild Satyr, thank you for the $20.31 as well. And Anonymous re-ups with another $20.31. Gaijin Goomba, thank you for the $10.
Oh, thank you, Gaijin.
Yeah. Mild Satyr, thank you for the $5.38. Chehalem, thank you for the $23.31.
I was gonna say, Octo, what
Yeah.
you missed, just to give you a little recap,
Mhm.
the players continued down the hallway, and they saw a dead body of one of the guards.
Oh shit. Do we know how he died?
Well, you don't know how he died, but what's on him will be determined by our next donation amount, so
Indeed.
it goes in.
Chehalem, thank you for the $23.31. The Unexpectables, like Wu-Tang, is for the children.
So they say.
So they say. So it goes. Drew1, thank you for the $10 donation. Hashtag too spooky. Slipstream96, thank you for the $20. Hope this helps for the kids. Mild Satyr, thank you for the $20.69. Mr. Nani, thank you for the $25. Chrycerosaurus, thank you for the $100 donation. Ty of Nerdlandia, thank you for the $75. Spookin' for the kids. Tweets, thank you for the $20. Oh, Beans the Spoops. Like Tabuya123, thank you for the $5 donation. Sentinel Nos 7, thank you for the $100 for the children. Friendship Optional, thank you for the $20. Papusa Monkey, thank you for the $100. The beacons are lit. The gamers send for aid. I don't have a second half for this. The first half was the best my brain could do. Impact Frame, thank you for the $5 donation. Happy Halloween. Yeah, it's almost that time.
Halloween!
Anonymous, thank you for the $15 donation. Tweets, thank you for the $20. Ha Yi, what shenanigans will our friends get into next? More rats? Sitcom shenanigans? Rat sitcom shenanigans? Gamaleo, thank you for the $33. Yeah, that's all we got so far. And our total is now up to $2,078.69.
Hey, nice.
Very nice.
All right, is everybody back and good to go?
Yeah.
We have Octo back. The power is returned.
I'm here. I'm all good.
Connor did his best Ray Romano, the character impression,
Oh, thank
while you were
you.
gone. So.
Thank you.
It took over me as well.
Alrighty, with that, I'd say we get back into it. So, as you guys continue down the hallway, you see before you a dead Pandora hold guard, slumped in a pool of his own blood with several slash marks peppering the walls around him. And our total amount you said was 2,000.
The current amount that we have is, we just got another one. We are sitting at $2,099.90.
Okay. What's that one? So, what do the four of you do as you see this body?
Ricky immediately inspects the body to see like what kind of state it's in.
Okay. As you look at the state of the body, from the clavicle of the neck down to like the other opposite end of the shoulder is just cut, just absolutely all the way through. There's also another cut kind of in the stomach region that kind of runs right into the center of the stomach, and some of the organs are spilling out. Sorry if anyone's eating at home. I just realized that it's break
Yummy.
time. Yummy. And they are just like, it is just blood all over the floor.
There's a slash like going into the guy's shoulder.
Like, yeah, almost halfway through his body, from his like shoulder to the center, like to the center of his like chest, and then another one from the side to like the waist all the way to like where the belly button would be, deep all the way through.
Does it look like a clean cut or like very mauled?
I would say, with all of your guys' intelligence, it looks like it was some sort of like claw of some kind.
Ooh.
Mr. Dorsey will kind of get close and do what you can only assume is him sniffing, though he has no nose. Does the body seem fresh?
Yep.
Before anyone even is able to say anything, without saying anything himself, Ricky places his foot down on the chest of the body and begins to tug at the arm.
Okay. The one that's been slashed, you can easily kind of pull, as has been already kind of dissected from the body.
Yeah, that's
but as you
Capital idea! Waste not! Mr. Dorsey's gonna go looking for the heart.
Yeah,
oh my god.
hand over here.
As you pull on the arm, though,
I get it!
Ray Romano and James, you notice something underneath the body.
Uh-oh.
There's something under there. I don't want to touch it though. It's gross.
James will like use his long hands to kind of slightly move the body part that's blocking whatever's underneath it.
Okay. You find underneath the body a shotgun.
Whoa.
Oh.
With a bandolier with 12 bullets, courtesy of our generous donators.
Oh!
Ooh!
Hey, thanks, donators.
Thanks for this gun.
Yeah, James is gonna give Ray Romano the shotgun.
Yeah, give Ray
And ammo just seems like
dude.
Yeah, I think.
There you go.
Ray
The
Romano.
rampage.
Sure, I guess I can hold on to this.
There, my lad, you are outfitted adequately for battle. Has he found the heart
Bandolier
yet?
has 12 shots in it. You need to load 2 shots per firing, so you have to load 2 cartridges. So you basically have essentially 6 shots.
Okay.
Ray Romano with a double-barrel shotgun.
With the Doom shotgun.
Yeah, Ray will like try to hold the bullets at the same time as he's opening the gun, so it's very awkward, and he's like trying to hold too many things at once, and he like tries to open it up and like push the shells in, and then like him sort of clumsily close it, and he'll be like,
Lock and load, am I right?
Awesome. Ricky,
go
who now
ahead.
has 4 limbs, suddenly.
You sure do. You have another arm now.
Another arm attached to the opposite shoulder in which the tentacle rests extends out a hand and says, "Yeah, you need help with that?"
Can I change my power slightly? Every time I make a bad joke, can there be a laugh track that plays?
Maybe it's.
You know
maybe it
what?
starts up
How
now.
about
Maybe
this?
it's like your powers are growing stronger.
How much have we've earned 2,124? How about this? If we get to how about the next hour? If we get to 3,000, I will allow that. I will give you that.
Dude,
Hell
awesome.
yeah,
Let's
let's
get
go.
there, folks.
All right, get us to 3,000, and there will always be a laugh track. And Connor,
Like,
do you
my
have a
time
laugh
is-
track on your soundboard?
You bet your sweet bippy I do.
Awesome.
Can everyone hear it?
Suddenly the stars aligned and Connor found his true purpose.
All right, chat.
I love how weak it is.
$3,000 and you get it.
$3,000, and you guys get the laugh track. You need to do that in the next like hour or so. All right. If we hit that 3,000, Connor, you let me know, and we'll get the laugh track in.
Oh man.
Tweet out that we need to meet this goal. All right. Sorry, I got a throat bubble in my mouth. Ray Romano, as you lock and load, James, you do also see a couple other things underneath the body. You see what appears to be a black, like you thought it was a baton at first, but it's actually like a really, like one of those heavy duty, like industrial flashlights.
Oh.
And you also find underneath, clenched in his unripped off arm, clenched in his fist is what looks to be a key card of some kind.
Well, it appears we have the ability to go further into the facility, but I don't see any doors that this would lead to, at least immediately.
Are we just stopped at like the midpoint in the hallway still?
Yeah, you guys are just basically standing near this body. You're all standing in a pool of blood, by the way.
Mr. Dorsey is still looking for the heart. Has he found it yet?
You find it. It's a bit damaged, but it is edible, and it is consumed. You gain another 1 HP.
Mr. Dorsey basically, like, throws it up like a piece of popcorn and catches it in his mouth and just, like, in one gulp has it down. And any blood that gets on him just sort of weirdly, like, soaks inward into himself and disappears. Ah, God, I've been famished for so long. It's a smorgasbord. Don't get a stomach ache, okay, Mr. Dorsey?
Dame's just gonna slightly move closer to Ray Romano, but for no other reason.
Ricky just keeps walking down the hallway.
Ricky, as you continue walking, you pass various doors, and eventually you reach a dead end, as it looks like this section of this hallway has completely collapsed into itself. There is concrete and rebar and steel that blocks your path ahead.
Well, he stops. Ricky just kind of looks at the collapsed structure and shrugs and looks back at Ray Romano and says, "Got any ideas?"
I can shoot it.
It's a bad idea.
You said I had ideas. You didn't say any good ideas.
Is it stuff we can pick up and move, maybe?
No, it is like the whole ceiling collapsed in.
Is the area like really dusty as well? This is a recent like.
Yeah, it looks very recent. There's even like you can see wires like spitting out sparks.
Perception check?
Sure.
Oh, right. I can just hit that. 1 or 2.
1. Natural 1.
Natural
Yeah, it's dusty
2.
and dark. You don't see anything. You try and like see if you can see any peepholes or anything you can kind of stare through, but there's no gaps at all.
If the collapse was relatively recent and the debris is kind of fresh, does it look like there's a bunch of rat footprints on the ground that was towards where we fought the rats, or look like they potentially came from somewhere else?
It's a good question. I'd say roll a survival check for that to track footprints.
Fair enough. They would be kind of scurrying everywhere, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's a 12.
12.
Sorry, yeah, 12, yeah.
As you kind of look on the ground, you do notice that clearly some of the footprints like went up into the debris, but some of the bigger ones seem to head back from where you came.
Interesting. It is
But you don't remember
Okay.
seeing any rats on your way towards this area, so
I'm not certain in full if the rats came from this direction, but we should try to potentially find out where they came from. Maybe they're what caused the doctor such distress.
Do we pass by any doors we didn't go into?
Oh yeah, you passed by a door that you didn't go into behind you.
Well, I say we investigate further. Come along! Mr. Dorsey will kind of tug along Kaylee towards that door.
Ricky casually follows.
Okay. As you guys kind of head back. Oh, sorry, Ray Romano, you wanted to say something?
No, yeah, Ray Romano will go along as well.
Okay. As you guys walk together as a group, you eventually find a door, and you're not shocked that the fact you didn't really notice it, because it almost blends into the wall. And the keypad on it looks yellow. It has like kind of a yellow keypad to it, which is different than the other one. And it's like glowing. It does blink and say backup power initiated on it.
Duh, did that... What'd you say was on that guard we passed? Did anybody go through his pockets?
You guys found a shotgun and 12 cartridges. You also found a flashlight and a key card.
But this thing's a number pad?
Yeah, it seems to be you don't see anywhere on it where you can apply a key card.
What's on the key card?
Yeah, what's on the key card?
The key card says Pandora holds security, and it has like a stripe on the side. Looks like it's something that could be like swiped.
Ray Romano will walk up to the number pad and put in 69.
Okay. You go in, and as you touch the keypad that has no numbers on it, it just has backup power on it. But as you touch it,
yeah,
it makes you almost jump out of your skin. And Connor, I need the total number of donations that we've received, not the amount, but the total number of individual donations, please.
Oh,
okay. All right.
69.
Give me a second. I need to do a recount.
Stop the count.
Still counting. 47.
47? Oh, shit. Okay, this. All right, cool.
Huh?
Don't worry about it. All right.
Huh?
As the door slides open, inside of the room, you see stainless steel, like, plinths with glass cases on top. And what faint light you can see, there's something on display in this room. There's several of these sort of pillars with these glass cases on top.
Okay.
Can we see inside the glass cases?
You'd have to get closer.
Ricky walks towards one.
Okay, you walk towards one. As you walk towards, you see what appears to be like a green kind of colored stone with almost like a ochre kind of colored stripe in the middle of it. And it's like it's beautiful, it's huge. And it's unworked. That's what's the weirdest, is it is an unworked stone that kind of sits on a small metal sort of little stand and is encased in glass.
I've never seen a rock like this one. Anyone recognize it?
Does Mr. Dorsey recognize it?
I'd say probably Mr. Dorsey doesn't recognize it now. Anyone who would like to could roll a knowledge nature for rock knowledge.
Oh my God.
Rock knowledge!
nighttime.
Rock knowledge!
No.
12.
But it wasn't a rock. It was a rock knowledge. Just not nature's the only one.
Nature is the one, yeah.
Okay, I don't have that.
You can roll it even if you don't have it proficiency, but
Oh, okay.
you never
sure, I'll
know.
give it a shot. Who knows?
Okay. And then Ricky, are you gonna attempt?
Yeah, Ricky will give it a shot. Not the brightest guy, but you know. You said nature?
It'd be nature, yeah.
19! Never mind
Let's
what the fuck I
go.
said.
Ricky knows rocks.
I
As
know
the-
rocks, apparently.
This guy
As the
knows
four of
rocks.
you are kind of mulling it over, Ricky, you look down, and there's like a little placard that says "The Mother Jade."
Ricky reads.
I do read. It says the what? The mother what?
The Mother Jade.
Ooh, that seems expensive. Might want to take that with us.
Do what
Ricky
with
like
it?
taps
Sell
on
it
the
to
glass
who?
to see if anything happens.
Okay, you ting 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 on the glass. Nothing happens.
Can I like see if there's any sign that like there will be an alarm or something if I try to like lift up the glass or something like that?
Not that you can tell.
Okay.
Can Mr. Dorsey roll? Can I roll to just have Mr. Dorsey basically body slam this glass box?
Sure, go roll to hit.
I do like the idea of Ricky like using the tentacle to stroke his chin and try to measure how to take this thing off, and then just the puppet slams into the glass.
Before this happens, Ricky was like slowly moving his hands towards the glass to try and go lift it up. By the way,
You're like wiggling your fingers. Go ahead.
Am I rolling a d20?
Yeah, roll a d20 to hit. It's good luck missing this. It's a stationary object.
No. Wow.
What's your bonus? It's +2, right?
4. Then 4.
4? Okay.
Does it work?
You know,
because if it does, Mr. Dorsey, you
just
just
hear
Mr. Dorsey. Sorry, go ahead.
Imagine you're inside your house and a puppet smacks up against the glass and stays there. That's the perspective of this stone inside of its glass prison. As Mr. Dorsey slams up against the glass, but unfortunately his felt exterior does not breach a crack.
He just goes, "Hi-ho!" Oh. Are you okay, Mr. Dorsey? I gave it a try. It wasn't quite successful. A bit embarrassed. Yes.
Okay, let me try the normal way. And Ricky just tries to like lift up the glass or like take it off of the pedestal.
You can't lift it.
Ah, damn. Oh well.
Is there seemingly anything else in this room?
Oh yeah, there's more of these. There's more plinths with things in them.
Okay, so it's not all the same.
It's not just the
Mother
rock.
Jade. Yeah.
As you walk over to another one, James, you see a purple rock. Again, huge, encased in glass, and it says the Mother Amethyst.
Oh.
Oh, what do the other two say then?
This one over here is the Mother Amethyst. I don't know about the other ones.
As you walk over, you see the one that says the Mother Sapphire. And it's just filled with rocks. Like, I could go on for days. It is just a bunch of... It's a bunch of rocks that are called the Mother, and then the type of rock they are.
Is there anything in the room aside from these displays, like on the walls or anything?
Roll a perception check.
Got it. 19.
Nice.
On the ceiling above one of these displays, you see what appears to be a bolted air duct vent.
Oh. How high up is it?
Pretty high, but it is potentially reachable if you climb up on top of one of the plinths.
Ricky's gonna try to do that.
Well, if he does that, can I roll perception if any of these stones seem weird? Like, these all seem like stones that we know of. Are there any that have a name that's like not known or different?
No check is necessary as you guys take your time in this room. They're all like precious or semi-precious stones, and all of them inside of the cases are all uncut. Like, they seem like they haven't been changed, and they're beautiful in their natural sort of display, but you do get sort of a weird feeling from them. Not like a negative feeling, but just like power, if that makes sense. Like, something about them gives off power.
Which one does Mr. Dorsey like the best?
That's a Mr. Dorsey question. I don't know his machinations.
Well, there's so many and you can't list all of them to me.
He's got a nice green suit. I think he'd probably be into the emerald if I had to guess.
Can you try to power slam that one more time?
Go for it.
He sees the emerald and he just kind of starfishes against the glass like, oh, glorious! I must have it! Eh! Oh,
Eh.
Come on!
Someone other than the fucking puppet want to roll the hit? Like a bug hitting a
Christ.
windshield. He slaps against the glass.
Sorry, Mr. Dorsey. Maybe we're not supposed to have it. No, it's fine. I will just. Oh. He seems sad.
But James, seeing this whole ordeal happen, is gonna kind of sigh to himself and then look over towards his friends. I can see what I can do, but you'll have to cover your ears.
I cover up my ears with all 4 hands, including the tentacle.
Yep.
It's funny. Kylie seems confused, but Mr. Dorsey immediately, suddenly, gets her arm behind her head and puts his felt arm tips into her ears.
James will look towards Ray Romano, just to cover his ears, as you see everyone else kind of covering their ears.
Ray will kind of hold the shotgun in his armpit and try and cover his ears very awkwardly.
Always safe.
Like
Safe gun
while
usage
still
by Ray
holding
Romano.
Shoot the hostile noises.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
James is then going to project his voice in an incredibly loud, booming, cacophony right next to the glass with the emerald in it.
Okay. As you do so, every glass case shatters instantly. As the high
Holy
frequency
shit.
blows it up, and all of them shatter, revealing all the gemstones inside.
James kind of takes a breath before kind of trying to regain his composure, picks up the emerald and hands it to Mr. Dorsey.
All right. James, as you pick up the emerald, before that happens, I need you to roll a d100 for me.
34.
Okay. As you touch the emerald, all your senses immediately disappear from you.
Oh.
And almost like in a fishbowl sort of lens, and all the sensations hitting you at once, you're inside of another glass case, and you see people much bigger than you walking around what looks to be, as you kind of take some time and look at it, you can smell nice perfumes, and you can hear the clopping of sort of high heeled shoes and fancy boots. And as you look to your left and your right, you see that you're flanked by emerald necklaces and rings.
Interesting.
And you are perceiving in this completely different space.
Weird.
What's happening to him?
Do you have any sort of physical control or touch, or can he try to break this strange connection that he's currently
as you mentally break the strange connection, you find yourself holding the emerald, and you kind of shake back into where you are right now.
I apologize. There was some form of odd reaction when I picked up this stone. I don't know if it will do the same for other people. As you're seeing, every time he talks, it's like bad overdub. The words aren't matching his lips, and it always seems to be coming away from his person. Before he finally hands it over to Mr. Dorsey.
You seem to be slightly out of sync, my good man, but oh well. Mr. Dorsey will take the emerald. Does anything happen?
Kylie, I need you to roll me a d100, please.
I remember doing this. 77.
Ooh. Your vision cuts out, and you're standing in what looks to be you're not standing, you're in a marketplace. You see just tons of people speaking a language you don't understand, walking to and fro, and you're almost laying down. You feel very small. And as you look to your left, you see an earring, an emerald earring. And as you look to your right, you don't see another earring, but you see pearl necklaces and beautiful jewelry. And as you kind of look around, you can smell the spices on the wind. You can feel the heat of the sun. And it is just a glimpse into this other place.
And then I shake it off.
As you willingly shake it off, you return back to the room.
Mr. Dorsey, did you see that? I did, my girl. I wonder if... Mr. Dorsey sort of looks around. Pick one you like, my dear. What I like? Yes. Is there a pearl?
There is no pearl, surprisingly.
How about a topaz?
Sure, yeah, easily enough, you find a topaz.
Give that one a try, my dear.
As you touch the topaz, your vision again just immediately pulls you elsewhere. You hear a bunch of kids running around and like laughing. Again, they're also speaking a language you don't understand. And you are surrounded, as you kind of look left and right, you are surrounded by what looks like polished topaz rocks in like a little bin. And you can see kids kind of shoveling through bins of like polished stones. And as you kind of look around, you see that on the ceiling hanging is a skeleton of some sort of like animal. You can see like various little science kits on a shelf. And you can just glimpse and watch as you realize, and I feel like all of you guys can probably pick up what's going on now. It seems like the mother stones let you look through any other of that stone in the world.
Interesting. This down. Yo, Ray Romano, you want to trip balls?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Guys, there's like a vent. Like if you wanna like try and get out of here. Or if you just want to play with the rocks.
I just want to play with the rocks.
Which one
Sorry.
hasn't been touched yet?
Oh, a lot of them. The ones that have been touched is topaz, emerald. I think it's just those two right now.
Is the vent large enough for us to like go through, or is it just?
It might be a squeeze for you, James, but it looks like the rest of you guys could probably fit in okay.
Mr. Dorsey will tuck his little emerald inside his little jacket and just go, "Oh, little souvenir for this, eh, what?"
I'd say we earned it. I'm keeping the gun.
James will move over to Ricky and with his very tall body will try to help Ricky get the grate vent off.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ricky tries to grab at the grate with all four of his appendages.
I'll say with the tentacle, there will be no disadvantage on this, that there would be, because you do have kind of a, cephalopod, boneless
Right.
appendage. I'm going to say, because James is helping you, I'd say roll with advantage, actually.
Hey,
Strength. This would be a athletics check to pull it free.
23.
Nice! 23, natural 20.
God, I'm
Easy
so
enough,
someone
as-
can roll.
As James kind of holds you atop, standing on this plinth, and now that it's broken, you can kind of kick off the diamond that was sitting there to make more foot space.
Get that shit out of the way.
That's like garbage out of the way. And yeah, Ricky, you managed to rip the air vent door off, taking a bit of the concrete with it, actually, and it opens up and it makes like a kind of ominous humming noise. But it is opened up.
Ricky like takes a look back and like looks at everyone and gestures to like follow him and just immediately starts like crawling in with all of his arms.
You got it.
James will help anyone who needs any assistance getting up there.
Yeah, Kylie will take that.
Connor, I'm curious for my own sake, but are we close to getting that laugh track power unlocked?
We are at $2,451.38.
Oh, come on, guys, come on! I believe
said it-
that laugh track.
I said it in chat, but I'll say it here as well. If we get to 2,900, I'll donate the last 100.
Oh,
Damn.
I know we vent about our problems here, but this is ridiculous.
That would have been the perfect
That
point
would-
for that laugh track.
Whoa!
And look what you did. Look at what we're lacking now.
Oh my,
fair
Connor!
James will
You
help.
months away.
James will help Ray Romano up into the vent if he would like,
Oh
Okay.
yeah, for sure.
and then
You
James
guys-
will his lanky body climb up himself.
You have to kind of like rummage yourself back and forth to kind of like wiggle your way through the vent, as the rest of your companions have a much easier time. It's still cramped and it's still dusty, but you guys die hard it. Eventually kind of making your way over to an exit point, which seems to, after a while, leads you back to the initial hallway that has been cut off. You do notice at one point that there are several dents in the vents that suggest that something in the roof collapsed, probably. But eventually you find the exit hatch, and no roll necessary. You have a better vantage point from here. You manage to kind of punch your way through Ricky and drop down below.
Where the hell am I?
It's a
Down
different
below.
sector of the building that you are down below in now, yeah.
I look around.
Okay. Connor, what's our total amount? Okay.
We just got $50 more if that counts. For
Unfortunately, it does not help the party
Ah.
right now. Chat, come on.
Ah.
Tell your friends. Tell your grandpa. I don't know.
Get your grandpa on the line.
Okay. Yeah, Ricky, as you stand in the hallway, it seems like a wider and shorter hallway.
Huh.
And there's sort of a smell to the air a little bit.
Oh. Can I see anything aside from it just being a hallway?
It's just more hallway.
Oh, great. Well, Ricky's gonna wait for the other teammates to drop down with him.
All right. How do the rest of you guys drop out of the vent?
Ray falls out.
Thump on the ground.
Yeah.
Gun first.
Yeah.
Can I say that, like, when Ricky when he dropped down from the vent, he landed like with his arms like General Grievous?
Oh, hell yeah.
Awesome.
Mr. Dorsey sort of helps lower Kylie out as far as he can before that hand lets go.
Thump. Drops.
James will crawl out of the vent like a clown getting out of a clown car.
Yeah. It's like a sleep paralysis demon crawling out from under a bed, honestly.
Ugh.
All right.
Yeah. Ray falls out of the vent into the Family Guy death pose.
Oh.
Sound effect
Death
included.
pose? Does he die?
Well, what the fucking
I know what you mean.
arm behind the back pose.
Oh my god.
And it makes the same sound too.
Yeah, it has to. It has to make the same
Yeah,
noise.
yeah.
The meat slapping noises.
Gmod impact sound?
Yeah.
The rest of you all see this hallway now. Notably, it is like pitch dark here. There is no like guiding lights at all.
I see. And
The
we're just
only
like
light-
we're just in like the center of the hall, like there's two ways to go.
Behind you, you see the collapse part a decent way down.
Oh, that's like the same collapse part we ran into on the other side?
Yeah, you seem to have bypassed it by taking the vent, because
see.
between where you were and here, the whole place is collapsing. It was a mile of walking. It was a decent chunk that was collapsed inwards. The only light in the space is just a flickering, like, electric, like, buzzing that occurs, like sparks that kind of go off every now and again, illuminating the space. Kind of like a strobe light from hell. And you all kind of smell a sort of weird scent in the air.
Is everyone out of the vent now?
Yeah, you guys are all at the vent.
Ricky walks forward.
All right, you walk forward, Ricky.
Can I roll perception on what that smell might be?
Go for it.
Okay. Where is it? 16. It's not
16, pretty good. You kind of smell the air, and you don't know exactly what it is, but it smells like a mechanic shop, almost.
Like oily and
car.
stuff?
Like oily and car exhaust and like car fluids.
Cars.
Cars.
Oh.
Cars 3 on Blu-ray
The
and DVD.
smell of cars.
And your fanfiction, of course.
Yeah.
Oh,
I described the smell of the cars a lot, but that.
no.
The smell actually plays a really important role.
Yeah, it's a big part of it.
Oh man, I don't
Oh, no.
look. I used to read bad fan fiction Friday. I don't need to think about the Cars fanfic.
Bad
okay?
fan fiction.
Yeah, what do you mean bad fan fiction? I mean, come on, I'm
That's
right
what
here.
It was called, okay.
Wait, I have an idea. What if I shoot the gun? Then the muzzle flash will let us see for a few seconds.
Didn't we get a flashlight?
James is just gonna hand him the flashlight.
Yeah, it's like we got a flashlight.
Probably a better idea.
Ricky looked a little unnerved when he said that, like he was about to have to duck to the fucking ground.
Like the idea that Ray Romano's super trigger happy.
He wants to fire the shotgun so
I've
I'm
bad.
killed
no
before
longer
and I will-
baby. I want power.
It's all he has.
I've killed before and I will kill again.
I'll do it again. Look.
My power's never gonna come into the story, is it?
Come on, chat, make the dreams come true.
Come
No,
on.
no, like the original one that I had.
Wait,
I'm
this isn't it?
sorry. I'm trying. We haven't.
No,
read
it's okay. It's
things that
okay.
I
It's my
changed.
fault for picking a stupid one.
No, it's fine. I like Romano with a gun anyway.
Dude,
I'm
yeah, it's
Romano, and
awesome.
my-
Like
My special power is gun.
stock photo man with a fucking shotgun. is
Listen,
awesome.
if chat donates enough, then you'll get another superpower, which
That
is pretty
is-
super.
Stock photo of woman holding goldfish, pointing gun to it.
Oh no! Oh my god.
My favorite stock
God.
image photo that I'm about to link in chat. Here we go.
I know that
Here we
photo. I've
go.
seen it several times.
Wait.
Why?
Doesn't make it any less funny.
Why? What did the goldfish do?
Like I braced and it still got me.
There's a lot in this series. There's a lot in this series.
For anyone to provide kind of an audio-visual guide here, Octo is posting multiple images of a stock photo gallery where a woman is pointing a gun at a goldfish that she's holding in her hand and smiling like it's awesome that she's doing it.
That it's a cool thing that she's doing
It's a
this.
cool thing.
I've got tears in my fucking eyes. I didn't realize there were more.
This, but with Ray Romano.
God.
Search, literally, chat, just search for, what is it? Stock photo, no, what is it?
Goldfish gun?
Yeah,
goldfish
So
gun,
Connor's
right?
bringing it
Goldfish
up on
gun
stream.
woman. Yeah, goldfish gun woman.
Oh.
There it is.
There you go.
There's like 4 of them. That's Octo
Yeah,
posted.
it's a whole series.
Why was this a series?
Why is she so jazzed about it?
She's so excited.
Like, what could this possibly be used for?
You can't.
No, that goldfish is gonna die.
Yo, fuck this
That-
goldfish.
Yo,
for
fuck
real.
the goldfish.
I know what it. Actually, it doesn't know what it did. It probably
What
forgot
makes
what
it
it
funnier
did.
is that she's clearly not actually holding the goldfish. It is
It's
literally a
photoshopped in,
Photoshop
yeah.
of her holding
Yeah.
a goldfish. The goldfish is probably a-okay. For anyone who's concerned about its well-being, that is not a real
Yeah.
goldfish.
Oh.
No
It is a
goldfish
photo.
were harmed in the making of these stock photos.
All right, take it off the screen before Shutterstock finds us. Oh
What scene from Pulp Fiction is she recreating?
my god, my eyes.
Does
are
he
like-
look like a fish?
Oh,
But
Remember when I said this is going to be scary and atmospheric and frightening? Oh man.
That was before you let Ray Romano in.
Yeah. Ray Romano snuck in right at the end though, and I was kind of not expecting it.
I really gave it my damnedest. I was like, we're all gonna be these freaks of nature, and I'm gonna fit right in. It's gonna be awesome. And
I can't wait.
Oh,
till
Ray
we get
Romano with
laugh
a
track.
shotgun's pretty terrifying.
That's pretty
I
scary.
can't wait till we get
I would be
audience
scared of him. Don't
participation.
get me wrong. I would be terrified.
Laugh track is gonna be so good.
Say hello to my little friend.
Okay, I'm getting my composure back. Oh my lord. Whew. Okay.
All right.
Game time. All right. As you guys turn on the flashlight?
Yep.
Okay. As you turn on the flashlight and continue to make your way forward, you notice that there's actually puddles on the ground.
Oh. What are they puddles? Are they puddles of water? Or
Puddles
something
of
else?
what?
Yeah.
Surprisingly, not blood. It seems to be condensation puddles. Like, there's just water.
I think of it. Did you say it smells kind of like oil in here, though?
Smells like a. I can have Kylie says like smells like a garage.
Yeah, that's actually probably the most accurate description. It smells like a garage.
Well, let's
Ricky
put the
walks
pedal to the
forward.
metal and get out of here.
How close are we?
I guess friends, not very. We haven't known each other that long. You can kill me if you want.
Oh no.
Oh, I think we might have got our laugh track.
I
guys.
told you I'd do it.
Woo!
I told you I'd donate the last 100.
Please, one more time, Ray Romano.
Also, Connor, I hope they can hear you on the stream.
They can,
'cause-
yes.
Okay.
Well,
We have just hit 3,000.
Oh my
It's
god.
time to burn rubber and get out of here.
The fact that it was so delayed.
What the fuck was that?
What was what?
It sounded like people laughing. What was that?
Sometimes that happens. When I tell a really good joke. For
That's
a-
always been there, my boy. Haven't you
Yeah.
noticed? He tells knee slappers.
Oh, I'm gonna lose it.
I'm definitely not gaslighting you.
Ricky just ignores it and keeps walking. God damn it!
James is gonna look for some form of door or stairwell.
Devolving
you
into madness.
You see no door, but there's like a slope, like an upward slope that you guys are kind of climbing up on. But up ahead, I would say all of you would kind of see this up ahead, and with your flashlight, you see two pairs of legs.
Oh!
What? Just legs standing on this incline?
Yeah, fair distance away, like probably like 60 feet away.
Are they clothed legs?
Ricky walks faster.
They look like booted legs, but they're slightly hovering above the ground. Like the toes are pointed down, and they're like 2 inches off the ground.
Oh, that's a bad sign.
Uh-oh.
I'm walking faster towards it.
Okay. As you do so, you see two. At first, you think that they're Pandora security, but they're not. They're two, like, white and red armored, like, military-looking guys, and they are floating like hanged men in the space
Just
ahead of you.
floating? Nothing's
Yeah.
holding them up?
Yeah, you don't see anything holding them up. No.
That's creepy.
I walk towards them at normal speed.
Okay. You approach. How close do you get?
About like 5 feet away.
Okay. You get right up close, and almost like someone grabbing the top of their heads and spinning them around towards you. The heads turn first, and the bodies follow, kind of swinging, and like they kind of swing side to side. And as they both look towards you, you hear something kind of creep into your head. An ethereal sort of voice. kin of my prisonership, where is the door?
Does only he hear that?
Yeah. The rest of you all just see Ricky currently standing near these floating figures.
Oh, geez, well, I'm kind of looking for one myself.
You do not know where the door is.
There's a lot of doors around here. You're gonna have to be more specific.
You are not one like me.
No.
Yours is open.
Guys, can anyone else hear this? I'm scared.
Hear what?
As you guys speak out, the two heads do the exact same thing and snap towards you, the bodies following, kind of shaking side to side, like dolls being hanged by the head.
Do these bodies have patient robes?
No.
Guys, I guess we all gotta hang out for a bit, right?
I love that it cut out.
Oh my god.
Mr. Dorsey, what's happening? Does Mr. Dorsey know?
Shrugs. You would shrug, you have no idea.
We are looking for a way out of this place. Do you know of one?
No. One door opened. Your door's opened. I need the big door to open.
Do you know where the big door is?
That's why I peer into you. And like the two heads kind of lunge forward slightly, like kind of close, but not like at first kind of threatening, but like just get closer, almost to like we're a couple inches from your face, Ricky.
Oh,
I
for
thought
me?
you held the key. You don't know where the big door is. The first door, the last door. The door that is and isn't. The door that makes me prisoner and free.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
They took it. They took it.
They took what, good madam? The door or the key?
Both. And the memory of both. Gone. Gone.
Mr.
The
Dorsey
door.
nods sagely. I think I begin to see. You're not from, he does this little thing with his little arm like he's sort of rolling his wrist if he had one. Not from this particular reality of persuasion of such, are you?
I do not take claim to the physical realm that which you preside. I borrow, and the bodies shake, like almost like as if someone's holding them and kind of shaking them like toys. I borrow so I can see. And I see now. You're useless. You have no help. You know not the door. You watch as the two soldiers their hands like almost like marionette style are pulled behind them, and they both pull out pistols.
Oh,
Whoa.
No matter. And they point them, and I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh shit.
Damn it, Connor.
Connor! 15. That's a decent roll for once.
7.
Okay. Okay, that's not great. That's fine. And then, Ray Romano, you got a roll in there for you?
Yeah, he was first.
Yeah, I was first. 13.
Oh, you're first. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm so sorry.
Mhm. No, you're fine. Here.
Probably just because I saw it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's very
I'll
important.
Change, I'll change the name.
Got James, Kylie, Ray Romano. I have to write the whole goddamn thing out.
Ray Romano.
And we have Ricky. I'll change the music here in a second. And then this thing did not roll great. It's actually going last. Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right. So as these two puppeteered military corpses, which by the way, none of you recognize at all, these do not look like personnel. You're not sure what these are. They kind of reach behind them and they just pull out loaded pistols, just like slacked at their sides, and the heads kind of loll over towards you. And immediately you get the feeling in the depth of your mind that the hostilities have changed. You can thank chat for this one. This is what they got you.
Thanks, chat.
Yeah.
All right, James, you're up first.
James, seeing the very mortal danger that he and his friends are in, is going to shout at one of them by projecting his voice as strong as he can in this moment towards just one of them.
Okay, I will say for this, we'll treat it like what's the cantrip, the one that does like the thunder damage? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Thunderwave?
Thunderwave is a spell.
Hyper voice.
Thunderclap.
Sorry, that's a Pokemon.
Thunderclap, is that it? Let me see if I can find it here. That would probably help us.
Sorry.
Very good.
Yeah, it's
not
Thunderclap.
Is it Thunderclap? Okay, I'll
Yeah.
grab that. Is it all one word or is it separate?
It's one word. It's from Xanathar's.
Thunderclap. Okay.
So, con saving throw, or they take a d6.
Yes. Let's use. What's your highest stat on your character?
Dex and a dexterity, and then for like mental, non-physical stats, it would be wisdom.
Okay, let's do wisdom then for this. This dexterity doesn't make a lot of sense. So let's use dexterity as your spellcasting modifier. What's your saving throw for that?
Just +1, or on that one for.
Okay, so that'd be 11 then, I think.
Yep.
All right. Well, they rolled terribly. Considering that they are not on the ground and they don't seem to be very fast moving, that is a 5 in total as you let off this cacophonous blast. So go ahead and roll a 1d6 points of thunder damage as you let out a howling scream. Holy shit. A concussive blast smashes in the middle of the armor of this military personnel, and like a doll being thrown, the corpse is flung and skids across the ground.
Holy shit.
It is out of commission. I would like everybody else to make perception checks, though, as that happens.
Not being heckled on stage was bad.
6.
16.
Come on, I'm doing my best over here.
That was pretty good.
Wait, perception checks you said?
Yeah, perception.
Did everyone else or everyone?
Everyone but you, James, because you
That makes
attacked.
Oh,
Ray
well,
Romano's-
that's a natural one.
Yeah, Ray Romano's heart's in the comedy right now. God damn it. Oh.
Thank you, Connor.
Kylie, you are the only one who notices it. As the corpse is flung, from the light of the flashlight, you notice a piece of the shadow detaches.
Oh, okay.
Wait, say that again? Like there's a shadow attached to it?
Yeah, and as the body is flung, you see that it's almost like a piece of string is like ripped from it. It's torn away from the body.
The shadow of the body?
A shadow.
Oh, okay.
I think you should shine the light more on it.
Alrighty. Does that end your turn, James?
That's James. Yeah, he's done.
All right, Kylie, it is now your turn.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I mean, we're already down. Well, maybe didn't down one. You know, actually, can I DM something to you real quick, Monty?
Sure, go for it.
An idea I have if it's within the parameters of what I'm allowed to do.
Sure. Ray Romano, you'll be the follow, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd say no. That's probably too much. Yeah, sorry.
Well, goodness, I don't know if I want him to get close though, with guns involved. I don't have anything, do I? Well, I guess Mr. Dorsey, being Mr. Dorsey, will just do his little adorable battle cry and go in for a punch.
You got it.
Actually, he'll open his maw and let's see if I can bite the gun and tear it away from him.
So you want to attempt to grapple the weapon away, or do you want to go for an attack?
I think I want the weapon.
Okay. Competing grappling, so that's going to be competing athletics. Ooh, this might be hard. Yeah,
6.
Unfortunate. As you reach in to try and grapple, it's just like, it's almost like it's locked rigor mortis into the hand, and you're unable to get it gripped from the hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, then he'll back off again.
All right, you kind of dart back. Ray Romano, it is now your turn. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you have both the gun and the flashlight.
Oh, do I? Okay. He'll... Oh, Lord. He's gonna try and shoot a shotgun with one hand.
Dude.
Yo.
Wait, how far away am I from... How far away am I from these guys?
I'd say you're probably the farthest. I'm going to say you're probably about 15 feet away.
Okay. Can I move, like, 10 feet away from them? So, like, one step up.
Sure.
And then put the flashlight between my knees. So it's pointing forward, and then hold the shotgun with both hands and shoot it at one of them.
Sure.
You are so dainty.
Go for it.
Okay. What am I rolling?
The ultimate attack.
So for this, you can either use strength or dex of your choice.
Dex
Yeah.
for sure. So just roll dex. That's
Yep.
gonna be a 12.
Okay. Luckily it does have shots, so it already is loaded, by the way. This does not count towards the ammunition you already have because it was already loaded.
Okay.
As you let off the shot, the body like kind of is shoved backwards, with sort of a kickback, but then like snaps back into place, and you can see like the bullets hit, but a lot of it was absorbed by what appears to be some body armor that this figure is wearing, unfortunately not finding purchase on the body itself.
I see. Okay. Can I? That's probably my whole turn then, huh?
That is your action, yeah. Unless
Okay,
you want to do something for a bonus action of any kind.
No, now I'm standing here with a shotgun and a flashlight between my legs.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably a lot per turn.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Ricky, it is now your turn.
How far away from this guard am I?
You are right next to them because you're the one who approached very, eagerly.
Yeah. Are there any parts of the body that aren't covered in armor?
All of them are fairly covered in armor. This is a very well-equipped individual, whoever they are.
All right. Well, Ricky is just gonna grit his teeth and use the two arms on his right side to do the hardest punch directly center chest as he can.
You got it. Go for it. I'll say because of the additional attachment of the arm, I'll give you another extra attack. Sure. Like an offhand strike.
I was just thinking it would be one attack with both fists for like more power. But
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say like you get essentially like an offhand, like if you can hit with a second attack, it's not really multi-attack, it's like an offhand strike, so you get like you just don't get more damage essentially, but you could have another chance to hit. So go ahead, go for it.
11.
11.
With the strength, yeah.
Your first fist you hit just hard, like rock hard armor. And it makes your knuckles burn, unfortunately.
Ow. All right, well, 10.
Nope. You go for another swing and another cracked knuckle, unfortunately unable to find purchase on this armored individual. Alrighty,
that's all I got.
That brings us to the enemy's turn. The enemy has 4 juicy targets. I'm gonna roll a d4. 1 will be Ricky, 2 will be Ray Romano, 3 will be Kylie, and 4 will be James. Oh god, that just almost went off the table. James. They levy a shot against you in that the pistol is aimed towards you. I think that's definitely going to hit. That's a 24.
A little bit. He didn't pack his full plate and shield today, so that definitely hits.
Luckily, no bonus, because it's a gun. shitty rolls. You take 5 points of piercing damage as the shot clips you in the shoulder, and the hat at a jerky motion, like, kind of goes and grabs what appears to be some more bullets and loads the gun again with its reload action. And I'm gonna say, Ricky, you get an opportunity attack as the body, like, almost like clothing on a hanger is just dragged and slid away from you. It seems to be sliding towards that other body that was concussive blasted away.
Oh, I'm gonna immediately try to grab it with the tentacle on the hand where the gun is, like on that arm.
You snap at it, go for it.
17.
That hits. Go and roll damage.
3. Or
3 points of damage.
Yeah, 3.
As this thing is getting dragged away, you grab it by the neck, and you hear, and you now all see it, as another one of these shadows on the floor seems like it tears away, and the body just crumples to the ground. As you all hear something kind of moving, but you can't see it. That ends the enemy's turn. James, it is now your turn, as the 2 dead bodies are now slumped to the ground. You all hear a kind of hissing aggression in your mind.
And the flashlight isn't revealing anything?
It's currently between someone's legs at the moment, pointing forward.
Fair enough. I suppose if you'll let me, James will try to make a perception to see if he can see any lighting or light switches or anything like that.
I'll say you don't need to check. You've been traveling through here. You haven't seen any light sources whatsoever in this tunnel.
Okay. James will grab or use the flashlight, go walk behind Ray Romano and use the flashlight while pivoting it still between his legs and kind of search the room with the light.
At least buy me dinner first.
Come on. Thank you.
Very important. Alrighty. As you take the flashlight and search, there's something on the wall, like in the ceiling above you. An amorphous mass that just absorbs the light. And as you tilt the flashlight in its direction, you all hear like a nails on a chalkboard hissing screech as the light hits it.
I'm assuming it's the perception that's going to be his turn.
Sounds like my mother-in-law. That could be it doesn't need to be there. That's fine. Okay.
It's James's turn.
Yeah, that's James's turn. You now all of you now look up and see this. And this thing is probably like 40 feet across, by the way. Like it's huge.
Wow.
Whoa.
It's like a massive tarp-like sheet of just black anti-light that you see now has like spider, almost like tendrils that are kind of breaking off from itself, like broken glass.
Tendrils, you say?
Yes, but they're not physical. They seem to be lying in unfortunately, I'm very sorry. As cool as it would be for you to fuse with a fucking weird shadow demon thing,
I want it all!
It seems to be trying to collect its toys at the moment, as it seems to be reaching out to collect the dead soldiers again. But James, that is your turn. That brings us to Kylie. It is now your turn.
Yeah, Mr. Dorsey will take stock of that, and he will lunge for one of those bodies and start to go to town on it.
Okay, you got it.
Well, Kylie, since she's dragged along for the ride, I guess she can. I don't know if I can grab up the gun and maybe search the body for a flashlight or something.
I would say you could probably easily collect the gun with your turn, but searching for a flashlight will take your action. So,
yeah, she's like, Mr. Dorsey, it's not a good time to do this right now. So she just is like, okay, well, I'll take the gun, and she sort of like has it while Mr. Dorsey gets another dinner in.
Yeah, you start chomping at the neck. That seems to be where they're vulnerable. You have a gun. You have a pistol.
Yay!
It has 15
my
shots in
God!
it because it was just reloaded. So,
I guess I'll just
Alrighty.
add that to my tools for now.
Ray Romano, it is now your turn.
Oh, I have one more shot. I have one more shot, right?
No, you have several more. You had a bandolier
Oh,
of 12
One more
cartridges.
before reloading, yeah.
One
Yeah,
more
you did
before
one
reloading.
shot, which
Yeah.
was already there. So you have. That means. How many times have you fired? It's twice,
Once.
right?
Just once.
Oh,
Only
once.
once.
Okay, so then
Yeah,
you've basically 6 more shots now.
Okay, sick. Okay, well, is one of the things still is one of the things still close enough to me to shoot?
The bodies are no longer moving. They're sunk to the ground, but whatever's on the ceiling is seemingly trying to recollect them.
Okay.
And the thing on the ceiling appears to really not like the flashlight.
Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna try and shoot the thing on the ceiling. Fuck it. Let's see what
Okay.
happens.
Go for it.
Yeah, whatever.
Go and roll to hit.
Whatever. Sure. Why not? How about the same? No, this is a 12 this time.
12. You point the shotgun and the muzzle flash goes off. And as that flash goes off, this shrill shriek goes off as the light of the muzzle flash does damage to this creature. Go ahead for me and roll 2d10 for me, please.
2d10.
Oh.
A 1 and a 7.
1 and a 7. 8 points. That's nothing to sneeze at. It lets off a cursing scream as you watch bits of its body kind of like melt away, almost like disappearing, like a puddle drying up. It's kind of recentering itself, and its reach seems to be limiting as well.
Lord of Darkness, more like Lord of Dorkness.
You hear a
can't all
voice.
they can't all be bangers.
That's right. That's right, folks.
You guys paid for this. You paid for this. For the children.
Sure
For the
did.
children. Alright, that brings us to Ricky. It is now your turn.
Are there any sort of like electrical components around me, like in the walls or? Like,
No,
in the-
it seems pretty concrete. That does not take any of your time. You guys are already pretty aware of the surroundings.
Does the other body that hasn't already had the gun taken away from it, does the other one still have a gun with it?
It does, yeah. That's the one it's trying to reclaim right now.
How far away from me is it?
It's very close. It's probably 10 feet away. You can easily reach there.
Oh, I'm going for the gun.
Okay, you run over and you immediately scoop up the gun. And you have that on hand. It has 15 shots in it.
Is that like my turn, or can I shoot a shot?
That is your action to collect it, yeah.
All right, I'm done then.
Okay, you collect the gun. You've disarmed the forms. All right, that brings us to the entity's turn. The voice all enters your mind and goes, I will not be removed of my toys. If I cannot have these ones, I will find new ones. James, I need a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Check.
It's a competing roll, because it's trying to
Oh
take you over.
no. Only a 5.
James, you feel a flaring pain run up your back, and the rest of you all watch as one of those sort of appendage tendrils coming from the ceiling just flies into James. And James, you feel you're conscious, you know what's going on, but your body is not your own anymore. And who was the closest to you? Probably Ricky, actually, because Ricky went for the gun.
I'm sorry,
Ricky. I would like you to make an unarmed strike against Ricky.
Okay.
You said strength?
No. James is gonna make an unarmed strike against you.
Aha!
strength, got it.
Nice, but it misses. As you go to punch Ricky, you manage to sidestep as James comes flying at you. And James, you're conscious, you can speak, but you have no idea. Like, you have no control of your body right now.
I don't have any control over what I'm doing.
That ends the entity's turn. That brings us top of the turn. Or James, you may attempt to break free of this hold.
Okay. Another wisdom save?
Yep.
18.
Hey!
Hey.
Flex out, and you are no longer controlled by this entity.
Was that action or is that beginning of turn?
End of the turn, yeah. So
End-
unfortunately,
okay.
that is your turn. Yeah. But you were free because it was going to try and use your power in the next turn. Alrighty, Kylie, it is now your turn.
Yeah, can I search, I guess if Mr. Dorsey is done or not, but it's like, can I search this body for a flashlight or something?
Yeah, with your free hand, you kind of pat around, and you find a flashlight. It's not as high-end as the one that Ray Romano has. Also, I have to look every time at your name just to make sure I'm saying it right. But you do find, like, a, pretty decent-looking flashlight, like one of those little pocket ones you'd keep in a car just so you could see.
I will immediately point that at the mass of shadow.
All right, go ahead and roll a 2d10 for me, please.
$15.
How do you want to kill this thing? As you point the flashlight directly
Oh my
at it, and it lets off a
God.
horrible shriek.
Good girl, keep going! I'm trying. I don't know what I'm doing.
As you point the flashlight up, almost corralling the darkness back from where it came, eventually it is reduced to nothing but a mere speck, and with that final glowing light, it vanishes.
You just hear the sound of this adorable little... as Mr. Dorsey is clapping. Well done, my girl!
I've heard of people being afraid of the dark, but maybe the dark
And he opens up the shotguns and the shells come out.
should be afraid of us.
Yeah, it's alright.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, okay.
team building.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, I think we should take the other flashlight off the other guy too if he's got one. I would recommend also taking his armor as well. Can I do that?
That's a good idea.
Sure, yeah. You guys
There
take
were
some
two-
time to do that?
There were 2 guards, right?
2 guards, yeah.
James will help stack Ray Romano with as much body armor as can feasibly put on.
Yeah, Kylie will take a set of armor, though she's just like, Mr. Dorsey, you got really messy. Oh, I know, my dear, but just think of it as extra decoration. Oh.
So all the armor's gone? You guys are wearing it?
It sounded like Ray Romano and Kylie was gonna take the armor.
There were only 2 bodies, right?
There are only 2 bodies, unfortunately, yeah.
We got
What-
this,
what-
Koo. Don't worry, we got this.
I mean,
Whatever.
you can debate it with me if you want. I just assume
Alright.
because Kylie's reach is very limited, and Mr. Dorsey's is as well.
I was gonna suggest putting some on my arms specifically.
We could find
You
more.
can collect more arms.
Yeah, true.
I'm
There's
actually
more
surprised you
arms.
haven't
Yeah.
used the arms we have here because we have a new guy.
You got something I can get him off with?
You pulled off the other guy's arms. Just
It,
Do you
it
want-
was already like almost off.
oh, fair enough. Well,
Yeah.
if you are eyeballing that particular corpse like you would like it, Mr. Dorsey can step up and be like, "Would you like some assistance?" And he just sort of that maw opens up with the teeth.
Yeah, wouldn't mind, I guess.
Remember when
Mr.
Ainsworth
Dorsey,
was
well-
like, "You guys are great. We like you. You feel like you could reestablish yourself in a community, and now you're just ripping arms off of people."
I'm taking this guy's fucking arms.
All
Mr.
right.
Dorsey will very surprisingly dexterous with that particular gaping maw of teeth. He will nimbly nibble off the arm for you.
All right.
Thanks.
You got 4 more. You got 4 more arms, Bucko.
4 more? Awesome.
Yeah, because there's 2 people. 2 arms for 2 people. So 2
Let's
times 2.
go.
Oh, since
Go
Mr.
for it.
Dorsey ate that guy, do I get another hit point back?
You do. Yeah. You
Woohoo!
ate a person. Actually, there's 2 people, so you eat 2 people, so you get 2 more HP back.
Well, I'm at max now, so I'm okay.
And then for the armor, whoever would like to wear it, your AC becomes 14.
Oh my god, that would really help.
Now we have SWAT team Ray Romano.
Yeah, and as you guys,
Well, what's
as you
nice
guys
is that
kinda-
if other people's hit
Freeze,
points get low or
punk.
something, we can totally just switch the armor to someone else later.
as you guys kind of take apart this armor, you do not recognize it at all. It is not like military. It is not security. It is something entirely different. You've never seen it before in your lives.
Actually, that raises the question, Monty. If we like split the armor between all four of us, like took different pieces, could we all share it? I mean, that would take the armor class down maybe a touch, but could we do that?
I'm gonna say no for the sake of ease, because that's
Okay.
what I had. I had 2 sets of armor, so you had to morally decide who was going to be more squishy and who was not. So to confirm, who's taking the armor?
Is it okay if I take it? Because the better armor class she has, the more I can
Oh,
let Mr.
take it.
Dorsey get in people's faces.
Go for it.
Yeah, by all means.
All right, and then
I'm,
are we giving Ray Romano more armor?
Fuck yeah.
I'm
Can I have,
fairly
can I have
armed
2 helmets?
myself.
One, like 2 stacked on top of each other?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool, hell yeah, let's go.
Can I get a laugh track for that one?
They say 2 heads are better than 1, but this is ridiculous.
Oh my god.
What other sitcom powers can we get if we have tears for them? Can we get a little theme song like blip? You know, like do 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 do.
If I make a really good joke
Little
and everyone
sting.
starts laughing, it'll freeze like the end of an episode, and I can act during the camera freeze.
You have to
Time
time
to
stop.
stop.
Oh my
Awesome.
Can you perform a record scratch
How
moment?
long can you move inside the frozen world? 1 second? 2 seconds? Or maybe you're like me and can move all 3 seconds.
Oh.
An oil tanker for you!
Anyway, okay.
Oh no.
Now that the room is at least a little bit more lit with an additional flashlight, do we see any avenues past the room that's now growth?
And you're realizing this isn't even a room. It's like a very just long, like probably road, like underground road.
We at least have a avenue forward.
It's a long road ahead of us.
Yeah.
I imagine it's like an underground tunnel road
Yeah.
that.
Did one of those other guards have a flashlight on them?
As you looked at the other guard, you could not find another flashlight. It looks like whatever they had on them was like properly destroyed.
So it's
Minus
just the
the
one I
gun.
found.
Just the little one you found.
We might as well
I
give the
can't see
flashlight.
shit.
We might as well give the flashlight to Ricky because he's got a bunch of hands to hold them.
I
Yeah.
sure do.
Oh sure, but
I've already got a gun too.
Kaylee
Oh
will.
my god.
Kaylee will go to give you the flashlight and sort of consider which hand to put it into.
I got which hand am I giving it to?
Here you go.
Thanks. And I grab it with the tentacle.
It feels like Mo from The Simpsons. Like, I gotta tell you guys, this is pretty great. He's holding 2 knives. All right. You guys continue on.
Moving on.
You guys go on a hike. It is a long
Oh.
walk. This road continues for forever, and occasionally it's broken up by large closed blast doors that are you just look at, you're like, yeah, not getting through there. No way. But as you continue forward, eventually you see some shapes forming kind of in the darkness with your flashlights. You see what appears to be, they look like almost like Jeeps, but like the tops have been removed. Like there's no top part. Kind of like the
They haven't been literally removed. They're just not there.
No, like Jurassic World Jeep with the top gone.
Sure,
Gotcha.
Just
know
open
what I
top
mean?
Jeeps.
Don't make me
Yeah,
describe cars. It never goes well. Just don't make me do it.
What?
It's
Suddenly Ed
Monty, how
appears
many
with a
wheels does a
smug
car
look
have?
on his face.
many
don't
Pop quiz,
Octo's-
how many wheels? How many wheels?
four.
Octo's very experienced in describing cars.
Just don't ask me how high the rims are. What was it that Bosco asked me? Like,
He wanted to know what color the rims were. He wanted to know what year it was. Just say it's a Land Rover or something, right?
It's like a Jeep without a roof on it. It's like more open.
Jeez, I hope they got a deal on these cars. Half of them are missing.
Ricky starts climbing on top of the vehicle and searching around with his many arms.
As you kind of look around, they are pretty bare bones.
Even the glove compartment.
As you open the glove compartment, there's a manual inside, and there's also what
nice.
appears to be a rule book for Pandora Hold.
A rule book.
Yeah, the guidelines.
Like a employee handbook.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'll leave it.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
Might be useful.
Ricky is not interested. You'll have to convince Ricky to take that.
Convince Ricky. Next objective.
James will just
It's-
quickly, like, flip through some pages to find anything particularly relevant, maybe an exit or a map.
As you flip through, the manual just seems to talk about the maintenance, and you kind of just flip through, but it's all just about the car. The guidebook is something you are all very familiar with. It's basically the guidelines that the doctors and the guards have to take when dealing with entities like yourself.
I'm an entity.
Does the path continue on past these cars, or?
It seems to, yes.
I can't wait to reveal what Ray's power actually is.
I am so curious.
I don't know if it'll ever happen, man. I'm trying my best, but I
No,
don't...
it's okay. It's fine if it doesn't. I think that makes it all the funnier.
Well, just being here, you've developed another power just
Yeah.
by osmosis from the chat.
Yeah, that's fine.
Bless you, chat.
Excuse you.
All right. So, you guys continue on.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You guys leave the cars behind. There's two
Yeah.
of them. There are like 2 Jeeps. Notably as well, there are no keys to be used, so what can you do? But as you guys continue forward, you see up ahead is a massive blast door that is closed, but you do see like exits on the left and right side.
Isn't it that big door that thing was talking about?
Rather literal of her, but what can you do?
I've never seen a door that big. It's got to be the one.
Do we see a keypad or anything next to the door?
No.
No, Mr. Dorsey will sort of skirt Kylie over to one of the littler doors to try it.
Okay. That one does have a keypad on it.
There's a keypad over here.
Is there an area for a card reader? You hear a voice like almost directly next to you.
Is there?
There is, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have the key card, or does James have the key card?
I believe James
James
picked it
should
up.
have it.
Somebody
James.
has it.
James will take it from his blazer and hand it over to Kylie.
Mr. Dorsey takes it in his tiny little hands and does it because he's just like, oh, let me, I never get to do this. He's so excited. He runs the card through.
All right. Doopie! You hear a little voice chime out on the intercom. Hello, guard, John O'Malley. Thank you for your service to Pandora Hold. Congratulations on your soon-to-be-occurring retirement. We hope the best for you. The door
Oh, he
opens.
was 2 days away.
You hate to see it.
Talk about a severance package.
Was there a bazooka in there? What the fuck was that?
I slipped it in.
Kylie will point the she'll turn to Ricky. You've got the flashlight.
Yeah, okay. Ricky walks forward.
Okay.
As
As
Ricky
you guys,
does.
as you guys enter inside, the interior lighting is horrible. It is red. It is like red exit sign, like emergency lighting colored. The hallways here are like 5 feet across. It's very, very tight. And it looks like they're like individual smaller cells as you kind of walk through. Connor. It is now time that I consult the chat. How many unique donations have we received since we started?
Ah, fuck. Here we go again.
Yeah, gotta climb.
Oh shit! Here we go again.
Let me see for you. I really should like put like a stopper on here or something. I know where we're at.
I will admit I was kind of terrified that Mr. Dorsey was going to be wielding the gun.
Oh god.
He's got a gun!
I don't know how he would hold it in his tiny little puppet hands.
I don't know how
Yeah, these
Mr.
both
Dorsey.
hands.
I don't think Mr. Dorsey could. I think Mr. Dorsey could do whatever Mr. Dorsey wants.
Do you want to see a picture of Mr. Dorsey?
Yes,
I legit made me and the boyfriend legit made a mock-up of Mr. Dorsey.
74.
74! Oh my god.
There's
Fabled
Mr.
number.
Dorsey.
Amazing.
Ooh, okay, okay. Wow, that's a lot. That's super good. Okay.
Super good for who?
Remember, the higher the better for you guys.
Okay.
Doesn't mean get out of jail card, but it just means better. As you guys are walking through the hallway, you hear a voice call out from behind a corner of a turn. Who are you? State your names. Don't move.
Put all my hands up.
Ray Romano.
Oh,
Do
it's
we-
true.
do
Ray,
we
out of
see
all
any-
of us, Ray's gonna look normal.
Do we see anyone, or is it like literally like they're behind the corner?
You just hear a voice up ahead in a very commanding tone.
Hey, it's me, Ray Romano. Not that Ray Romano, but Ray Romano.
Mr. Dorsey suddenly like puts his little puppet hands over your mouth and sort of like shushes you. And she looks over at James, who had the card, and sort of like points to the card in his hand.
James will give the card to Ray Romano.
Ray Romano will take the card.
Okay. You see a form turn around the corner pointing a gun at you.
Whoa, hey, what's up?
You recognize the uniform as Pandora Hold Security, though.
Hey, we're not a threat. We're just, we're trying to get out. Our cells opened up and we're trying to survive out here.
They kind of approach very cautiously, but they do come close and they kind of look you over and they go, "What sector are you from?"
Do I know the name of the sector I'm from?
You guys are Sector B, technically.
Sector B.
Oh god, okay.
I really thought we should have been B+. We filled out the extra credit questions.
What the hell was that? What was that? He points the gun at the ceiling.
Somebody like my joke?
Oh, god. Shit! God damn it. Oh, this is not what I need right now. Fuck.
Sorry. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, no shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice. How many are you? 1, 2, 3, 4? God, how many? What the fuck? Why do you have so many arms?
And me as well. Hello.
What the fuck? There's a puppet? That's worse.
You gonna use those? Or,
He, like, kind of leans back with his gun and goes, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna use them."
It's his constitutional right to bear arms. Don't give him shit about it.
was just asking you about it.
You shouldn't take them from people who are still using them, Mr. Ricky.
You know where Dr. Ainsworth is, or where he was?
Dr. Ainsworth is dead. He's in security and he's dead. Some people managed to make their way in here and they've taken over security entirely and they've opened way too many doors. And while we're dealing with that, they're getting God knows what.
We saw people in red armor. They didn't look like you. Is it those guys?
That would be them, yeah.
Doctor told us to get out and go. He opened the cages for us.
Shit. This guy kind of paces back and forth. You can see him just kind of moving. Just like kind of like he's wearing again the full face thing. You can't really see him and he's just like moving back and forth. He's just kind of pacing. He kind of occasionally looks at you and goes, "Oh man. In a regular circumstance, and I mean this like don't take this the wrong way, I would shoot and kill you because that's the protocol, right? You escape.
All right. Let's
like,
cut to the chase. Where's the exit out of here? Because we could like just kill you.
Okay,
Not
don't
that
do
we
that.
would. Not
Yeah,
that we
please don't.
would.
Please don't do that.
It would be easy.
Oh, I don't see why we need to resort to violence. He hasn't.
Okay, let's start fresh. Okay, I'm Corporal Gary Demrick.
Nice to meet you.
Hi,
Nice to meet
Gary.
you. Hi.
I'm Ray
thanks.
Romano.
Hi, Ray Romano.
Just the beginning of that, I
Wow.
couldn't tell if it was excited or terrified screaming.
It fits no matter what.
Yeah.
Right. Sounds like familiar. I feel like I know that name.
I don't know. It's a common name. A lot
Yeah.
of people probably have it.
And Arms McKenzie here.
Name's Rick. My friends
Hey,
call
Rick.
me Ricky.
Can I call you Ricky?
You are not my friend.
Okay, Rick it is. Lady in Weird Puppet.
Kylie Felt, and this is Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey holds out the little puppet hand. Pleased to make your acquaintance, eh, what?
Oh man, that's really creepy. Okay, and Mr. Tall.
James will kind of shyly cover his mouth. My name is James O'Neill.
Where the fuck did that come from? What? Huh? Was that you? Did you just talk?
He'll kind of get his voice as close to him as possible. Yes, that's me.
Okay, alright, Okay. What can you do? What can you all do? What's your skill set here? I think I know what you do. He points towards you, Rick. I don't know how useful Puppet's gonna be, but sure. What about Ray Romano? What can you do?
I tell jokes.
Why are you here?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I'm not
just
gonna
trying
guess.
to get home to my wife, Deborah.
And Mumbles, what about you?
I can... Oh, I can't not. My voice doesn't... It's near me, but I can throw it away from me, but it doesn't... It can't... The sounds I make don't come from me.
Okay.
But I can control noise quite loud or make things very quiet.
That actually could be very useful. I'm trying to lift the blast doors below. Like near here. Through that is going to be a hangar. And these guys, he kind of is like kind of loading up his gun and kind of assessing and looking at you as he's doing so. He's I don't know who the fuck they are. They're holed up there. The security is there. If we can get in, I can initiate lockdown, and then from there we can salvage what we can. But I will need your help.
How could we help?
Is he talking about the blast door that's like right near him?
Yeah. The blaster that was you guys were stopped by.
Ricky just doesn't even say anything and goes and tries to lift it up with all the arms on arms.
You guys are in a different hallway right now. You're at like a little wing off the side, but
Oh, okay.
yeah. This is going to require nuance and stealth. and strategy.
We've got that.
You're all... Somehow I don't believe you because everyone got real quiet when I said that.
We've got it.
Okay. Is he always like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
It has been a long night.
Yeah, it has. And unlike you, I feel like I probably have had the longer nights. So,
Don't give up yet, Corporal. We'll make it out of this mess yet. He does a little salute.
Oh my god, this is a nightmare. He begins to walk down the hallway.
He's in a great mood for someone with a hand up his butt.
Do you mean me?
Yeah, you.
No. Just between you and me. Looks around, winks. There's no hand there to begin with.
Ray looks back and forth and awkwardly winks back.
Okay. I think I get it.
As you guys are let out, you are led into the opposite other side, following behind Corporal Gary Demrick. Eventually, he kind of finds a hidden keypad that's hidden in one of the walls. And you watch as he inputs a code and slides a card in. And then you guys hear like a very loud industrial noise, and he goes, "Come on, hurry!"
I get on my arms and start crawling like a bug.
Oh, terrible!
Ray will kind of waddle because he's so overloaded with armor and gear.
Yeah. All right, as you guys kind of make your way through the blasters that are still like slowly creeping to an open, immediately on the other side, you watch as Corporal Gary Demrick immediately taps into the keypad and it begins to close. Okay. What's up ahead? Just stay quiet, okay?
James will take a breath in and begin to try to slow his heart rate down as best he can and begin to very slowly walk forward as the area around James and the group now becomes deathly silent.
Okay.
Ricky stays as low to the ground as possible, like a spider.
Ray like looks back and forth and does like a Dark Souls fat roll.
Dude, awesome.
Oh my god.
There's like no reason to do it. He just does it.
Nope, he just does it.
Kylie doesn't really don't know what to do in this situation. She just kind of walks with a hand in front of her mouth, and Mr. Dorsey does the same with one of his little puppet hands in front of his little hat brim.
As you guys kind of sneak, Corporal Demrick kind of goes, "Do you guys know how to use those guns?"
How hard can it be? Just shoot. Pull the trigger. That wasn't a joke.
I'm being sincere. Stop it.
Yeah.
The genuine offense in your voice. Oh man.
James is going to continue to try and use his strange abilities to try and muffle the sounds, and when people talk, just redirect the sound directly to whoever's been talking to who.
Can I add something?
Uh-huh.
The Rare Mono thing came up 30 seconds before I opened my character sheet before the stream.
Thanks, Octopimp. Glad.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, thank you for this gift. This is a really bad time to say I don't know who the fuck Ray Romano is at all. So
He's from the famous sitcom. He's from the famous sitcom Will and Grace.
I don't know that at all. I don't watch.
He's from the famous sitcom. He's from the famous sitcom Wings. He's in Cheers and in
The joke is that he's from Everyone Loves Raymond.
Okay. I don't know anything about that at all.
Here with your bagged milk and your no TV.
Listen, I have TV. I just don't watch it. I just don't watch TV.
That's fine.
I'm not a sitcom person. I'm very sorry. You guys have learned today that I know jack shit about sitcoms. All I know is about the what is it? The Bazingo, whatever it is, the thing from that one show, and that's all I know.
Yeah, Seinfeld.
Yeah. Sure.
That's the one.
They all seem the same to me, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway. Alrighty. So, as you guys proceed forward with Corporal Gary Demrick, your new ally in arms.
My favorite part of my career was when I starred in Scrubs.
Anyway, go ahead. The joke said he's not in Scrubs.
Thank you for explaining it to me. I don't understand.
You're welcome.
Oh, man.
Thank you for race-splaining.
All right, this is our last check for the chat's donations here.
Please, chat, help us.
I have a feeling.
Give us something nasty, chat. We haven't even been challenged yet.
Send us your power.
Security hangar. Final confrontation. Oh no. Okay.
Oh yes.
All right, Connor.
Mm-hmm.
Did we reach our goal? Yes or no?
The goal of beating last year's total?
Yeah.
We did not.
Oh. Big unfortunate. All right.
So we all gonna die?
No. But
I'm not gonna die.
it might be hard. There's something that might be make things a little bit difficult. I appreciate everyone trying your best. It was a hard ask for such a kind of last minute announcement stream, but final confrontation security hangar. We did not beat the last goal. As you guys sneak forward with your allies in tow, your guns locked and loaded, you see about 5 armored guards currently stationed outside what looks to be like just a giant concrete box. There's 2 guards on the other side, and then there's a remaining 3 patrolling. 2 patrolling, rather. 2 next to the door, 2 patrolling, and then there's 1 currently arms on a manned gun turret on the back of an armored vehicle.
Where are the guards patrolling?
They seem to be doing like just general perimeter, just kind of pacing back and forth mostly.
And is there anything in the room besides the giant like cube that they're standing next to in the truck?
There's the security cube. There are some railings, like kind of don't really make. They seem like guardrails for vehicles. There's the armored vehicle. You do see crates that seem to be full of what looks like to be munitions of some kind.
Can Ray pretend to be a guard?
He does have the armor.
I am dressed
Are
in
they wearing
armor.
the same armor?
They're wearing the same armor, yeah.
And is this security cube like something that's helping them, or is it keeping something inside of it?
It looks like it's a room. It has a door on the outside. You do see that it does have a keypad and one of those swipe card things as well.
Oh,
You cannot see inside of it though. But it
What
looks
if I
like a
pretend-
big. Sorry.
What if I pretend to be a guard? Go in, you know?
Give it your best shot, Ray Romano.
Maybe you should open the box and cause a distraction.
Yeah, that's using their old. Which one of you thought of that?
He'll point to both Mr. Dorsey and he'll point to both of them.
Oh, who really knows? Kaylee just nods.
It was a good idea. All right, I'll sneak in and pretend to be a guard, and then I'll cause a distraction, and we can make our way out.
If I can just get over to that truck, I can take care of that guy.
Yeah, that sounds like a murder idea, but sure, okay.
I love murder.
Cool, I love that for you, Oomphy.
What does that even mean?
Ray
And
Romano would
Oofy.
not say that.
Yes, he would! Ray Romano, I feel like in my headcanon for Ray Romano is that he knows all the internet Twitter slang.
Not your Ray Romano. I mean, like the Ray Romano.
No, I'm talking about the Ray Romano. That's my headcanon for the Ray Romano.
Oh, okay.
I feel like there's gonna be some new fan fiction that's gonna be shelved along with the Cars 3 fan fiction.
Cars 3. Well, Ice Age. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna have to
Oh,
start writing some
right.
Ice Age.
Wait,
fanfiction.
he's a character in that, isn't he?
He's the main
Yeah.
character in
Oh,
Ice Age.
He's
the mammoth.
He's the
Oh my
mammoth.
god,
yeah.
that's Ray Romano.
Yeah,
that's Ray Romano.
that's Ray
I know
Romano.
that. Damn it, you should have told me that sooner. Then that would have made more sense.
You
Yeah.
didn't ask.
I didn't know. Oh my god. All right, Ray Romano, you're in the armor of your enemy, and
Yeah.
you have a shotgun.
Your enemy? Question mark.
He's but also wearing 2 helmets, by the way.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Ray Romano will walk up to the guards and like wave for.
Hey, how's it going?
Roll a deception check.
Oh dear God.
Oh Christ. Oh no.
They all stop and turn and look at you.
Everyone?
Yeah, all the guards.
Hey guys, what are we guarding?
I don't know what to do with that.
Is there, while this is happening, is there any
Put me Octo in your tabletop game. I'll ruin everything.
is there any probable chance that that Ricky could like sneak over to where that truck is with the gun?
I will say, because my god, is this not the most distraction of distractions in the history of mankind? Everyone roll a group stealth check with advantage.
I want to try to open that cube.
17.
Okay.
18.
Stealth
Not you, not you, Ray Romano. You're out in the open. You got no stealth check.
Okay, fine.
5.
No, it's
With
19.
advantage, with
'cause,
advantage.
Advantage.
You have advantage, 19. That's what's
Oh,
funny.
then yeah. Natural 19.
Got tears in my eyes, dude.
That all those guards reveal their lower backs and they have that tattoo that I posted in the call.
I'm gonna kill you, Ray Romano.
Well, here's what happens. You go out and say, I'm doing like the social math in my brain, and it's like short circuiting.
You got the formulas floating
do
in
this in-
midair around your head.
Because it's like, okay, Ray Romano has revealed himself. He's wearing 2 helmets. What are we guarding? Which is
take off-
immediately followed by a laugh track that all the guards can then hear.
They take off his helmet and there's another helmet underneath.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, give me a second here. I need to like.
Yeah, take
Do I
your
have
time.
something on my face?
He's like
No,
looking right, he's
I-
like looking behind him.
All right, this is what happens as the laugh track goes off. At first, they're like completely quizzical, but the moment the laugh track goes off, immediately all guns are out and pointed at you, Ray Romano.
Oh shit.
And one of them goes,
Whoa.
"Don't move, stay
Hey.
still."
Okay. Jeez. I'm not here to hurt you.
Who are you?
Ray Romano.
I would really, really like to see if Ricky can sneak to that guy before Ray Romano keeps
Yeah,
talking.
absolutely. With that stealth check, absolutely. Your back is like next to that truck,
Like,
and the guy's
and
back is
can-
turned you because he's facing the gun towards Ray Romano right now.
Okay.
Can I go for the cube?
The cube is like a cross, like that's where they're guarding essentially, and it's not a cube; it's like a room. Just to
Oh,
clarify,
okay.
that's the
Can I
security area. Yeah.
Can I try to like grab this guy and also like cover up his mouth under his helmet?
You want to
so
do a
that I
stealth
can, like-
kill?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stealth kill this guy.
You know what? if you get off a tentacle strike on this guy, I will say you could attempt a stealth kill here.
Oh,
Ooh.
awesome!
Can James again like throw the sound? He's not actually nullifying the sound. He's just throwing it
You
somewhere
know
else.
what? I'll give you advantage because James is helping.
Hell yeah. 7.
Roll
Advantage,
again.
advantage,
Roll
Advantage,
again.
advantage.
What do you mean?
Roll
You
Roll
roll
again.
second
again
time.
and pick the highest.
Oh,
Pick-
okay.
Take the
gotcha.
higher one.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
no!
Well,
Oh man, pathetic.
Ray
Well.
Ray Romano in an attempt to keep their attention and away from his allies, he'll say,
You guys are fans of the cube, huh?
I like the idea. I like the idea of Ricky failing because he goes for the stealth kill, but he's still holding the flashlight.
Yeah.
I've got a ton of arms. I could feasibly grab this guy with a bunch of them that are left.
You know what? You do have many arms. Roll a grapple check. Fuck it. I'll allow it because Ray Romano is distracting.
Like another attack?
Competing athletics against this guy.
Okay.
You don't get the stealth kill, but ooh, shit, that's a terrible
so
roll.
10.
You succeed by 1. He rolls a 9
Oh.
with his bonuses.
Let's
As
go!
you grab this guy and drag him off the turret and like just hold him, but he's like thrashing. Like he is not unconscious. He's still moving, but he is now gone. Ray Romano, a man begins to approach you with a gun pointed at you.
Mhm.
Says, "Get on the ground now."
Okay, all right.
Ray like has his hands up, gets on the ground, face down. He's like,
What's the deal with cubes, right? They got so many sides.
so
What, do
are
I
they?
think they're better than pyramids?
Part of me wants to let him die. So, and you said the way to the security box or whatever is blocked.
Is through all these guards. There's 2 guys flanking the door in, and then now there's the 2 like patrolling guards, and they're currently like focused on Ray Romano. And
Can we-
currently,
Can
Ricky's
we
got
like go
the
around
turret.
them?
You could attempt to, but no, there's no other way into this cube. The only way in is through the front door, which is currently being flanked by 2 guards who are not moving from their position.
We're gonna have to deal with these people,
You're gonna
Okay,
have to deal
fair
with
enough.
it.
especially now that. I mean, we don't leave Ray Romano behind.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, well,
Ray-
now that the turret guy is subdued, Kaylee can look to James and sort of nod and be like, nod her, and Mr. Dorsey will sort of point his little hands toward that door.
You're holding the guy on the turret, right?
Well, I was thinking I'd like grab him off the turret and like hold
Yeah.
him behind the truck.
Yeah, you're holding him right now. He's flailing. You watch as Corporal Gary, I forgot his last name. Gary's important. Pulls out like a wicked ass looking knife and is just like stab and hands it to you,
To who?
Ricky. To you. He gives you a giant like serrated Bowie knife.
Oh,
The guy I'm holding?
no. The corporal
Gary.
who guided us here.
The guy
Oh,
who
right, I
here.
forgot about that guy.
He's been here this whole time. He doesn't, you can't see his face, but somehow outside of the mask he's sweating.
I just love the image of the guy you're holding just being like, here, I'll help you. Just to
Yeah, I mean,
Fine.
like,
Get this
thanks,
over with.
bro.
Come on.
It's
Make
cool,
it
it's
easy
cool,
for
don't worry
me.
about it.
Just do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to like stab this guy with the knife.
All right, easy enough. You take the knife and like you stab him, and Gary looks and goes, "Are we friends now?"
Yeah.
Ray, is Ray still being like harangued by these?
You are
guards?
being detained. There is currently a guard over top of you who seems to be like cuffing you, but these are like powerful like super cuffs.
How about these, whoa. I know we guard all these strange things here, but I think the strangest thing is that they never approve our time off requests. Am I right, guys? Huh?
Mr. Dorsey will whisper to James, I think we ought to check what is behind that security door over there. Perhaps we can cause more of a distraction if we take out those 2 guards.
One of the guards near the door is like looking at the ceiling and goes, "Where the fuck is that laughter coming from?"
Might not get a better chance.
Tough crowd, huh? Well, not tougher than us, because, we're guards. sort of a baseline requirement for the job.
The remnants of the laughter.
Basil looks towards Mr. Dorsey. I'll follow your lead and try to keep things quiet.
You are lifted and thrown to your feet in a very not nice way, Ray Romano. And you are shoved forward, and one of the guards who has you is like, we'll take them to Agent 11, see what he wants to do with this person.
Do I have to meet Agent 11 without meeting Agents 1 through 10? Isn't that kind of skipping ahead?
Can me and James make our ways around to these two guards guarding this door and take them out?
Sure. Yeah, you see currently like kind of holding Ray Romano up by the armpits is the two like patrolling guards, and they begin to drag you towards this door.
Oh, hey.
And
Sorry, I've been working kind of hard, didn't have a chance to reapply deodorant. Sorry about that.
As the one guard is like looking at the ceiling trying to figure out where the fuck the laughter is coming from, the other guard is just like loading his gun. He goes, we should just fucking shoot him. Just shoot him.
How close am I to these guards?
You guys are kind of stalking up towards them and hiding behind some crates. And the other guard who's kind of carrying Ray Romano is just like, stop being so fucking trigger happy. And they open up the door with a key card, and the door.
Hey, you should just be regular happy.
Ray Romano, you are led inside of the security room, to which you see a blender of gore. You see a bunch of dead Pandora hold security guards who have just looked like they've been just shot to death. And you see currently sitting one leg up on the desk, a man with like kind of like shorn side hair with sort of like a front. I don't know hair either. God, what do I know? I know nothing. I don't know Ray Romano. I don't know cars. I don't know haircuts. Who am I? But you know, like the shaved sides, kind of like.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just Chris Redfield. You know, just Chris Redfield with like the pointy top. You know what I mean?
He's here? My God, he's here!
My God, the Chris.
But imagine Chris Redfield, but he's been twinkified a little bit and looks like he's
No,
like...
the yassification of Chris Redfield!
No!
Wouldn't that just be like original Resident Evil Chris Redfield?
Yeah,
then?
but a little more twinky.
Leon.
So
yeah,
Code Veronica then. Code Veronica, Chris Redfield.
Code Veronica. I'm sure. Yeah, okay.
He was pretty twinky in that one.
But you see a man currently who looks really angry, and he's got like stacks of papers, and there's just a bunch of computers out, and he's like, he looks up and goes, "What the hell is this?"
Hey, Ray Romano. Who are you?
Why does that name sound familiar to me?
It's a common name. A lot of people have it.
Where did he come from? And the guards kind of shrug, go, he just showed up outside.
I'm a guard. Come on, guys. Remember? Ray Romano, the guard. You remember?
Can we do things while this is happening?
Yeah, absolutely. There are only 2 guards remaining. They're right outside the door.
Mr. Dorsey will sort of look to James and be like, could you possibly do that nifty little silencing trick you do? And we see if we can't have them not make noise whilst we, dispose of them.
James sort of nods as he again tries to throw whatever noise is being created somewhere else in the facility.
Oh,
Okay.
good. The mouth opens and the maw appears. I'm beginning a little peckish again.
So are you throwing your voice to make a sound in the distance?
No, any noise that like the group is making, he's throwing that noise somewhere else
Gotcha.
entirely.
You got it. All right. Unfortunately, these 2 guards that are flanking the doors don't really have immediate cover next to them. So if you would want to get like the jump on them, you'd have to bull rush them.
Can
Let's do
Ricky
it.
rush the other one at the same time?
There are 2.
Yeah,
There's
Ricky
one
wants to
left
get
and
into
right.
this game.
Yeah, Ricky's...
Mr. Dorsey is ready to rip the one that keeps looking up at the ceiling. Mr. Dorsey is ready to go for the throat.
Okay. Yeah, he's like pointing his gun around. He's just like, God, this shit here is so fucking weird.
Yeah, since he's distracted, can I get the jump on him? And Ricky can then get the other guy whilst he's watching me tear his throat out.
Your successful stealth checks apply to this, that you guys have an upper hand here where they don't hear you, and also additionally James's assistance does help quite a bit. So I would say for this, if you want to roll a surprise round, that would be the best option for this encounter.
Is that initiative or just stealth, or what am I rolling?
That is rolling initiative, and you guys basically get your round ahead of time.
17.
Except for you, Ray Romano. You're in the thick of it. You don't
8.
get the surprise round. I'm very sorry, Ray Romano. Thank you.
That's okay.
Damn it!
He's dead. You killed him. All right, that one's gone.
This is better than my monk character in my Pathfinder game, Stefan Siegel.
Why?
I don't get it.
Steven Seagal!
Oh! I don't know who that
Jesus
is.
Christ.
Kind
Well,
of.
that.
God.
Well,
Steven
that.
Seagal, what does he do?
He's a...
action
He pretends
movie
to be a martial
guy.
artist.
Nothing.
Yeah, yeah, nothing. Yeah,
A
that's
whole
the right
lot of
answer.
nothing.
A lot of nothing.
All right, cool. I feel like I learned a lot and
My
yet nothing at
favorite-
the same time.
My favorite thing is that review of the movie he did where he was like a special forces sniper, and for like half the movie he's sitting down. Like he's not even standing up in most of his scenes.
Alrighty. What is this? Nah.
Choosing teams.
There we go. This music does not fit at all what has happened to this game. Curated a bunch of spooky music, and for what? For Ray fucking Romano and the Funky Bunch.
And the Funky Bunch!
Oh my god.
Alright. So, let's grab the turn order here. We have Ray Romano, don't forget to roll, even though you're not going to have the
Oh,
surprise round. You still
this
need to be
is
part of
initiative?
it. Yeah. We have Ricky. We also have Gary as well. He's there too.
Gary's here. Good old Gary.
We have Ray Romano, the fucking hero of the hour. I have to write the whole name out, I forgot. And then we have Kylie. And then we have James.
Thank you, Connor.
Oh god, I'm like sweating from how much I was laughing. Dear Lord.
What are we guarding? Still fucking. Oh, beautiful.
So what do we got?
Alright, Ricky, you are up to start.
I'm gonna grab this guy by his legs and arms
Okay, with your multiple arms.
with my multiple arms.
You're gonna attempt a grapple check here.
Yeah.
Okay. As you bull rush out,
10.
I'm very sorry, that's gonna be a 15 in response. As you rush out to grab him, he immediately like with like ninja like reflexes, like
What the fuck, bro? Who
Cor-
is this?
karate chops away all of your hands.
Oh my
like-
god!
Like full on, like slow motion action movie style. Speaking of Kung Fu Masters or whatever you were saying earlier,
Holy fuck.
he reflects all of your attacks instantly and
Flawless.
immediately gets into a battle stance in surprise, seeing you charge forward.
Damn. Alright, well, I tried.
All right,
Go for it, Mr. Dorsey.
it is now the enemy's turn, but
Oh, shit,
it is a
never
surprise round, so they don't get anything.
It
Which
is
brings us to
Steven Seagal.
fucking Gary. Gary screams out, "The time for stealth has ended!" And he is going to fire his gun.
Yo, Gary!
He's gonna pull out his pistol. If someone would
Is that
like
my
to,
boy Gary out there? Let's go!
No, there's
someone-
silence. James has the silence thing going.
could someone roll the just so I don't have to do it because this is more fun
A
if you
D20.
do it.
Someone
a
who's
D20
been
plus
good at
5
rolling.
because this is Gary's stats. No,
Oh, come the hell on.
You don't hear anything, but Ray Romano, you do notice the
Monty, don't you dare.
the bulletproof glass door gets a few little marks in it, a few little dings, but you're the only one who notices that.
Damn it.
As Gary goes, shit, and reloads. Ray
Nice
Romano,
shot,
it's
Gary.
now your turn. As you notice there are now bullet holes in the bulletproof glass.
So, where's this? Some kind of, new apartment? I love the decoration. You know, if this was in New York, they'd be charging like $3,500 a month for it.
Connor?
Connor.
Oh god.
Muted.
I was muted.
Come on, Connor.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, Connor.
The very weird scarred man kind of leads where he goes, "Who are you?" Is that your turn, Ray Romano?
Yeah, I can't really do anything else.
All right, fair enough. You are being held by both arms, and you are
You need
also
to
like,
make it. You need to make the laugh track go so hard that it's like one of those clapping ones. You
Oh,
need a
yeah, the
plot.
really hard
Like
laugh
you
track,
gotta
yeah.
tell the ultimate joke, Ray Romano. You gotta do
Okay.
it.
Oh man, you trusted the wrong comedian for that.
It happens.
all
Maybe
right,
with the other
Kylie, it
guy.
is now your turn. As Gary and Ricky have charged the same guy, and he is like Matrix style dodged everything.
I'll go for the other guy who keeps looking at the ceiling. Please.
Huh?
Come on, Mr. Dorsey, go for the throat. Hey, 20.
Hey!
Roll again because it's with advantage because it's a surprise round.
I mean, if this can get any better.
In
But...
case you get a 20, you never know.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get a 20.
Damn!
Which
Damn,
18
two
did you pick?
18s. All right, go ahead and roll 1d6 plus your strength modifier.
Five.
You know that, is it Kermit when Kermit's like a vampire? You know what I'm talking about, right?
With
Yeah.
Vincent Price.
Where he's a vampire and he like immediately single frame bites the neck.
I love
That's
it.
precisely what happens as you and Mr. Dorsey just immediately bites the clavicle of this guy's neck and he begins to bleed out. He is still alive, but that was a chunky wound on that guy.
If only I had an
Alrighty.
extra thing, I'd just shoot him in the forehead. Oh well.
All right, James, it's now your turn.
James is going to take the sound of the Corporal Gary's pistol and transfer the noise directly to the left ear of the one Ricky is in front of and fighting.
Oh, okay. Trying to kind of distract him.
Trying to like deafen him or like, you know, weaken him or get him to the ground or potentially do damage because it's a loud noise next to his ear.
All right, I'll do a con save against your modifier, that saving thing we had
Okay,
determined.
yeah,
Is that
11.
okay?
Totally fair.
Okay. Yeah, he's distracted. Next attack on him will have advantage, I'll say.
Hey.
Oh,
As he kind of winces and brings his hand up to his ear as the gunshots go off right inside of his helmet.
That will be James.
Unfortunately, Ray Romano, you also hear that, and so does everyone else inside of that room.
Damn.
Top of the turn order, Ricky, it is now your turn.
can I please punch this guy with all four of my right hands at the same time?
You know what? Sure. I'll allow it.
Thank you. What would I roll for that?
How many arms do you have? You have like, what, 6 now?
I have 8 arms, so
Oh my
And a
God.
tentacle.
my huh?
And tentacle.
Yeah, I have 8 arms. One of them is a tentacle. The
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Arms in one way.
You- you
The
truly are an
left
octopus.
side is 3 human arms and a tentacle, and the right side is 4 arms.
I will say you will gain multi-attack and can do an offhand. How's that?
Okay.
Means you have 2 normal attacks that you can add your modifier to, and then your offhand.
With
Okay.
advantage, at least on the first one.
With advantage, yeah.
So 3
I'll
attacks.
give all of them advantage, because that was a pretty good distraction.
10.
Well,
advantage,
roll
so-
again. Advantage.
Oh! Baby, let's go!
All right, roll 2d4 plus your strength mod.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt like a bitch.
Nice.
Nice. You solidly clock him in the face and blood erupts from his mask. He is still standing, but he looks terrible. Go ahead for the second swing with advantage.
11.
11 misses. As you go for the second swing, he like brings up his arms in like a defensive like boxing, you know, when they bring up their arms together to block their face in a boxing match, and kind of blocks a second swing.
What
You
the
have your
hell's up
offhand.
with this guy?
Just to ask, with those 2 d4s you rolled, didn't you get to add your modifier to those as well?
Just one modifier. So that
Yeah.
technically, what's your modifier for strength? Is it +1?
1, yeah.
So that would be 8 instead.
Oh.
As
You did
last
1
swing.
additional damage. It matters. All right, last swing.
Oh, I'm doing the other swing?
Yeah, offhand. You won't get your bonus
Okay.
to this, but pretty good. One more time, just in case of a crit. Okay. That absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll 1d4 plus your strength, without your strength mod, so just a 1d4.
Hey!
How do you take out this kung fu master guy who just weirdly is reflexive?
I want to punch one of my arms directly through his fucking body.
Oh, yeah. Kalima. You do so.
Like, I just punch him so hard, it just comes out the other side.
Sure enough, you make a sizable gore hole in him, and his body slumps to the ground, and the other guy looks and goes, and screams.
Well, the other guy has a puppet launched onto his throat, so that might be slightly difficult.
Wait, does that mean the person you just punched through, do you absorb them into your body now?
No. I had this idea for Ricky where he would just absorb, like, all biomass, but that seemed a bit overpowered to me, so I limited it down to, like, he can attach other limbs to himself.
Okay, fair enough. Because I was say otherwise you'd have just
Yeah.
a full person with a gun on your arm.
To be clear, his whole ability is like
God.
organic limb grafting, essentially.
That makes
Oh, you're like the Thing.
Kind of.
All right, Ricky, does that end your turn?
That ends my damn turn.
All right, start of the turn order is now the enemy's turn. Immediately, Twink Chris Redfield, which is his name now, turns to you, Ray Romano, and is going to shoot you with a revolver.
Oh God.
Oh no!
Oh shit! We gotta get in there.
God damn it!
I've got to get in there.
Just for my own reference here, just so I don't lose it, I'm going to post this real fast. Ooh, that's probably going to hit. That's a 24 to hit.
That ends.
All right. Oh, Ray Romano. Don't boo me. Okay. Ooh, Ray Romano, you take 10 points of piercing damage as the bullet hits you right in your side.
Oh, jeez, you're killing me.
As he reloads the gun, the leader guy goes, "Deal with what's outside," and he kind of walks over and puts a boot on you, Ray Romano, as the other two guards immediately turn and burst out of the door, and you both see them now as they arm their guns and are going to point them towards you. Let's see, there's 4 of you. I'm going to roll. We'll use the turn order as our referral here. Yeah, Giant Arm Man is very threatening. They point their pistols towards you, Ricky. First one's terrible. That's going to be an 8.
That misses.
As they fire, you bring up like the one arm you collected that had kind of like some of the armor on it, and it kind of blocks it, kind of like Wonder Woman's gauntlet.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was fucking thinking of earlier. Fuck yeah.
And then the second guy is going to fire at you with their pistol. 19 should hit.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Very sorry. Terrible rolls, though. You take 4 points of piercing damage as the bullet shoots you right in the stomach, and they reload.
Ooh, that hurt.
It is now Gary's turn. Gary is, gonna fire his pistol back. And Gary's gonna hit with his pistol. Not bad, Gary. The first immediate guard who came out, he kind of levies 2 shots into him as the guns go off. And it's weird because it's like a silent fight because all the sound's being redirected elsewhere. So it's like a silent like scuffle.
Space fight.
Anyone who's seen Storks, which is an animated film, there's a great scene in that where they have a silent fight and it's the best. But I like animated films.
I've seen Storks, but not everybody loves Raymond.
I like animated films, dude.
My favorite anime. Everybody loves Raymond.
Like Cory in the House is the best anime.
Well, yeah, fine.
Debatable.
This
We can't
gruntled
do this here. We can't do
mumbling.
this here.
All right, Ray Romano, you've been shot and you got a boot on top of you.
I don't have my gun anymore, right? They probably took that away.
Yeah, it definitely disarmed you.
Where is the gun? I was just gonna ask.
It's in the security room. They set it on a table, probably.
Is it who's stepping up at the guard?
The leader guy. He put a
leader
boot
guy,
on
okay.
you. Yeah.
Ah,
He said-
look, I'm not a threat. I swear, I'm just Ray Romano. Why did you shoot me?
Roll a deception check and roll real well.
No way.
Nice.
Oh,
3.
3 and 3.
3 and 3.
Wow. 33.
But the thing is, I'm telling the truth. This
you
isn't
not?
deception.
He's genuine about it.
But you are a threat. That's the problem.
I'm not. Can I say what my power is? Because I'm never gonna get to use it.
We'll see. Maybe you will.
Okay, fine.
Unfortunately, he is unconvinced. As consequentially, he's actually loading 3 more bullets into his gun.
That seems overkill.
Yeah.
Please don't shoot me.
Ray Romano will beg for his life.
You're gonna plead?
Yeah.
You know what? You know what? You can bleed.
Fight rats, but he's not gonna fight a dude with a gun.
Yeah, I
My
mean,
power-
fair enough.
Ray,
You know what?
Ray Romano's power is the ability to read a book without opening it at regular speed. That's his power.
What?
Wait, what?
That's
Say
his,
that
that's
again?
he can read a book or any written thing at regular speed by holding it, but he doesn't have to open the book.
What the? What?
They said come up with the power, so I came up with a
What
power.
does that have to do with being Ray Romano?
Nothing. The power didn't have to be related to Ray Romano. His name just
I
happens
thought it
to
would be though.
No, his name just happens to be Ray Romano, and he happens to be married to somebody named Deborah.
Oh my fucking god.
I've been trying to drink a drink of water for like the past 20 minutes, but I just don't want to risk it. God. I will.
You what?
All right. I will let you plead for your life with a bonus action if you wish.
Yeah, I'm gonna plead for my life.
Persuasion and roll high. Yeah, that's not high enough. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
As the gun is pressed against you.
Is this how it ends for Ray Romano?
Jesus Christ.
Elliot,
Stop.
it's your turn. You got 2 wounded guards in front of you, and one that just came out the door who's not wounded. And Ray Romano begging for his life. James, you're to follow.
Okay.
Sarah?
Is this at the end when the credits
There's
roll for
Peter.
this? Is it gonna be in loving memory of Ray Romano?
Oh my god. Wait, okay, so there's the one that Mr. Dorsey is latched onto, or was.
Yes.
And then how many others did you say?
There's another one that got shot by Gary, and there's a third that hasn't taken any damage that you can see.
Okay, and the one Mr. Dorsey bit's still kicking?
Oh yeah, he's still kicking.
Well, let's say Mr. Dorsey is still attached, and he's just gonna dig in deeper for some more damage.
You got it. Go for it. Go and roll to hit.
9.
9 misses, unfortunately. As you go in to bite, this guy grabs your wrist and wrenches your puppet from his neck, taking a big chunk of flesh. And he looks just so confused and so harried.
Mr. Dorsey's hungry. Sorry.
What the
On
fuck?
my turn.
All right, that brings us to James. It is now your turn.
Can James see? Is the door to the office of where Ray Romano is? Is it open, or can you see through into it?
Sorry, every time I don't expect it to be said, and it's said, it makes me laugh.
I have said his name is Ray Romano every time, never just Ray.
The door is open, but it is occupied with the full health guard, who is the last one at the end of the list. So,
well, as the guy is loading the revolver on top of Ray Romano, James is going to try and make the noise of what he's reloading so loud in his ear that it makes him dizzy and potentially gives Ray Romano some sort of advantage or the enemy disadvantage.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Because that's how that works, right?
Okay. You want to try and stun him?
Or just give Ray Romano an opening to get out from where he...
You just want to save Ray Romano, don't you?
I do.
Of course we want to save Ray Romano.
It's fun to say.
We all get out together.
Yeah.
You know what? I will say, you guys want Ray Romano to live. Roll it to hit, and if it hits, then it stuns. Use your wisdom modifier, you're proficient. If it hits, it stuns him. Does no damage, but it stuns him for the turn.
So this will be +3.
+3.
Fuck.
No.
I don't have inspiration, I'm sorry.
You can't roll well.
As you let loose the concussive blast, the guy retches, he kind of shakes his head and goes, "Damn it! You must be important if they want you alive so bad." And he kind of cocks the gun and points it down.
A valuable specimen, clearly.
Loves Raymond!
And that's when the story ends. All right, top of the turn order. Ricky, it's your turn.
Okay, so there's a guy standing in the doorway between me and Ray Romano, right?
Yeah, you have a guy who's been peppered with bullets. You have a guy who's currently being vampire bit by a puppet. And then there's the full health guy, and then there's the guy above Ray Romano.
Can I
like next time I do one of these charity events, can I just have a game? I feel like the kid from the Magic School Bus. It's just like, can I just have a normal field trip, please? Just like
no.
You're gonna have to set
the
parameters in that case.
Oh my lord. Alright, sorry, I apologize, I got distracted. But yes.
Can I try and charge this guy and like push him into the room to try and like hit the guy who's gonna shoot Ray? As in like pushing him into the other guy?
I'll allow it with a competing shove action if you wish, as part of your attack action if you wish.
Oh, I'm gonna shove him.
All right.
Athletics.
Athletics. Yeah. Ooh, he might.
Oh no! What the fuck? Why?
I'm so sorry. As you go to run in, unfortunately, the guy like kind of pulls out, like uses the button of his gun and backs you out. Unfortunately, unable to find a way through, but you still have two more attacks.
We're gonna die because Roll20 just doesn't want to let us roll.
Roll20 does not like Ray Romano.
I'm gonna
Ray Romano, you were too good for this world.
I'm gonna slash at this guy with my knife, assuming I still have the knife that Gary gave me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so just. Ooh,
nice. That hits.
Okay. What's that, like a D4 or something?
It's a D6 for a knife.
Okay.
Are you going for the guy blocking the door, or are you going for...
The guy, yeah. Well, he's in the way, so he's all I can really do, right?
All right. Well, you have the peppered bullet guy, and then you also have the puppet guy.
No, fuck. I need to get to Ray now.
You gotta save Ray? Okay. What's your strength bonus?
1.
1? Okay, so 6 points of damage to the guy blocking the door.
And then you said I got another attack?
You got an offhand, yeah, which means you don't get your bonus, but you could do more damage. 10 misses, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. You go in with the knife and stab him in the shoulder, and as you go in for a punch, he manages to dodge, and your fist hits stone wall, and unfortunately, you find no purchase. All right, that is Ricky's turn. It is now the enemy's turn. Starting with the guard who's been bitten by a puppet,
Mauled by
Kermit
a puppet.
style. He's gonna pull out his pistol. He's gonna shoot you, Kylie.
Sure.
He's gonna attempt to. 12.
Misses.
All right, it bounces.
Hey,
You have the
body
armor,
armor.
don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, it bounces off of the body armor, and he reloads on his turn. The one that was peppered with bullets is going to... Let's see. It's 3 targets. I'll flip that. It's going to go for Gary. And he hits Gary.
We can
Ooh,
afford to lose Gary.
That's not good. Yeah, Gary's down. Gary took 11
What?
points of damage.
But we
Aw,
all have
damn.
22 hit points.
Not Gary.
Maybe Gary doesn't.
Why does Gary have such pathetic hit points? He's a corporal.
We found him. Like,
his rank gives him more HP.
It should.
them's the rules. I'm sorry.
Gary falls to the ground, and he's unconscious. He's got 0 HP.
Damn, sorry, Gary.
All right. The guard blocking the door is going to go for you, Ricky. I think that makes only sense. Awful. 10 misses.
Absolute miss.
The most important one, the revolver shot from the leader guy. He points it down at you, Ray Romano.
Oh boy.
I think that misses, actually.
Yay!
He's right there.
Oh God!
9 misses, yeah.
This is
Wow.
harrowing.
Lol.
I rolled a 4. Very cool. Dice, very cool.
Oh, oops, I was muted. He's shooting at me, right?
Yeah, he's shooting at you.
Yeah, so not only that, but he would be at disadvantage because rules is written if you're using a ranged attack against somebody who's
Oh,
prone,
yeah,
you're at
you're prone.
disadvantage.
To be fair, though, you were also restrained, so technically it would cancel it out. So,
Oh, come on.
either way, it still
Yeah,
misses.
He still misses me.
So he fires you, you skirt your head away, and there's a bullet hole in the ground next to you as the gunshot goes off. Fucking, you live. Okay,
I've played
cool.
for bad crowds before, but this is ridiculous.
Where is that coming from? One of the other guards outside says as he's like flailing his gun around.
I preferred it when they threw tomatoes. No, it was okay.
All right, Gary is unconscious. He's gonna roll a death saving throw. That is a success. He rolled an 11. All right, Ray Romano, it is now your turn.
Can I try and grab the gun away from him?
You're not really at a vantage point right now.
Okay. Can I try and run away?
Sure, yeah, you could try and get out from underneath his boot if you wanted to.
Can I try and struggle away from him?
Sure, go for it. Athletics check. Or acrobatics of your choice.
Oh, well, 0.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Roll
This is-
20, have mercy, please.
Ray, fucking roll 21's Ray Romano fucking dead in the dirt, gone. I actually rolled really crappy too, but unfortunately, you're still pinned underneath that boot.
Auntie, show mercy. Come on.
And it's not my fault.
But you can override it.
No, I can't. I don't
No,
know how to
listen.
make this work.
Pull the
Yeah,
big funny
remember-
lever.
Remember me as I was. I am
Ray
a leaf on the
Romano.
wind.
Simba.
I'm waiting for I'm waiting for the track of the audience that's just like, oh.
Kylie, it is now your turn.
Keep going for this guy's throat. Gotta get somebody down. You know, if roll 20 didn't stop hating us. I'm not gonna roll that. Ugh. 15?
15 hits. Go to roll damage.
Thank
1d6
God.
plus your strength mod.
Ugh, thank God, something. Oh, 1d6, you said?
1d6, yeah.
And strength.
Plus your strength mod.
7.
Yeah, you literally, like, imagine Pac-Man chomping through a person's neck.
I want to imagine for a brief moment, the maw of Mr. Dorsey suddenly grows a little bit larger and he just, like, chomps down on the front of this guy's face.
Yeah, it's just eviscerated. It's like a...
His whole face is just gone.
Oh, yeah.
Gone
So
but not
he is-
forgotten. Mr. Dorsey's getting a good meal.
he lets out a horrible scream, and he goes, "I still don't know where those laughter was going," as he dies. All right, that brings us to James. It is now your turn.
James is just going to try and blast a sonic boom next to the guy that's near Ray Romano.
Okay.
Another thunderclap.
Thunderclap, you got it. That's going to be a con save, I believe.
Yes, 11.
11. No, failure. Go and roll damage.
Hey.
God.
Oh, only 2 sonic.
2 sonic. Hey, it's still damage. As he loads the gun, you let off a concussive blast, and some of the bullets kind of land on the ground. And he kind of shakes his head and then snaps the gun shut, as his ears are now bleeding from the sound.
James is then going to try to run towards the... Pretty much trying to catch up where Ricky is. And that'll be his turn.
You got it. Speaking of which, Ricky, it is now your turn.
I would like... I mean, let me know if I can do this. I would like Ricky to... Because this guard is standing just right in the doorway, right?
Yeah.
I would like Ricky to grab the sides of the door frame with his arms and, like, use the extra leverage to try and kick this guy as hard as possible.
You got it. Go for it. Go ahead and do a arm strike.
8.
8. Unfortunately, as you lean back to kick, he actually kind of like jumps above the kick and dodges for your first attack. I'm very sorry.
Man! That's alright. I'm gonna do it again!
Punch.
12?
12? Unfortunately, still misses. I'm so sorry.
Motherfucker! Alright, well. That's all I got.
We have your offhand.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're right.
You have a third attack because you've grafted so many goddamn arms on you.
I do have a lot of arms, is the thing.
You do.
Nah. No.
Nope. Swing, 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 miss, unfortunately, as you go off swinging.
Making me look like a chump over here.
Alright. It is now the enemy's turn. The guard who got shot by Gary, once again is going to attempt to shoot you, Kylie, because you murdered his friend. 10.
Nope.
Nope. Ricochets off. The guy blocking the door is going to pull out his own knife and is going to stab at you, Ricky.
Okay.
Natural 1.
Hey!
Well, you know that picture of Mo with 2 knives? Like, this is pretty neat. That's you now, because as he pulls out the knife, you wrest it from his hand, and you now have 2. You now have 2 knives.
Let's go. Awesome.
No knives. Ah.
And Ray Romano, you
I'm
hear the cock of that gun.
Can this guy just maybe help his comrades? Why does he hate Ray Romano so much?
Everybody loves Raymond Mammo. Is it my turn?
No, it's the enemy's turn.
Okay,
He's
okay.
shooting at you. That's going to be a 15 to hit, which I think hits past your armor.
That hits me, yeah.
You might survive this. That's gonna be 7 points of damage to you.
I'm at 3 health.
Oh!
Yeah, Ray Romano's taking these bullets like a champ.
It's just
He does have bulletproof armor.
True, yeah.
Damn it! And you can watch as he reloads as you're not dead. Alright, that ends the enemy's turn. Gary. That is a failure.
Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, fuck Gary. Alright, Ray Romano, it is now your turn. There are bullets on the ground, by the way, because you dropped some from the concussive blast from James, but you can also attempt to get yourself free.
Can I pick up a bullet and throw it at him?
Come on!
And this would do what exactly?
If I throw it really fast, it's like I'm shooting him.
No, because you're Ray Romano.
You know what? Fuck it, sure, why not? Maybe you could blind him with it. Roll an improvised weapon attack, so a d20 plus your dex, your strike mod.
9.
9, you throw a bullet at him and he's like, ah! He's mildly
Ah, what the fuck? Do you
Bullet at me!
Would you like to do anything with your bonus action?
Cry.
Okay.
He's Ray Romano. He's not a superhero. He doesn't have any powers. I
Then
mean, he
why
does,
would
but
you
they
throw
suck.
Bullets?
Oh man. All right, Kylie, it's now your turn.
Touch his wallet and read his ID.
What do we got again? Guy still blocking door and guy
You got a
who's
guy
been
blocking
shot
the door,
at
the
us?
guy who's been shot, and then you got the guy inside who's got Ray Romano in a deadlock right now.
God, fuck.
How far does this armor extend down their bodies? Like how full
Oh,
is it
they're fully
protecting?
covered. The only place that is exposed is the neck, but you cannot accurately aim into the distance, so I'm very sorry.
What I did before, I got that other guy.
Yeah, but it's flavor, really.
Oh. So wait, his face is uncovered? Because the other guy's face was uncovered. I bit it off.
You did, but you took the mask with it.
So what can I aim for?
Anything.
Just want to get this guy in the door out of the way.
Okay.
Please.
You also have a gun
Thank you.
as well, don't forget.
Yeah, but a gun, and I mean, it's gonna do about the same. What's the gun roll damage? The dice?
It's 2d6.
2d6, as opposed to just my 1d6. I guess I'll aim a gunshot on him.
Okay. Go ahead to roll with either dexterity or strength of your choice. Ranged
Have to.
attack, no penalty, because he's got space between you and him.
If you-
And this is a d20 with a strength or dex modifier? Okay.
brace with Mr. Dorsey using.
Oh!
Thank you. Roll 20 plus 2.
Natural 20. That hit. So roll 4d6 on the guy in the door.
Thank you.
Goodbye,
Roll
guy in
20.
the door.
Thank you. Well, wait, hang on. I don't want to, And does this 4d6 get my strength modifier too?
It does not. No, guns do not gain a bonus in this instance. They might in like
There we
core, but
go.
not in this.
13.
Okay.
Fucking 21.
Yeah, you blast him, and he falls inwards into the room, and he is dead. Like,
Thank
super
God.
dead.
Ricky sets eyes on this guy that's on top of Ray Romano immediately.
Yeah, Ray Romano, as you look over, you see one of the guards fall into the room dead, and then you see Ricky, like crawling in like a demon from hell.
Mr. Dorsey's like, oh, good shot, girl.
The fucking the Silent
thanks,
Hill
Mr.
monster has
Dorsey.
arrived.
Ah!
All right,
I'm
Kylie,
used
is
to
that your turn?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay. James, it is now your turn. There's a free opening to get in.
James is gonna run in, grab the shotgun that's on the table, and slide it towards Ray Romano.
Okay.
Yeah!
You had Ray Romano. You now have a shotgun. I'll say that's your bonus action if you still want to use your action for something.
He will then also try to hit him with another thunderclap.
You got it. That's a con save.
Yep.
That's another failure. That is 10.
For 5 sonic damage.
Ooh. You concussively blast his head, and he kind of ricochets from it, giving you enough time where he's distracted to slide the shotgun towards Ray Romano.
That's James.
All right. That brings us to the top of the turn order. Ricky, it is now your turn.
I'm going after this guy with my knives.
Okay. You got two
My
knives.
2 knives. Ugh.
No, that's not going to do it. 7 does not hit. Oh, that does, though.
Hey!
That hits with the knife. Go ahead and roll for stab damage. It's a d6 plus your strength mod.
6.
Nice. You slash into this man, and he kind of like, kind of almost like falls off of Ray Romano, but he's still like holding strong.
I still have my offhand too, right?
You do, yeah.
10.
10, fortunately, does not hit.
There's
Very
a lot
sorry.
of 10s being rolled.
Yeah. It is now the enemy's turn. Gunman is going to shoot towards you, Kylie, because you're the only one who's in clear view shot.
Sure.
That's going to hit with a soft 20.
Sure, go ahead.
That went on a journey. You take 6 points of piercing damage from the bullet wound.
Okay.
It's fucking Minmo!
Minmo!
Hey!
Minmo!
Ooh,
Grow
what?
strong and healthy Minmo.
My hamster.
Oh.
Oh.
His name is Minmo. He's there. Sorry. He rarely comes out, so whenever I see him, it's like a blessing.
It's fucking Minna!
Strong and healthy. Minma.
Yeah, he grows healthy and strong. He's very elusive. All right. The guy with the revolver, he's got a bunch of targets now. For a bit more immediate threats, he's got Ricky and he's got James. I'm gonna roll a d4. If it's an even number, it'll be Ricky, and if it's an odd number, it'll be James.
Fair.
It will be on Ricky.
No.
As he shoots the revolver. I don't think... Does a 13 hit you?
It does.
Oh, shit.
You don't have armor, remember?
No,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
right.
remember.
You guys are wearing just your pajamas.
You use your arms as a
all
blade of
arms,
armor.
man. Yeah, I mean, that
Ooh.
was the idea, but...
Ricky, you take 7 points of piercing damage from the revolver shot.
Ow! That hurt.
As the gun goes off. Bringing us to... Gary. Another success. Ray Romano, you have a shotgun in your hand.
Blow this motherfucker away.
Please. Maybe.
People of chat, give us your strength.
It's time to roll the credits for you.
He's gonna shoot him with a shotgun.
Okay.
God.
Missed.
No. You fire upwards and he kind of falls backwards, but his foot is no longer on your back as he kind of reels backwards to dodge the bullet shrapnel. And you reload, I'm assuming, with your bonus action.
I'm gonna run away.
Okay, that's a fair assessment. Where are you running to? There's only one way out, and it's where Kylie is.
Can I run out that way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll squeeze by.
You got it.
Oh, excuse me.
Pardon me.
Ray Romano escapes. There might be some rejoicing in chat about Ray Romano getting the hell out of there.
I cannot
It's a harrowing
believe
day
you
for Ray
survived
Romano.
That was stupid. He had you dead to rights. I'm actually like, damn it.
Romano!
She's
Listen.
after us, chat. You hear this?
No, it's
Out
be
for
interesting.
blood.
You know, someone died. It would be kind of interesting and fun for me.
I agree.
Alrighty, Ray Romano, you bravely run away. Kylie, it's now your turn. As you see, Ray Romano escaped from his prison.
I'm gonna take a shot at this guy that's still here.
You got it with your pistol.
Sure, because he's taking
got
some
it.
damage, right? I mean, I
Oh,
have to
yeah, he
actually,
has.
Actually, I have to hit him, but we'll see. Yeah, no.
Pistola.
As you fire, the armor protects him, and you're unable to find purchase.
I'll find some cover.
You got it. You run behind some boxes and make some cover. I would say to Ray Romano, you can easily find some cover behind some boxes.
Okay.
Great. All right. James, it is now your turn as you are in the security room with this Twinkie Chris Redfield man and your friend Ricky.
James is gonna scream at Twink Redfield,
Okay.
so I need another con save.
14 this time. I'm very sorry.
All right, that's
Okay, he
that.
succeeds, unfortunately.
James is then gonna try and dive behind some sort of desk or to get to some sort of cover.
You got it. You dive down, and you can see as you dive down the dead body of Dr. Ainsworth.
Oh no. All right, well he's gonna use a bonus action to repress those feelings, and then that's the end of his turn.
All right, Ricky, it is now your turn as you are now locked in combat with Revolver Man and you.
We're having like the fucking MGS3 like final fight between Big Boss and Revolver Ocelot, me and this guy.
Yeah.
Except it's way more fucked up and weird.
Wow, then that's saying something.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna attack this guy with my knives.
You got it. You got 2 knives. Go for it.
13.
13, unfortunately, just misses. I'm so sorry.
Ah! Ah!
Miss.
Dude. Well, I got my
That
Ow!
hits.
Okay. Well,
Who's getting excited?
That's my fist, right? So that'd be D4.
That is your fist. It's a D4. Okay.
Nice.
Plus strength. That's 5.
You don't add the strength with your offhand, unfortunately.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's just the 4. You swipe once with the knife, swipe twice, and like you know the knife fight in Resident Evil 4 between Leon and what the fuck is his face? I don't remember his name. Weird man.
Krauser.
Krauser.
Yeah.
I was gonna call him Strausser, but that's not the case. You guys have like that knife fight, but at a certain point between prompts, you just punch him in the face.
Yeah, just saw
Browser was fucked up in the Resident Evil board game. That shit was insane.
All right, that brings us to the enemy's turn.
I'm sorry, I have to explain why. So you can equip an infinite number of weapons in that game, and so Krauser got bonuses with knives, and knives were very common because they were bad for everybody else except for him. So you could walk around with Krauser holding like 18 knives and just kill anything that showed up. It was really awesome. Anyway, sorry.
Oh my god.
That rules.
Wearing a fucking armor like chainmail, except for it's all knives.
Literally just holding like 20 knives. Sorry, good.
I wanted to acknowledge that, but at the same time, I'm like, it's almost midnight. We need to finish this shit. Oh my god, this fight.
Ray
is
Romano
a slap
needs
fight.
to either die or escape.
So
Murder.
if Ray Romano dies, does the game just end? Because maybe, I don't know.
Just the universe stops working. Does
it all
The
stop?
future refused to
Was
change.
Was he the one they came to get? Like, he was the ultimate evil and they had to kill him to stop the world from ending? I don't know.
Alright, it is the enemy's turn, because Ricky just had his turn. Again, I'm going to flip for both Ricky and you're under cover, actually, so he's going to shoot Ricky, actually. The leader guy. So you're out in the open. That is definitely not going to fucking hit. That is going to be a 9.
Fuck, you missed that one. Try another.
Rolled another 4. Reloads. The guy outside is immediately going to start just, like, wide aim firing. And I'm going to say, I'm going to flip a coin again. If it's even, it will be Kylie. And if it's odd, it'll be Ray Romano.
Even though we're both behind cover?
Yeah, it gives you a bonus to your AC, essentially.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh,
Yeah.
how much of a bonus?
I'm going to say you guys have 3/4 cover.
Wait, what number do I get to my armor?
You get +5 bonus to your AC.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. And with that, I don't think that a 14 is going to hit either of you with that.
Not with that extra bonus.
You're both wearing armor too, so
Yeah,
the
plus
bullets
5,
pepper
yeah.
against the crates, spraying up a bunch of shrapnel, and do not find purchase on you. I did forget Gary. I should probably roll for Gary's death saving throw. Gary is betwixt life and death right now.
Oh, no.
That ends the enemy's turn. Ray Romano, it is now your turn.
Can I peek back in and try and... I have to reload the gun, right?
Well, no,
You already did. You did with your bonus
already-
action.
Oh, okay. Can I peek back in and try and shoot him with the shotgun?
You twink Chris Redfield or the guy in front of you who's peppering you with bullets.
Oh, I'll shoot the guy shooting at me then. I'll shoot that
Okay.
guy. 16.
That hits. Go to roll damage.
Wow. How much damage?
For a shotgun, it's 2d8.
9.
You blast him away, and he smashes up against the wall and slides down dead. Only one foe remains.
Ray Romano will look down in horror as he has just killed another human being.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you,
no,
Connor.
Ray
Thank you so
Romano!
This is the weirdest thing.
Ray Romano met death today, but not in the way he expected. Alrighty. Kylie, it's now your turn.
Fudge.
One remains.
Yeah, I got more damage with the right. She'll peek around the side of the door, the entrance, and fire her pistol because it's got better attack damage.
You got it.
Oh God. What?
Oh!
20.
Hey!
That hits. Go and roll damage.
All right. God. What a day. What a day. 2, 6.
2d6.
2d6.
Yeah, no bonus.
6.
How do you kill this man?
Hey!
Oh, let's go.
Kylie and just like Mr. Dorsey is like, let me in there, let me in there. She's like, Mr. Dorsey, no, it's bad. And she just like, to stop him, she finally just like comes across that entrance and just like fires, and it plugs him in the face. And she's just like, "Oh."
Yeah, as he's about to levy another shot against you, Ricky, you see his like front of his head just bursts with blood, and he just stumbles down to one knee and then flops over to his side.
But as this guy falls to his knees, can I say that Ricky dramatically tears his arms off of his body and attaches
Oh,
them to
absolutely.
his- Fuck yeah!
Ricky, as you do this and you're just standing there in triumph with these two dripping arms, you look down and you see Mr. Dorsey just sort of chewing on the end of one of them. Sorry, I got hungry again.
There's a moment of silence as you all stand inside of the gory security room, made even more gory by your own machinations.
Does Gary need another saving throw?
I rolled it.
Did he make
poor
it?
Gary.
Gary is dead.
Alas, poor Gary.
No!
We don't even know his last name. We can't give him an epitaph.
Well, can't let him go to waste.
He did have a last name, didn't he? You said it
Yeah,
earlier.
he did.
Yeah, we just
You
don't remember
forgot. Wow,
Gary-
you guys are great.
Gary Romano.
Been
What are the
adopted
odds?
posthumously into the Romano clan.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh
man.
my god. As you guys make your way inside of the security office, you see a myriad of buttons, and not a lot makes too much sense to you.
What was it Gary said he said he was gonna do?
Oh shit.
Wait, are there any documents on the table?
There are several, yes. There's also a
Oh.
lot of computers.
Ray Romano will take off his glove and place his hand over one of the documents.
Hey!
Oh, I finally got to use it.
Oh,
What
As
does
you
it say?
As you absorb the knowledge, they seem to
at
be
normal reading speed.
At normal reading speed.
Yeah, of course. Oh no, I didn't. I thought you got it all at once.
No,
Hell
it's,
no.
I read it at normal speed. I just don't have to look at it.
Oh my god.
This is just.
Well,
What?
you're able.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Ray Romano?
Your power is basically audible.
I don't know. Let me read it.
I'm reading it right now.
As you absorb the information through osmosis, a lot of them have to do with the security detail of this building.
It has to do with the security detail of this building.
And how to activate and lock down certain sectors and unlock other sectors.
And how to lock down other sectors.
And there is also as you kind of read, quote unquote, through, you find a manual that describes how to override the lockdown sequence.
There's a manual on how to get out of here, I think.
How do we do it?
Apparently there is a button hidden underneath a compartment near the main operating desk.
We gotta go to the main operating desk.
Where is that? Do we know?
It's a big desk in the middle of the room.
Woo!
Desk! There should be a button that'll let us out.
And as you search around underneath the desk, sure enough, you find a glass-covered button, which you do.
Wait.
Connor, put that shit up on the stream right now. Put that on the stream right now.
Shit, quick, change it.
I don't know who that is. Is that Ray Romano? I don't know.
No.
That is not Ray Romano.
Not is even better.
Well,
Fucking
it's
funny.
not actual Ray Romano, but that's kind of what Ray Romano looks like in game.
Our Ray Romano.
Having it stretched is so much better.
You gotta zoom out. You gotta have the loving memory, Connor. Come on. There we go. There you go. Perfect. As you break the glass button and press the button underneath, the lockdown sequence initiates, sealing up the opened up sectors of Pandora hold. And with order restored and the guards able to retake their hold, that is where we're ending the fucking session for tonight.
Hey.
Can Ricky do like the thing where like you put your arm around someone to like half hug them, but he does it to everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aww.
I can't believe
Cute.
Ray lived. I was really expecting him to
Mr.
die.
Dorsey.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna. Yeah, I thought you were dead to rights too. And then I rolled the
Yeah.
4, and I was like, and I don't have advantage because I'm shooting into
Mr.
melee.
Dorsey starts
Yeah.
chewing on one of your arms when you do that. Mr. Dorsey, no.
Oh my
goodness,
God.
my goodness.
So-
Sorry.
Freeze frame credits roll.
This went longer than expected. I'm very sorry.
That's okay.
Given
It
the
was
nature
fun.
of the random encounters, that was pretty fun. Connor,
that was fun.
what is our
Hi.
total?
Our total for the evening is $3,221.69.
Let's go!
That's enough
for
for
the
one of the
kids.
carts. We got one cart. We could make a kid cart now.
That's
So
right.
much fucking money.
That's rad.
We made a whole cart.
Bringing the Spooktacular Streamathon 2022 event total to $461,683.83.
Let's go!
Nice.
That's like 2 carts.
That is.
Yeah, at least 2.
That's
Oh,
worth a few
man.
gumballs.
Thank you guys so much for
Why
donating. Do you guys, out of curiosity, I don't want to keep people for too long, but are you guys curious about what the donations would have given you?
Yes.
Yeah,
A
tell
little
me.
bit, yeah.
A book
me
to
think.
read.
No, I'm very sorry. I tried my
book
best
to
to add books. There was a manual, and there's all kinds of fun things. I'm like,
Well, yeah, one of the hallways was going to be a library.
Somebody in chat said that he could read 2 things at once. Potentially, if you could also, because you can read 2 things at once. You can hold 2 books in front of you and read them both at once if you're really smart, which Ray Romano is not. So he can't do
shit.
that. Yeah, he can't do that.
Oh my god. So, for our first donation incentive, we had a little bit of that exercise, and that was meant to just let people kind of come in and donate to start. But the first hallway phenomenon, if we had less than 10 donations at that point, the first hallway you guys encountered, it would have turned into the Mario Endless hallway. You would have had to figure out a way out.
Awesome.
And you guys got the 10 to 30 option, which was 3 Pandora hold rats come out with a loosened swarm. One deals poison damage with a tentacle on its face, so it had different stats. This one was fun. If we had 30 plus donations, the party travels through turns into a flesh tunnel with semi-dissolved guards inside. Whatever this tunnel is acknowledges the player psychically. If the players attempt to move or touch the soldiers in any way, they take 1d4 acid damage.
Whoa.
So it would have been a fun little hoo-hoo funny flush tunnel.
Fucked up.
This one is very exciting. This is based off of the total amount of donations earned, which you guys got the shotgun with the bandolier with 12 bullets.
Nice.
So if we had less than 1,000, it would have been a pistol with 10 bullets.
Nice.
1,000 to 4,000 would be a shotgun with a bandolier with 12 bullets, which what you guys got. And if we had over 4,000 at that point, it would have been a bazooka with 1 shot in it.
Oh my god.
How Resident Evil of you.
Yeah, the Resident
Yeah.
Evil RPG.
Yeah, literally the Resident Evil RPG, which, by the way, had the
Ray
characteristics
Romano
of
with a bazooka.
Can you imagine missing the big bad boss twink guy with that thing? Just how much that would hurt.
And it has the statistics of a fireball spell, by the way. That's how we run that. And then if we had over 6,000, which was a bit of a stretch because it was pretty early on, but if we had over 6,000, it would have been a bazooka with 2 shots in it.
Sick.
Holy shit.
So
They're
got
gonna say an
extra
ion
bullet.
cannon that
2
shoots you with the
bazookas.
facility.
I won't spend my time trying to explain everything.
But not that one.
There we go.
I looked at a picture of world's most average guy, and that's what I got.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Wow.
This looks like what I've been picturing Ray Romano to look
Yeah,
like.
exactly. That's what it is. Yeah.
The containment room, which was the room that you guys had to go through the air duct for. If it was less than 30 overall donations, it would have been a room of alien skulls and specimens, including warped skulls of humans. And as you guys made your way through that room, one of the glass cases would have shattered on its own, and when you turned around to see what happened, all the skulls would be turning and facing at you.
Spooky.
Would have been pretty fun.
Spoopy.
You guys got the crystal room. I want to explain that one. The last one is 60 plus. It was an aquarium. The room is filled with aquatic alien and entity specimens, including a mermaid-like creature that changes its form like a cuttlefish, an amorphous entity sealed inside of a glass box replicates the appearance of one of the players and points them in the direction towards the vent.
Oh.
So you see what I mean?
That's
Like
cute.
sometimes they would have been pretty helpful.
Yeah.
This next one was entitled Something is Loose. So less than 5,000, which is what you guys got, which was the shadowy creature on the ceiling is puppeteering 2 soldiers from the roof, and the soldiers have pistols. Much more scary. 5,000 to 7,000. 3 armed militia soldiers identify and attack the party. So they would be enemies from the final fight, would come and show up earlier.
I almost feel like that would have been worse.
Yeah. We would have had less people at the end. That was the difference.
Yeah.
And then this last one's really weird. But the thing that slashed up that first guy, the dead body you found, that thing shows up.
What is the thing?
It is a thing. Sure is a thing. It is a weird alien creature that has a psychic link to somebody else who you could potentially have run into if, depending on how the donations went. So, but you did not see it.
This thing's arms.
It is it's actually, it would be completely peaceful if you just didn't do anything to it, but if you were hostile at all, it would then like attack for 3 rounds and then eventually vanish.
Those arms would have been mine, chat.
So NPC in the hallway, this is the people you'd find at the blast doors. One of them would be a child alien. That was if we had less than 50, it would be a little baby alien that could talk telepathically. That actually would also change the final sequence too. This part changes the final sequence. You guys got 50 to 80, so you guys got Corporal Gary Demrick, who is an actual ally who could fight. And the last one was the person who has the psychic link to the monster. They would have helped you out.
Huh.
If you had found them.
Like they would have like been able to utilize the monster
to help you guys out, either to be a distraction or to fight if you had gotten that. That was like, we had to earn over 80 plus unique donations for that one, so that was pretty high. And then the last one, the final confrontation. Shit, where's that piece of paper? Where'd it go? Where did it go? Did it fall? Hold on.
We'll never know.
No, they will know. What? It's gone.
Wow.
Oh no! Found it.
Messy
So
Peter.
if
Like mystery.
you
Wow,
got, like,
real.
either the weird psychic alien monster or the psychic baby, you guys would have actually gone topside, and you would have to fight the mother creature because it's looking for its baby, and that's what was going on.
Oh.
So that was one of the storylines, but we deviated from that, and instead you guys stopped a bunch of mercenaries from stealing secrets. Essentially, they're trying to take over the area and kill everybody. So there you go.
That'll show those damn mercenaries.
Cool. Very good, guys. Thank you so much for playing.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you for staying so late as well.
No, you're fine.
I'm sorry for blaming you for the machinations of D20. Jesus Christ.
I can't do shit. If it happens, it happens. I don't have hacking skills.
Oh, I want to say something for the record. Ricky's name is Ricky because of Godric the Grafted from Elden Ring.
Oh my God, Ricky.
You son of a bitch.
And I made his last name Plutarch so that it would be like the guy who wrote about the ship of Theseus.
I named my guy after Ray Romano.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
It was because when I was talking about this and trying to figure out like what I was gonna do with some friends of mine, so I was like, what if I could put like limbs on my body and they could be mine? And someone said, "Good Rick the Grafted." Oh shit!
Thank you guys for coming up with really cool powers. Octo, I'm so sorry I couldn't utilize
No.
you. Yours came in so late, and I was like, I already did all the work.
I
Fuck.
can't take complete credit for that power. That power is actually an example they give in a TTRPG called Godlike, which is about superheroes during World War II. And it's an example of a power. There's a classification of people called zeros, and their they have powers, but they're completely useless. And that's an example that they give of one of the zeros. They can read a book while holding it at normal speed without having to open it. And so I was like, there you go.
I literally kind of nicked my power from that one Red Dwarf episode with Mr. Flibble.
Fine. Hey.
Anyone? No?
It's a
okay,
good
it's
one.
fine. Oh, you know? Okay, yeah.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, this was really great, and thank you,
Yeah.
chat, so much for donating. By the way,
Yeah,
like
you guys.
I'm super hyped that we got enough money to cover one of those those carts for the kids.
That's right as
I think,
hell.
like, that's gonna be so cool. I think that's gonna be fantastic, and thank you so much, Gamers Outreach, for outreaching to us to do this.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you want us to do these things, but
This is
Like,
our second
when the
go
rat
around
guts-
with Gamers Outreach.
when the rat guts were being described, I'm like, is this too much? Nah. I'm like, yeah, this is fine.
Okay.
They're
You-
gamers. They get it.
Thank you
Ricky
so
can
much
do
for
so
everybody.
gamers outreaching now.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for donating. We appreciate it so much. It goes to a very good cause, and it's for the children.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
For the
but we
children.
should probably head out because it's really late.
Yes.
Connor,
We should
do you
rate
have
somebody.
We should rate somebody. Do we have anybody else who's doing any Gamers Outreach streams?
Let's find out. I'm sure there is somebody. Let me check the
'Cause we did
Gamers
that last
Outreach
time. That was
official
pretty good.
Discord. Let's see. Who's somebody that does not have a lot of viewers right now? We can raid Jesseology, who has 61 viewers right now, and they're playing Age of Empires 4.
And they're doing
Nice.
stuff with Gamers Outreach.
Yes.
All right, let's do it. I think our raid message will have to be
Well,
I'm
Ray
going
Romano.
to kill you, Ray
Ray
Romano.
Romano. Oh man, Ray
There you go.
Romano.
There's the name.
Can
Put it in the Discord
can
right
you rate
there.
On,
Oh
can you
right.
rate on your side. Yeah,
forgot
I was
I
gonna
could do
say I
that.
don't have access to that, Bucko.
Sorry, didn't mean to moan like that.
Take care, everybody. Have a good night.
Yeah,
Good
we'll
night,
see.
everyone.
We'll see you Wednesday for the wrap up of Ravenloft, and Saturday for the wrap up of Gobtober, and then we'll be back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah.
Take care, everyone. Have a good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.